Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 25-26 Commonwealth Bank State Relay Championships. We're here at Lakeside Stadium in Melbourne, presenting to you some of our best little athletes here who have made their way through the regional rounds to the state championships here today. Our event today will be also conducted with our compatriots Athletics Victoria, who are running events throughout the day. And they'll be between our event blocks on our timetable. You can follow the day and the results through Results Hub, which is lavic.resultshub.com.au. So a little bit of a gloomy morning start here at Albert Park. Got a little bit of overcast, but the temperature is quite warm at the moment. So we will be looking for an 8:30 start. So we are live, and we'll be bringing throughout to you the first block of events, which is the 4x200 metre events. So we have boys and girls in the under 12, 11, 10 and 9. And then we moved into our mixed events for the 4x2 for the same age groups, as well as our multi-class athletes. Then there'll be a block at 10:30 break, and then we'll recommence again in our little athletics events about 12:52. So a few breaks, plenty of time to have a coffee and jump outside into your garden. But we are looking here for a very efficient start of our under 12 girls 4x2 on track. So 2 time finals in each age group. The first time final will feature the athletes from 9th through to 16th from the region qualifying rounds, and the second heat is generally the 8th fastest qualifiers from the region qualifying round. So don't deny the athletes here in this first time final. We do have and have had before athletes come up in to the medal contention from a second time final, so it's not uncommon. But time finals work this way. Each race will be run, all the event results will be consolidated together. And then we will present our medals in presentation shortly after the event, once those results have been consolidated. So introduce this first field to you now. This is the first time final of the under 12 girls, 4x200 metres. This is event 19 on the calendar, on the schedule, the timetable. We did have a series of events that commenced last night for Athletics Victoria. So in lane 1, we have Caulfield A, 2 Ballarat A, 3 Frankston A, 4 Moorabbin A, 5 Coburg A, 6 Knox A, 7 Geelong C, and in lane 8, Albury A. So we do have the 8 starters here. The athletes will run in their lanes all the way around to that 200 metre mark. Cool. So clean start away for the first event, the under 12 girls 4x200 metres. Fastest qualifier in this time final will probably come out of lane 6. That's Knox. So do expect them to move up relatively quickly on the field as they make their way down the back straight. So they're coming out of lane 6, as mentioned before. So moving strongly through the middle at the moment, lane 4, Moorabbin. That's who you can see the blue, red and black. So centre of field as they make their way through. They look like they might just sneak through as first to change. Coburg might have also been very close there too. So as they make their way around at the moment, running strongly at the moment is Coburg. On the outside, we've got Geelong C. So 3 teams for Geelong making it through. That's a phenomenal effort there. The fact they've got that much depth between athletes over 3 teams is absolutely brilliant. So Coburg coming down at the moment, running very strongly. Geelong starting to tire a little bit, and Albury making a little bit of space up there as well. But it's going to be Coburg that take it first, then Geelong, then Albury, Knox, Moorabbin, Frankston, Caulfield, then Ballarat. So that's as they make their way around. Caulfield running a strong leg at the moment. Geelong making some ground on the outside, and just on their inside, Knox starting to move up. But it's Coburg at the moment making their way down. The athletes will start to cross over to those inside lanes now. So the idea and concept there is to cross over as long as you're safe, but the object is as well to make your way best to your athletes there waiting in hand. So Coburg, Knox, Geelong, Caulfield, Frankston, Moorabbin. It's going to be close here now. These 3 are going to push each other around towards the finish here. So it is Knox. They did come through as that fastest qualifier, and their final competitor here is going to run a really strong leg here at the moment. Caulfield making a late charge at the moment as well, and Moorabbin safely on the inside there, moving up on the finish as well. But it does look like Knox just making it towards the finish. Moorabbin a strong finish there for second. Caulfield in third, then Coburg, then Frankston it might have been, Geelong, Albury and Ballarat. So that's that first time final there. We'll just wait for an official time. So I do recommend you jump onto Results Hub. So that's lavic.resultshub.com.au for that first place time. Next event on the track is the second time final of the under-12 girls. This is event 19. We'll allow the athletes to start, then we'll introduce the field to you. Lane what? Do have a false start there, so athletes will reset. So introducing the field to you now from lane 1, Brighton A, 2, Geelong B, 3, Mentone A, 4, Essendon A, 5, Geelong A, 6, Keilor A, 7, Cranbourne A, and in lane 8, Sandringham A. So as mentioned before, Geelong had a C team in the first time final. They've got 2 in this final time final, so wonderful depth there. To have 12 athletes competing over a total of 16 places. So clean start away this time. Fastest qualifier comes out of lane 4. That's Essendon in the very predominant red and black colours. So running a strong leg at the moment there. But on the outside as well, Geelong A in lane 5. Running an absolutely phenomenal leg there. Probably got a little bit of a head start there on the Essendon athletes. So do expect them to move up. Second Geelong team from lane 2. Moving well. So we'll just see who gets vision. We'll get vision of who's getting that baton first. It does look like Geelong might have just nabbed that baton first in that first changeover. So Keeler on their outside also running very strongly, but the very shorter stature of the Geelong athlete is motoring around at the moment into this second stage of their 200-metre race. So taller figure of Keeler there running very strongly on the outside as well. Running very well is the athlete there from Sandringham as well. So Keeler, looks like Keeler and Geelong very changing simultaneously there. Then Sandringham, then Cranbourne, Essendon, Mentone, Geelong C as well. And then Brighton. So at the moment, Geelong upper hand. At the moment, Geelong A on the back straight here. Keeler running a very strong race now. Just keeping in contact with Geelong as they move across into those inside lanes. Sandringham sit in third right now, but moving up strongly at the moment is Mentone and Essendon. So athletes make their way down now. This is the final leg of this race. Geelong out in front. Essendon starting to move up now. We can see why they were the fastest qualifier. They're going to really try and run down Keeler here for a second or a minor place here. But it is Geelong out in front at the moment. Convincing winners here, it will be Geelong. And as mentioned before, the longer legs of the Essendon athlete have just taken over there in second place, just in front of Keeler. Then Mentone, Sandringham, Geelong C, Cranbourne and Brighton. So great racing there by Geelong. So do keep an eye on Results Hub for those consolidated results. They will progressively display for you. Just make sure you hit that refresh. But it does look like Geelong would have taken that one out, followed by Essendon and then Keeler. Introducing the next event on the track. This is event number 20. This is the under 12 boys, 4x200 metre time final number 1. In lane 2, Shepparton, 3, Knox B, 4, Essendon, 5, Caulfield B, 6, Williamstown, 7, Corio, and in lane 8, Ballarat.
So I want you to stay on the athletes. So don't, so walk backwards. And keep walking backwards. So just try and stay as steady as you can. Just keep moving.
So Thomas has hit the big time there. He's on screen. So a great shot there. Their athletes at the start line. So some Sun Smart. Oh, there's a 6-7. We've got some 6-7 going on today. So it's great to see the athletes got some relaxed mood there here at the start line as well.
Just start. Have a bit off. Yeah, everyone's waiting for you. No, don't. Once the whistle goes, okay, there you go.
So introduce the next event in lane 2, Shepparton, Knox B in 3, Essendon in 4, Caulfield B in 5, Williamstown in 6, Corio in 7, and Ballarat in 8. It's the first time final of the under 12 boys, 4x200 metres. So great start there by probably Knox, pick of the bunch there in lane 3 at the moment, making their way round the back straight. Caulfield B, in actual fact, came through out of this time final as the fastest qualifier from the prior round. So that's the regional rounds that we had back a few weeks ago. which is the predetermining qualifier for the state championship. So Knox take first, I'd probably suggest there, then closely followed by Caulfield, I'd say. So Knox and Caulfield at the moment leading the way. Williamstown running a strong leg. And on the outside as well, we've got Corio in lane 7 running a strong leg. Ballarat taking them up on the challenge at the moment as they head in towards the second stage of this second leg. So around about 50 metres to run here in this second leg. But it is Corio that are going to move up first. They'll probably take the baton just in front of Knox, Caulfield and Ballarat. Essendon, Shepparton there amongst the remaining athletes to make their way around. So the athletes now will reach the crossover zone where they'll safely make their way towards the inside lanes. The athletes positioning and waiting from lanes 1 to 8. We don't have a lane 1 athlete here in this particular race, but that's how they're positioned there. You can see Knox take the baton, then Caulfield, Williamstown, Essendon, Shepparton, and then Corio. So running strongly, Knox, Caulfield thereafter, and Williamstown. Looks like these three athletes here racing against the clock now to give themselves a good promoted time in the consolidated results of this event. But the powerhouse of Knox now making his way down towards the finish. Caulfield might hold off for second there, just in front of Williamstown. Strong finish there by Shepparton, Ballarat, Essendon, and strong finish by Corio. Event 20, this is the time final number 2 of the under-12 boys, 4x200 metres. In lane 1, Craigieburn, 2, Berwick, 3, Geelong B, 4, Caulfield A, 5, Knox, 6, Geelong, 7, Cranbourne, and in lane 8, Diamond Valley. So fastest qualifier in this race comes out of lane 6. That's Geelong. So they come in with a preceded time of 1:52.61. So those final results in that previous race were Geelong in first place, 1:55.81. Essendon second, 1:57.41. And third, the bronze medal went to Keilor with a time of 1:57.50. So these young men are enjoying their screen time right now. They're up on the main camera in the stadium as well, so up on the big screen. So great to see the smiles here of the athletes here. The Commonwealth Bank State Relay Championship is always a great opportunity to bring together as many athletes as we can from centres. So it's just fantastic to see all these beautiful colours here that we have from our centres across the state. So as far north as Albury, as far west as Warrnambool, and the Gippsland bringing athletes all the way from Warragul, Moe as well. So clean start away here. As mentioned before, fastest qualifier comes out of lane 6. That's Geelong. So Geelong moving well, but Knox on the inside as well, running equally well as they make their way down towards his first change. But it is Geelong finishing off strong, starting to wind it up now. Hopefully looking for a good, clean baton change as they come in to this first changeover. So Geelong take it cleanly there, just in front of Knox. Then we had a little bit of hesitation there by Caulfield. But Knox, again, a really strong 200-metre leg here as he makes his way down towards their third runner. Geelong not there far after. Cranbourne running a strong leg as well out in lane 7. But it's going to be Knox here. Take the baton. Very cleanly first. Clean chat and changes there by Geelong as well. Caulfield, the Geelong B. And on the inside, Craigieburn as well, running very well. So crossover zone has Knox out in front, followed by Geelong. Then we have Caulfield. Cranbourne still holding on in there. Then our second Geelong team as well. But it's Knox will take the baton, just have to slow down just a little bit there. Give Geelong a bit of an opportunity to make up some space there here. And it is going to be between the two to tussle this out towards a finish. Geelong starting to wind it up now. So Geelong just about to take over that of Knox there on the front straight bend now. Knox has got a really strong finish here as well, but Geelong starting to power home at the moment. Knox is going to have another counter attack at them, but Geelong are just too strong here in this one here. They came through as the fastest qualifier. They'll take the state championship here, followed by Knox. Great finish here by the second Geelong team to come across the line in third. Caulfield, Cranbourne, Diamond Valley, Craigieburn, and Berwick. So next event on the track is the girls under 11 4x200 metres. So there are 2 time finals in this race, as is there are all out 4x200 races. And introducing the field to you from lane 1, we have South Melbourne District. In lane 2, we have Ballarat. In lane 3, Craigieburn. Lane 4, Diamond Valley. Lane 5, Echuca Moama. Lane 6, Yarra Ranges. Lane 7, Ringwood. And in lane 8, Doncaster. So nice clean start here, running well at the moment in the centre of field is Echuca Moama. They're from lane 5, so they're wearing the green and white. So the blonde hair young lady there running very strongly at the moment down the back straight. Also running well is that of Diamond Valley in lane 4. And on the far outside, Doncaster off to a great start as well. But to change first, it will be Echuca Moama. So Echuca Moama just going to change first, just slightly in front of Yarra Ranges and Ringwood as well. So starting to make some ground at the moment is the Yarra Ranges athlete, moving up towards the Echuca Moama athlete. But on the outside as well, Doncaster running a great second leg with around about 50 metres to go before they change into their third runner. So it's Doncaster on the outside. Diamond Valley moved up a little bit more. Echuca Moama take the baton nice and cleanly just in front of Yarra Ranges. Bit of a fumble there for Ringwood. Ballarat clean change, as well as South Melbourne District here at their home venue. So South Melbourne District starting to make some ground from lane 1. But on the far outside, it's very even between the athletes from probably Yarra Ranges and Diamond Valley. But Yarra Ranges running a strong leg there. Smoothly transitions into that inside lane here. Doncaster sit in second, Diamond Valley third. So Yarra Ranges take the baton there, then to Doncaster. Diamond Valley sit in third, then Echuca Moama, and South Melbourne District. So Doncaster just overtakes Yarra Rangers here now. Diamond Valley just trying to find some space to do the same as well. Doncaster starting to tire a little bit, and we've got a late charge here from Diamond Valley and Chickamauama. But Doncaster will hold off here. They'll take first place unofficially across the line. Diamond Valley, then Echuca, Yarra Rangers, South Melbourne, Ballarat, Craigieburn, and Ringwood. So just remember again, that's the first time final. We have a second time final, which does present the top the 8 fastest qualifiers from the region qualifying round. So the fastest qualifiers you'd expect to come out of here. However, it doesn't necessarily mean they will be the medalists at the end of the race. So next event on the track is our second time final of the under 11 girls 4x200 metres. In lane 1, Sandringham, 2, Whittlesea City, 3, Mentone, 4, Keilor, 5, Nuttawading, 6, Cranbourne, 7, Corio, and in lane 8, Berwick. So nice clean start for this second time final of the under 11 girls 4x200 metres. So Cranbourne out in lane 6. They were our fastest qualifiers from the region qualifying rounds. They came in with a 2-second head start over Keilor. So they came in with a 2:05.64. Running really well on the outside at the moment, though, is that of Berwick. So Berwick running well, starting to tire a little bit now, but Cranbourne will change over just probably a margin behind Keilor. So Keilor came through as our second fastest qualifier, running a strong leg at the moment. So do expect the latter athletes of the Cranbourne team to sort of come through strong at the moment now. So Berwick out there in 8, running a good leg at the moment. Keilor on the middle of field starting to come through well. They're wearing the black and white check there, and then you'll see Cranbourne there with the predominantly white, blue and yellow moving up, and Mentone in the very fluorescent yellow. So a very prominent colour for Mentone. They stand out like no other. Keilor running strongly at the moment. Very clean transition there by Keilor. Mentone chasing down at the moment. Cranbourne's going to need to find some ground to get back into this one here. But Keilor and Mentone tussling it out at the moment as they head towards that crossover zone. So the athletes will safely cross over now, heading in towards the final athlete now. Mentone got the endurance there a little bit more to roll the legs over, and here comes Cranbourne. So they're not going to deny us here why they are the fastest qualifier in this race. So let's look for that good change here. We've got the two athletes here, Cranbourne and Mentone, going to chase this one down towards the finish. Keilor not too far behind and moving up well at the moment. In the back of the field is the athlete I think you'll find from Whittlesea, Berwick it actually is, and then Sandringham. So it's Cranbourne at the moment holding on. Mentone really still trying to dig deep to get through, but it is Cranbourne making their way down. They'll take first place gold medal. Late dash by Keilor. She's going to sneak home for the silver just in front of Mentone. Wonderful finish by Keilor. Then Sandringham, Berwick, Nuttawading, Whittlesea City, so some strong finishing there as well. That was really great racing there by the girls. The next event on the track is event number 22. This is the under 11 boys, 4x200 metres. So we are chasing some time here. We've got an 8:54 start on this one, so we're about 4 minutes behind at the moment. So we'll look to make that time up before our break. So introducing the field to you now from lane 1, Albury, 2, Warrnambool, 3, Mornington, 4, Williamstown, 5, Berwick, 6, Diamond Valley, 7, Knox, and in lane 8, we have Caulfield. So we've got some very sporty mullet hairstyles going on in this one here. So lane 2 and 3 taking the absolute cake on the mullet here. The little athlete there from Mornington. He's got the almighty mane running at the moment as he makes his way down the back straight. Out on the outside there in lane 6, Diamond Valley running as strongly at the moment. And on the inside of them, 2 lanes across is Williamstown. So Berwick are our fastest qualifier in this race, and they're starting to move up a little bit now. They might not change first, but on the outside, it might have been Caulfield that changed first. So Caulfield changed first. Chasing them down at the moment is Diamond Valley. In lane 6, it is Diamond Valley. So Caulfield, Diamond Valley, Williamstown starting to move up. Berwick making their way, followed by Mornington, Albury, and Warrnambool. So Diamond Valley look to be strong here, changing first just in front of Caulfield, Williamstown, Berwick, Mornington, Albury, Warrnambool, and Knox in that order. So Williamstown now just taking advantage of that crossover space here, just to come in front of Diamond Valley, and Caulfield too, just picking their line of sight there for an athlete in waiting to change the baton over. So Williamstown, Caulfield, Diamond Valley, Mornington, Berwick, Albury, and then Warrnambool not too far behind. So it's Williamstown at the moment, running strongly. Caulfield thereafter, Diamond Valley and Mornington. Strong finish there by Diamond Valley. But it is Williamstown going to take this one out convincingly. Diamond Valley, long strides there to take out second. Caulfield, Mornington, Albury going to hold off just in front of Berwick. Warrnambool. And not too far behind, we've just got Knox making their way down. So we do have a yellow flag on that race. So a yellow flag does determine there's been some type of infringement or someone running out of their lane or possibly a change box infringement. So we generally have a referee attend to where that yellow flag was placed to determine the next step. So if there is a delay in those results, you will note that the final results may not get posted straight away. So next event on the track is our second time final of the under 11 boys. So these are your top 8 athletes here. An absolutely phenomenal Victorian best performance in this race of 154.70 held by Doncaster, and that was set in 1987. In lane 1, we'll present this field to you. Geelong, 2, Box Hill, 3, Keilor, 4, Whittlesea City, 5, Cranbourne, 6, Sandringham, 7, Chelsea, and in lane 8, Essendon. So a little bit of unsteadiness there at the start line, just making sure lane 1 is okay. He's got the very sporty hairstyle for this race today, so I think that will be possibly get him through right now, but a little bit of embarrassment there as well. So I think the whole crowd gets involved in that one, and he'll just take a couple of deep breaths and then we'll head off to a nice clean start. So fastest qualifier in this race comes from lane 3, so that's Keilor. So we have seen Keilor running some very, very strong finishes at the moment. They come through with a seated time of 2 minutes 01.48. Whittlesea City on their far outside, who they would have raced against at the region event, come through as the second fastest qualifier. So they're in lane 4. And then we've got a very even flood of teams from lanes 5, 6 and 7 who come with a time of 2 minutes 04 as well. So first and second, probably if they run as strongly as they did at region, will come through as our main contenders here today. So great recovery there by the Geelong athlete from lane 1. So we do hope he's okay. He's running a very strong leg at the moment there in this under 11 boys 4x200 metres. But Whittlesea City off to an absolute flyer at the moment. They know they came through as that second fastest qualifier, so they're going to have to get a bit of a head start on Keilor as they come into this first changeover. So you always look over for a good changeover in this zone. They did do that as well, as did Keilor. So Keilor and Whittlesea City running very strongly at the moment. On the outside, Sandringham in lane 6, also running a strong leg here at Lakeside Stadium. And on the far outside, Essendon. So that's a great effort there to have so many teams from one region come through into this top 8. So making their way into this third change. Sandringham going to be amongst that mix as well now. So Whittlesea City, Keilor, Sandringham, Essendon. Then Chelsea, Box Hill and Geelong. So Keilor running strongly at the moment on his far outside as well. Whittlesea City just passing over the shoulder of the Keilor athlete. So Whittlesea City coming home strong. A great shot there. You can see the athletes shouting out for their athletes as they come into this change. It's very efficient how the athletes get to this space here, and they've obviously got to make sure that they're mindful of other athletes around them as they change over. Essendon change first, Whittlesea City, then Geelong. Made a great recovery there as they make their way around. Sandringham in the mix as well, coming through strongly as well. And now Keilor, watch them come through now. Something must have happened there at one of those changeovers there, but we've got 4 athletes here in this mix now to come through. Keilor trying to dig deep to get in contact with this group now as well. But it looks like Sandringham might have that little bit of a power here, but Essendon's got a little bit of pepper in the pedal here. Essendon going to come across first. Sandringham, Keilor for third over Geelong. Chelsea, Whittlesea City very close, Cranbourne, and then we had Box Hill. What a phenomenal finish there by those young men in the under 11s. Great racing there. Great recovery by Keilor to sneak home for third as well. So great job there. Next event on the track is our under 10 girls 4x200 metres. That's event number 23. And I do believe we'll be moving into this race very quickly just to make up some time. In lane 1, we have Shepparton, 2 Ballarat, 3 Seaford, 4 Berwick, 5 Mornington, 6 Box Hill B, 7 Frankston. In lane 8, Yarra Rangers. So we do have a false start on this one, I believe. So clean start away this time here. Fastest qualifier in this first time final comes from lane 3. That's Seaford. So Seaford out of lane 3, running very well at the moment. On their outside, Berwick running a strong leg. So great vision there now with our camera sitting at the 200-metre mark. So Berwick with a cheeky, come on, let's get there now, to her fellow competitor. So Berwick look like they might change first from that shot there. You see the changeovers there from Seaford, Ballarat and Shepparton. So as we move back into our main camera here, see the athletes now making their way round in this second changeover. Running a strong leg at the moment is the athlete there from Mornington, lane 5. So they're in the orange on their far outside, Box Hill in the black and white. So Box Hill starting to pick up the momentum here into this third change. Found some really good speed there, the Box Hill athlete now. So Box Hill and Mornington probably change simultaneously there. Also in that would be Berwick as well. So longer legs of the Berwick athlete running strongly around the bend at the moment. On the far outside, Frankston starting to show some promise. And on the inside as well, Seaford starting to move up on the rest of the field. So it is Mornington at the moment. Probably just a margin in front. Box Hill 2 racing well. So Box Hill having to just move over a little bit there to get to her athlete. So Box Hill, Mornington, Seaford, Berwick, Frankston, Shepparton, Yarra Ranges and Ballarat. So Mornington at the moment moving well. Seaford, the athlete there from Seaford, you can see at the back of field now, the back of shot starting to try and make up some ground. So it's Mornington and Box Hill, Berwick, Seaford and Frankston. But too strong today will be that of Mornington. They'll come across first in this first time final. Box Hill, Berwick, Seaford, Frankston, Yarra Ranges, Shepparton and Ballarat. So athletes making their way out onto the track. This is the second time final of the under 10 girls 4x200 metres. So your top 8 competitors here from the region qualifying rounds. We'll just get some vision there of lane 1 if we can. And we'll introduce the field to you as well. So from lane 1 we have Essendon, 2 Moorabbin, 3 Geelong, 4 Keilor, 5 Box Hill, 6 Caulfield, 7 Sandringham, and in lane 8 we have Knox. So do expect a phenomenally fast race from lane 3 in Geelong. They come in with a fastest qualifier time at 5 seconds faster than any of their nearest competitors. So clean start away, probably a bit of a flyer there for Geelong at the moment as well, starting to move up strongly at the moment. The seated time comes in as 2:09.04. It's still a little bit behind the Victorian best performance set back in 1977 by Doncaster. So great racing here now. Some great vision there of the athletes as they make their way down. So Geelong looking to tire a little bit now, but they do look like they'll take the baton first. So athletes making their way round in this second leg. Running strongly on the outside is lane 7. That's Sandringham. You can see out in front at the moment. Obviously, the stagger's a little bit deceiving as they make their way towards the front straight here. The athletes will start to even up, more so probably this next changeover. That's probably a really good tale of how closely they are matched with each other. So you can see Geelong now where they're positioned. They will probably take the baton equally at the same time as Sandringham. So they do probably just a margin in front. So Geelong, Sandringham. Then we've got probably, I'd say, Box Hill, then followed by Keilor. So that stagger determines itself a little bit more now. Caulfield's starting to come up into that mix, and on the inside, Essendon from lane 1 making up some really good ground as well. So waving frantically there, their competitors in waiting. These are the 4th runners there waiting for this. Geelong digging deep there to get there now. Keilor staying composed, as is Box Hill and Caulfield as well. Essendon aren't out of this one either just yet, so a little bit of ground. Nothing wrong there in the positioning there. You've got to make your position to stay still and make your way around the athletes there. So they stayed stationary there, Geelong. So Geelong making their way around. Young competitor out in front. An absolutely gutsy little competitor when we normally see her at the track and field events as well. So running a strong race here now. Miles ahead. We did say 5 seconds was the actual time that they're looking for to be ahead of. VBP's just gone past now, but we've got some strong finishes for second, third. So Geelong first across the line. Caulfield, Box Hill, Essendon, Knox as well in that mix as well. So great running there by Geelong. They came out, they meant business. Also strong running by Keilor. It could have been Keilor snuck in there at that end. The crop tops there of Box Hill and Keilor are very closely aligned. So do apologise if I did call that wrong team there, but it's very, very close to call. So next event on the track is event 24. So this is the under 10 boys. 4x200 metres. So again, we have 2 time finals if you've just joined us. The first time final will feature the competitors from 9th through to 16th from the region qualifying rounds based on time. So in lane 1, we have Wodonga, 2 Ballarat, 3 Whittlesea City, 4 Box Hill, 5 Diamond Valley, 6 Keilor B, 7 Mornington and 8 Mentone. So nice clean start here. We're looking for a 9:10. So we're about 5 minutes behind at the moment. So not too bad. And we should be able to make that time up quite quickly. So centre of field at the moment running well is Box Hill out of lane 4. So you can see them with a white panel down their side. Heading with a number 21 on their uniform. Running strong on the outside as well is Mornington there in the orange. So they're running a great leg at the moment, as well as Keilor, Diamond Valley. Very even amongst those secondary teams there as well. Whittlesea City in shot now, Caulfield, and then on the inside we have Wodonga. So make their way around the bend here in this second leg. Very even at the moment, probably between that of Mornington and Keilor at the moment. Keilor starting to wind it up now in the second part of this leg of the race, and moving up strongly at as well is that of Diamond Valley and Box Hill. So Keilor, Diamond Valley and Box Hill, probably the pick of the crew at the moment as they come into this third change. So Box Hill are going to take the baton first. Box Hill, Diamond Valley, Mornington, Mentone, Whittlesea City, Ballarat and Wodonga. So the focus still remains on the 3 athletes there in centre of field. We talked about Box Hill, Diamond Valley and Keilor. So Keilor out of the 3 came through as the fastest qualifier, but it's only marginally in front of that of Diamond Valley. So Keilor moving strongly at the moment. They're looking for a nice clean line into that changeover. So you've got to transition yourself into that changeover space nice and clearly. So Keilor, Diamond Valley, Box Hill, Mornington go for the inside lane. Wodonga, Whittlesea City and Mentone. So nice little run there by the Keilor athlete at the moment. Box Hill starting to make some ground on Diamond Valley. Those two are going to push each other closer towards the athlete from Keilor out in front, and Mornington also trying to keep in contact with these 3 competitors in front of them. So Keilor racing well. Strong finish here by Diamond Valley, but not much will change there from their region rounds. Keilor, Diamond Valley, Box Hill, Mornington. Strong finish there by Ballarat, Whittlesea City, Chelsea and Mentone. So that's the first time final of the under 10 boys, 4x200 metres. So our second time final is on the track. We'll allow the athletes to start, and then I will introduce the field to you.
Set.
Lane 1, Berwick. 2, Caulfield B. 3, Doncaster. 4, Essendon.
Started,
5,
rotate.
Sale. 6, Keilor. 7, South Melbourne District. And in lane 8, Knox. So pretty strong racing at region qualifying rounds by that Doncaster. So Doncaster you'll see there in the yellow and gold there, the athlete there in waiting. The concentration is very intense. Essendon cheering his competitor into this changeover as well. They came through as the second fastest qualifier, so we'll probably put the challenge up to Doncaster and probably change first in front of them. Also running well at the moment on the outside is Keilor from lane 6, so they're really popping up Keilor at the moment in a number of races and in a number of really close finishes as well. South Melbourne District there running a good leg too around that bend, putting it up to the athlete there from Keilor. Essendon coming home strong in this second leg, and Doncaster not quite too far behind as well. So it's going to be really toe for toe here between Keilor, South Melbourne, Essendon and Doncaster starting to come through. So probably Essendon and Doncaster at the moment as they make their way round. These two are nice and close. Then we've got a lane gap between Keilor and South Melbourne. Then not too far behind is Sale, and on the outside Knox, and the 2 athletes on the inside, Berwick and Caulfield, having their own little battle on there for the minor places. So Doncaster starting to show why they came through as the fastest qualifier. Essendon thereafter as second qualifier, and athletes just positioning themselves into this changeover zone. So Doncaster take first. South Melbourne might have snuck in for second, and Essendon, Keilor, Sale, Knox, Caulfield and Berwick. So Knox coming home strongly now, but they're going to have, Doncaster coming home strongly now. You've got the 3 competitors just behind them as well. They're really going to battle it out for these minor medals here. But Doncaster looks safe at the moment. South Melbourne District, what a great race they've had to come up in and bump up into probably what looks like might be a silver medal. So Doncaster take first. South Melbourne, Essendon, Keilor, Sale. Berwick, Knox, that was Caulfield, Knox, then Berwick. So some really great vision here of those athletes. Completely spent they are, especially those younger fellas that made their way in between second, third and fourth. So not to be disappointed with their efforts. Great racing. And a shout out to Sale, who probably out of that race had the biggest distance to travel and probably quite an early start. So our next event on the track is our event 25. This is the under 9 girls, 4x200 metres. So time final 1 is on screen. And some really great attendance here today as well by the athletes from these teams. So we'll just allow the athletes to get a clean start and then we'll introduce the field.
On your marks. Set.
So a nice clean start away here. Lane 6, Campbell Malvern, they probably come with that fastest qualifying time, so they're in the blue and the red. But without, introduce the field to you as they make their way around in this first change. Lane 1, we've got Whittlesea City, 2, Cranbourne, 3, Werribee, 4, Ringwood, 5, Craigieburn, 6, Campbell Malvern, 7, Mentone, and 8 is Sandringham. So Sandringham on the far outside running a strong leg at the moment. Campbell Malvern almost blending in with the track there except for the red shorts. So some very good focus there by the athlete there from Craigieburn, Ringwood, Cranbourne, Werribee. So Sandringham there on the outside, running very well. Campbell Malvern starting to move up on them. There is a lanes gap between the two, so you'll expect Campbell Malvern to change the baton first, just in front of Sandringham. So Campbell Malvern finishing strongly in the leg over into the changeover zone. So nice clean change by the under 9 girls. Sandringham will change second, then Werribee, Cranbourne, Whittlesea City, Craigieburn, Mentone, and Ringwood as well in that group. So Campbell Malvern making their way around at the moment. Cranbourne sitting in second, Werribee, then Whittlesea City. So Campbell Malvern, nice line of sight to her athlete there. Cranbourne 2 running very well at the moment. Werribee probably just after Whittlesea City. Ringwood, Craigieburn, Sandringham and Mentone. So that rounds out the field now into this final leg here. Running a strong leg still is that of Campbell Malvern. Cranbourne just trying to chase them down. And then we have Whittlesea City, Werribee and Ringwood as well for third, fourth and fifth at the moment. So Campbell Malvern had a bit of a sneaky look back just to see how far her competitor is behind her. But it is going to be Campbell Malvern just holding on. Cranbourne will come home second in this first time final. Whittlesea City, Ringwood, good finish there by Werribee, Mentone, Craigieburn and Sandringham B. So great race in there by the under 9 girls. Probably their first opportunity here to run at Lakeside Stadium as well. So their first major championship. So a big congratulations to those competitors in the teams that ran in that first time final. So no disappointment at all. They should be very proud of their efforts. So do look like we've got a full field once again in this second time final of the under 9 girls. So this race is about to start. It does feature your top 8 competitors from the region qualifying round. So we'll allow the athletes to just prepare themselves now. And they're just about nearly back on time, a couple of minutes behind at the second. We might take that opportunity now to introduce the field to you. So from lane 1 we have Ballarat, 2 Caulfield, 3 Sandringham, 4 Yarra Rangers, 5 Mornington, 6 Essendon, 7 Geelong and 8 Bendigo.
On your marks. Set.
So once again from the inside we have Ballarat, Caulfield, Sandringham, Yarra Rangers, Mornington, Essendon, Geelong and Bendigo. So we'll get some vision in a second now. You've got Bendigo running very strongly at the moment down the back straight. Some great focus there by Geelong. Mornington running strongly at the moment. Waving madly as Sandringham to her athlete just to get that last little bit of speed out of that first leg. So as they make their way into the first change now, very even at the moment. Probably Mornington might take first over Caulfield, Sandringham, Geelong, Yarra Rangers, Essendon, and then also Ballarat running a good leg at the moment from lane 1. The athletes in lane 4, Yarra Rangers, look to be running strongly, as is that of Sandringham out of lane 3. But on the far outside at the moment, Bendigo, they've come the distance, so they're going to have a decent dig at this one here. So Bendigo, Mornington running strongly, Sandringham starting to make some ground. On the far outside in lane 7, Geelong running a strong leg. But as they come into this change here, it is going to be Mornington, Sandringham, very close there between the two of them. Bendigo, Geelong, Essendon. Great change there by Caulfield making up some ground, and Ballarat as well there in lane 1. So the battle now at the moment is between Sandringham and Mornington. So Sandringham seems to have taken the lead at the moment out in front. Just to the far left a shot there. We could just see them come in there. So the crossover zone here where the green cones are, where the athletes can safely make their way towards the inside lanes in the direction of the athletes that are in waiting for their team. So Sandringham change first, then Mornington, Caulfield, Yarra Rangers, Bendigo, Geelong, Ballarat and Essendon. So Sandringham out in front at the moment. They come through with the fastest qualifier with a time of 2:20. So moving well at the moment, keeping a safe run. She now moves into lane 1, not to run that extra distance there and keep those extra metres at the end of the finish when you start to tire. Mornington sitting in second. Caulfield holding on currently for third at the moment. So it's Sandringham that are going to come across the line in first. Mornington will safely take second. Caulfield, Bendigo, Yarra Rangers, Geelong. And a battle on for those minor places between Ballarat and Essendon. So great racing there by our second time final of the under-9 girls. So it does look like we are waiting for athletes, in actual fact, this time round. So we are meant to have a 9:26 start, but our under-9 boys are MIA right now at the start line. They must be still making their way through the call room. So I don't believe they're making mud pies over by the lake, but there's every chance, being an under-9 boy, that they're doing something that is a little bit cheeky and quite possibly not what they're meant to be doing. But I'm sure they'll come down to the start line very shortly. So we'll allow you to have a couple of minutes break if you like. We just wait for these athletes to make their way down, and then we'll give you a shout out when we see them on their way through from the call room. So have this opportunity to take a quick 2-minute break, and we'll be back with you in just a moment. We will be back on a start in just a second. You'll just see coming to shot our under 9 boys making their way towards, just very casually making their way to the start line. One of our helpers, their dad's just Sunday afternoon walk, but it's on a Saturday. The boys will be primed and ready to go, no doubt. So generally very anxious to get race the gun, these young men. They have a habit. We'll see, we normally have a challenge between the boys and the girls here at Little Athletics to see who has the most articulated starts. Unfortunately, the boys tend to let themselves down a little bit because they're just so keen to go. It looks like we might have a couple of age groups there in actual fact. We've got both time finals here, so we will be one after the other. So they're in no great rush, these young men, but that's okay. They'll make their way out towards the start line and we'll introduce the field to you. Some will even take a break up onto the starting cones because they've got a little bit of extra time in their tank. So we are probably looking at about 10 minutes behind now. So we'll look at making up that time just very shortly. So we are missing a couple who are not out on the track yet. I believe that they are meant to be on the track, so we'll just see. Missed half of the start line, but you know, here they go. Oh dear. It's first time out there. We've got a couple vying for this. Looks like we've got no lane 5 possibly, so Chelsea might be a DNS in this one here. So we'll just make sure we aren't missing anybody here. So from the infield we have lane 1 Knox, 2 Ballarat, 3 Sandringham B, 4 Ringwood, 5 is vacant, 6 is Shepparton, 7 Corio, and in lane 8 Melton City.
Come back, wait for the call, come back. Trust your ears.
On your marks.
There you go.
Set.
So a clean start here for this first time final of the under 9 boys from lane 1 Knox, 2 Ballarat, 3 Sandringham B, 4 Ringwood, 6 Shepparton, 7 Corio, and 8 Melton City. So you'll see a little bit of a gap there in between the athletes there. We have no 5, but all other competitors are here. So Melton City running a strong leg there on the far outside left of screen. Corio, Shepparton, Ringwood, Sandringham, Knox and Ballarat there as well. So they come round in this second leg here. Sandringham centre of field running a very strong leg, as is Ringwood on their outside. So they come out of lanes 3 and 4. Melton City on the far outside in lane 8, running a strong leg at the moment. Shepparton moving up as well, and Ringwood there in centre of field. So Ringwood's probably pick of the bunch at the moment coming into this change over here. They should change just in front of Melton City. Then Shepparton, Sandringham, Knox, Corio and Ballarat there just coming into shot now. So focus changes back now over to our competitors out in the front of the field. It is between Ringwood and Sandringham. Sandringham starting to find a little bit more fuel in the tank right now, as the two are going to go toe-to-toe in towards this final changeover. So Sandringham, Ringwood, Melton City, they're your 3 at the moment. Ringwood possibly just in front. Sandringham thereafter, and Melton City, who probably had the cleanest of the changes. Knox, Shepparton and Corio, and not too far away now is that of Ballarat as well. So Ballarat just coming through now. Knox kindly moving out of the way. Ringwood coming home strongly now, past that of Mountain City. Mountain City going to have another counter-attack at this one here, but Ringwood isn't letting them get anywhere near them right now. So Ringwood coming home strongly here. Mountain City looks like they'll hold on for second in this first time final. Then we've got Sandringham, Shepparton, Corio, Knox, and coming home strongly, not too far behind now. And just coming into shot is that of Ballarat. So well done to our competitors in that first time final of the under-9 boys, 4x200 metres. Our next event on the track is our second time final of the under-9 boys, 4x200 metres. Victorian best performance in this event is set back in 1984 by Doncaster with a time of 2 minutes 06.0.
Set.
Teams from the inside, lane 1, Mornington B, 2, Diamond Valley, 3, Sandringham, 4, Caulfield, 5, Mornington, 6, Cranbourne, 7, Berwick, and 8, Bendigo. So strong start on the outside by that of Bendigo and Berwick in 7 and 8. A little bit of a gap in the centre of field, but Mornington looks strong too at the moment there in lane 5. So Mornington running a strong leg here in this final time final. They come through as the second fastest qualifier behind Caulfield, who you just saw change over there. So Berwick running strongly, Mornington running equally as strong, and Cranbourne starting to move up on that group as well. Caulfield coming into shot now as well. They start to make a move up on the group here. But on the outside at the moment, Berwick is running very strongly. Mornington transitioning into this final change. Starting to hurt a little bit there for Bendigo. Berwick take opportunity of this, as does Sandringham and also Diamond Valley in the inside lanes as well. So Caulfield struggled to get the baton there, gave the opportunity for the athletes on the inside, Diamond Valley and Sandringham, to make up a little bit of ground. But it's starting to even up now, and the athlete from Caulfield, obviously a very strong 200-metre runner, starts to take the lead from the fellow competitors on his outside in Mornington and Cranbourne. So it's all tables have turned here now. Caulfield in front. Caulfield will change first, followed by Sandringham, Cranbourne, Berwick, Diamond Valley, Mornington B, Bendigo. So they've made what looked like a little bit of fourth place moving into the third baton change into an outstanding first place run here now. Minor medals are up for grabs here between Mornington, Cranbourne and Sandringham. Diamond Valley not too far behind as well as Berwick. But it is all about Caulfield here. They came through as the fastest qualifier here. Their qualifying time is 2:14. The Victorian best performance has just passed, but they're going to beat that time now. Arm goes across. We've got a yellow flag on this race. Mornington, Sandringham, Cranbourne, Diamond Valley, Bendigo, Berwick and Mornington B. So there is a yellow flag on this race here. Next event on the track is event number 27. This is our mixed 4x200 metre race for the under 13s to under 17 multi-class athletes. So, yeah, multi-class athletes are athletes that have a classification. So they're generally athletes that require additional assistance, and their classification will determine their disability that they might have. So a number of different athletes, a number of different classifications in this race, but we're very fortunate to be featuring 5 teams here from the state around all across Victoria. So from lane 1 we have Southern Metro region, in lane 3 we have Northern Country region, lane 4 we have Western Metro region, and lane 6 Wodonga, and in lane 8 Eastern Metro region. So normally these teams would formally come from a region, but we're very lucky to see Wodonga be able to present a team of their own. And the athletes all running very, very well at the moment here. So you see SMR just take the baton here now. Northern Country and Wodonga almost there in for their baton change. So running well at the moment is that of Eastern Metro region out in lane 8. Western Metro region starting to make some ground. Western Metro do come in with our fastest qualifying time of 2:29.42. So they'll be looking to make a personal best time here for their team as they move into the 3rd competitor. So a nice good change over there by Western Metro region. Then we have Eastern Metro region changing next. SMR also running a great leg there in lane 1. And our final 2 teams just about to change over. That's Northern Country region and Wodonga. So strong racing there by Northern Country region at the moment there. Wodonga not too far behind on the far outside. So we'll draw our attention to the back straight now, and we'll be looking at vision of our changeover from that 200 metre mark. So the athlete there, Kobe, taking the baton there from Western Metro region. The Southern Metro region there, athlete just a little bit further forward of action of shot now, but they change over in 2nd. Then we've got Northern Country region. Eastern Metro region very closely followed behind, and Wodonga not too far away at all from their final changeover. So some great racing here by the athletes from our multi-class group. And now coming across the line first is that from Western Metro. So great racing by Western Metro. Not too far at the top of the straight we have Eastern Metro region, Northern Country region, Southern Metro, and also Wodonga. So these placings as these athletes come across the line are unofficial. So there is a percentage calculation that is determined. So great racing there by EMR. Northern Country racing very strongly. She knows she's so close to the line here, and a great strong finish there by Wodonga. Not just quite enough, but a great time by Wodonga. And Southern Metro region not too far behind now. So our young competitor there, he's not under 13s to under 17s, but the combination of his team brings him into this category here, and he's run a great 200 metres to the very, very outstanding applause. He's checking over there to make sure Dad's not too far behind, which he is.
Go over the bend, buddy.
So great job there by our multi-class athletes today. A big high five there to Ben, their helper. So we are, as we just were featured now, moving into our mixed events for our 4x200 metres. So the next event on the track is our mixed under 12 competitors. So this is event number 28. So once again, as we mentioned before, similar to our 4x200 metre events, we have 2 time finals. First time final will feature the athletes positioned from 9th through to 16th from the region qualifying grounds, with the top 8 fastest qualifiers from region in time final number 2. So time finals work this way. They are consolidated results between the 2 races for final placings and medals presented after those races are being
On your
completed.
marks. Set.
So clean start away, lane 1, we have Doncaster, 2, Chelsea, 3, Geelong C, 4, Ballarat, 5, Knox B, 6, Bendigo, 7, Ringwood, and 8, Coburg. So the athletes can run in any particular order in here. We have 2 boys and 2 girls racing. So more commonly the girls do tend to start, and they may change into a female or a male competitor in the next leg. So no more than 2 boys, no more than 2 girls. But it does even up the races very, very consistently as they make their way around. It gives centres also an opportunity that don't necessarily have enough male or female competitors to field a team to be able to run in these races. So strong racing there on the outside there by Coburg, Bendigo and Caulfield at the moment. So Caulfield probably moving up on the group, closely followed by Geelong and Doncaster. So Caulfield looked Ballarat, they look to change first, I apologise. So Ballarat changing first. Bendigo on the far outside is Coburg. Geelong and Doncaster running strong legs there. Doncaster starting to move up on the rest of the field on the inside. So giving the boys a bit of a run for their money at the moment is that the athlete from Doncaster there in lane 1. So Doncaster and Ballarat running the strongest of the groups at the moment. So it's Ballarat will probably change first just in front of Doncaster. So Ballarat, Doncaster, Geelong, Bendigo, Coburg, Knox, Chelsea and Ringwood. They're 2 very closely there in the 7th and 8th place. So Ballarat coming home strong. Geelong starting to move up on the group, and then on the far outside, making their way around the back of the bend in for 3rd place is Bendigo and Coburg. So Ballarat still running strongly now. Geelong holding into 2nd place, but a battle's on between 3rd, between Bendigo and Coburg. A strong finish there by Knox, Doncaster and Ringwood. So we've got a yellow flag on this race, and just coming across the line now is that of Chelsea. So there is a yellow flag on this race. So 2nd time final is ready to go. So we're still chasing that 5-minute buffer at the second. And the event on track is the 2nd time final of the under 12 mixed 4x200 metres. So your top 8 competitors from the region qualifying rounds. In lane 1, Sandringham, 2, Mornington, 3, Geelong, 4, Essendon, 5, Knox, 6, Cranbourne, 7, Geelong and 8, Caulfield.
Set.
So nice clean start here. Essendon running very strongly at the moment out of lane 4, moving up on the outside of Knox on their shoulder. So Essendon probably pick of the bunch at the moment. They might come into this changeover first. Geelong running a strong leg from lane 3. They are our fastest qualifier, and do expect Knox to pop up in this group as well. So top 3 qualifiers were of those centres, and also Cranbourne were amongst that mix as well. So smooth transition there by that of Geelong. And it's going to be nice and close here between those inside lanes. Knox running a strong leg at the moment there out of lane 5. We saw that competitor run earlier in the 4x2s for the boys race as well, running a very strong third leg I think it might have been. So Knox at the moment running strongly. Geelong chasing down Caulfield on the outside in amongst the mix at the moment still. So Knox nice and smooth. Geelong, Caulfield, Essendon, Cranbourne. Second Geelong team, Mornington and then Sandringham. So the 2 are battling this out here at the moment now. Geelong slightly in front. And Box Hill in amongst that mix now as well. Or is it Chelsea? Yeah, it is Box Hill, I apologise. Yeah, Knox, my apologies. So from the back, it looks very similar to a couple of centres, but it is Geelong and Knox at the moment. Essendon, Cranbourne and Caulfield as well. So these two are going to really bring it down to the line here. Really great racing. Keep a watch on the time. The Victorian best performance is 1:49. We're only just going to surpass that now. Geelong first, Knox second. Essendon holding on for third in front of Cranbourne. Caulfield, Geelong B, Mornington and Sandringham there for 8th place. So event 29 is on the track. This is the mixed under 11 4x200 metres.
On your mark.
In lane 1, Bendigo, 2, Ballarat, 3, Ringwood, 4, Collingwood, 5, Doncaster, 6, Caulfield, 7, Sandringham and 8, Keilor. So a nice clean start here for the athletes. Geelong off to a really good start there in centre of field, or Collingwood it is, I believe. So it's Collingwood centre of field running very strongly at the moment. You'll see them there. The athlete in waiting there. And on the far outside, Keilor also off to a good start. So Keilor might just change first there in that instance. They're a bit out of shot there. You can't actually see them there, but we can see that of Ringwood, Ballarat and Bendigo. Bendigo changing over. So strong second leg at the moment still to Keilor. Caulfield moving up, as is Sandringham and Collingwood in the centre of field. So Sandringham starting to turn the legs over now. They will change very, very closely to that of Keilor. So Keilor first, then Sandringham, Collingwood, Caulfield, Doncaster, Ringwood, Ballarat and Bendigo in that order. So Caulfield now probably the pick of the bunch as they make their way down towards this final change. Keilor's had a little bit of burst of speed there out in lane 8. So it's Caulfield, Keilor, Doncaster, Sandringham, Collingwood, Ringwood, Ballarat and Bendigo. So great running there by Caulfield and Keilor at the moment. Third place in this one is going to be nice and close. There's a mixture of teams there coming in for that final place there. But it's Caulfield, girls bringing it home right now. Caulfield, Keilor, Doncaster, Sandringham, Ringwood, Collingwood, Ballarat and Bendigo. So some really great vision there of the athletes as they just pass their batons back over so we can recycle for another race in waiting. And as our competitors move now into their lane positions now for this second time final of the under 11s, we'll introduce the field to you. So from lane 1 we have Corio, 2 Yarra Rangers, 3 Mornington, 4 Whittlesea City, 5 Mentone, 6 Cranbourne, 7 Geelong and 8 Mentone B.
Set. Lane 1, Drake, first and final warning.
So just allow the athlete to reset here, and they're back off to a nice clean start this time.
Set.
So clean start away this time. Great flyer there for Crow from lane 1. Ready and rearing to go well and truly before that race there. On the far outside, you can see in shot at the moment, lane 6, Cranbourne running a very strong leg at the moment. They are our fastest qualifying. We did see the girls and the boys races earlier ran very, very well. Some beautiful hair accessories there by Whittlesea City in lane 4, but on the far outside at the moment, the attention's drawn to lane 6 and 7 between Cranbourne and Geelong. Also that in Mentone running well at the moment as well. So making their way around at the moment, it is Cranbourne racing very strongly at the moment, well and truly out in front of their competitor. So looking for some nice clean changeovers here. They've done this before and they are very, very dedicated to this, and also the hair. Yes, the hair is an absolute feature. Nice clean change there by Cranbourne, Whittlesea City, Mornington, Corio, and on the far outside Geelong, Mentone and Yarra Rangers. So it is all about Cranbourne. They are far left of shot at the moment, so we'll just see if we can pick up then in the shot at the moment, heading towards that changeover now. So Cranbourne they're going to take the baton first here. Do we expect the teams to start making some sort of gain or distance gain on them? Corio, Mornington, Whittlesea City, Geelong, Mentone, Yarra Rangers and Mentone B. But it is all about Cranbourne. What an absolutely brilliant run they've done here today. So it's all about Cranbourne here as they make their way across the line for first place. That Victorian best performance could be under threat in that result there. Mornington come home second, then Corio, Whittlesea City just in front of Geelong, Mentone, Yarra Rangers and Mentone B. So keep an eye on the official time for that race, ladies and gentlemen. We will also see if we can check that once it's loaded on Results Hub, just to see if that Victorian best performance was taken there by Cranbourne. And it would be, if it was Cranbourne, it would actually have been their Victorian best performance from the region qualifying round. So they ran a 1:57.23 at region. So we'll keep an eye out to see if that time did better that.
Next presentation is for the mixed 4x200 metre relays for the 113 to 17 multi-class. Third position, our bronze medalists. Congratulations to Southern Metropolitan Region. And second position, our silver medalists represent Eastern Metropolitan Region. And in first position, our gold medalists and state champions. Congratulations to Western Metropolitan Region.
Okay, next event on the track is event number 30. This is the under 10s 4x200 metre mixed time finals. So there are two races.
Set.
So from lane 1 we have Ballarat, 2 Berwick, 3 Caulfield, 4 Ringwood, 5 Campbell Malvern, 6 Kyabram, 7 Mornington and 8 Nuttawading. So nice even start at the moment there. Probably Mornington just a slight smidge in front of the competitors there. as they make their way down the back straight. So you'll see there Mornington on the left of screen, just coming into shot. That is of Ringwood as well. So some great socks coming out of Caulfield there in that second leg. But it is at the moment the athletes on the outside from Kyabram and Mornington running very strongly. So Mornington in the orange, Kyabram in the red. So the two teams there from Mornington, Kyabram going to come into this changeover here quite even. Ringwood starting to move up on the field. Remember, there is a stagger, and it does differ significantly from the outside lanes to the inside lanes. So we'll keep a watch here at the moment. Was Kyabram to change first? Mornington, Ringwood, Caulfield, Camberwell, Malvern, Ballarat and Berwick. So the athlete from Kyabram running a very strong race at the moment. Mornington's starting to move up on her shoulder as well. They'll come to this crossover zone now, and the objective here is to run directly to your competitor as safely as you possibly can, with not to interfere with anybody else. So Mornington and Kyabram at the moment, they'll take the baton first, then Caulfield, Camberwell, Malvern, Ballarat, Nuttawading, Ringwood and Berwick. So Mornington just in front at the moment, but Kyabram's starting to dig those heels in now as he makes his way, this little speedster, around towards the final stage of this race. Mornington has a reaction now. He knows where he's at, but Kyabram is still going to have another little counter attack at this one here. So great effort here by Kyabram. Such a big trouble to come down here for these championships, but Mornington holds off to first in that one. Kyabram, Caulfield, Camberwell, Malvern, Ringwood, Ballarat, Nuttawading and Berwick. Next event on the track is event number 30. This is the second time final of the under 10s, 4x200 metres.
Set. Lane 4, unsteady. On your marks. Set.
So from lane 1 we have Shepparton, 2 Box Hill, 3 Essendon, 4 Melton City, 5 Keilor, 6 Geelong, 7 Knox, and in lane 8 Seaford. So strong leg at the moment, racing well, is that of Melton City and also Keilor. So the two in right centre of field now. battling it out. So a bit of a mixture of starters in this one here. So it looks like the boys have taken over the start in this particular race as opposed to the girls in the previous. So Knox running a good leg there as well. See a little bit of shady overcast in the background at the moment is from the city view at the moment. So not sure if we're expecting showers, but this won't stop these young competitors making their way around. So Knox running very well at the moment. They don't come with the fastest seated time at the moment, but they're really convincingly running a strong leg. So I think their two boys might have started first in this instance. So a good way to get a head start and get out of all the trouble over in that final change. So Knox at the moment making their way down to that change over here. Melton City might just change marginally first in front of Knox, then Geelong, then Keilor, Essendon, Shepparton and Box Hill, as well as Seaford. So Melton City starting to make and stamp their ground down on this race. They're our second fastest qualifiers, and Knox coming through now still strongly, but Keilor starting to make their way through. So good spot by Keilor there to find their competitor. But Melton City is going to have to cross over a little bit here. It's going to be organised chaos, but they've done it pretty well, to be perfectly honest. So well raced there by the athletes there. Didn't look like it was going to happen, but they made it happen. So Melton City running strongly now. Keilor in second place. Knox in third. Geelong in fourth. So Geelong looking to strike at the moment in for that bronze medal, and Keilor looking to strike for gold. So the two are going to come down to the line here. They're marginally between themselves for qualifying times, but the competitor from Keilor got the longest stride here. It might be to his advantage. So Keilor are going to snap this one across the line just in front of Melton City. Knox in third, then Geelong, Essendon, Box Hill, Shepparton and Seaford. We've got a little bit of 6-7 there, I think, Nath. It was just a tiny one, but it was there. So attention drawn back to the start line now. This is our under-9 race here. So they are under-9 mixed 4x2. Once again, we have two-time finals. The first featuring the competitors positioned 9th to 16th from the region qualifying rounds, with our final heat
On your mark.
with the top 8.
Set.
So clean start away from lane 1, we have Berwick, 2 Ballarat, lane 3 Campbell or Malvern, 4 Sandringham, 5 Cranbourne, 6 Nuttawading, 7 South Melbourne District, and in lane 8 Bacchus Marsh. So fastest qualifier, who was the 9th fastest qualifier overall, is out of lane 4, that's Sandringham. So right in the centre of the screen you can see them. Got a combination of boys and girls in this particular start, but predominantly girls. So just the 2 boys featuring in this first leg here at the moment. On the far outside, that's South Melbourne District and Bacchus Marsh. So Nuttawading changeover just in front of us. Cranbourne, Sandringham, Campbell, Malvern, Ballarat and Berwick there on the inside. So making their way around in this second leg, running strongly at the moment, is South Melbourne District there with the white and red hoops. On the far outside, Bacchus Marsh still running a strong leg, and Sandringham starting to powerhouse through the centre of field, and Nuttawading as well. So the 2 teams of green look like they might change first. Nuttawading just in front possibly of Sandringham, but it could be very even there for the 2 teams. So we'll keep an eye out for that now. It will be Sandringham only just in front of Nuttawading, South Melbourne District, Bacchus Marsh, Cranbourne, Campbell or Malvern, Ballarat and Berwick. So the third runners in this event racing strongly at the moment. Probably the pick of the 2 at the moment is the Sandringham female athlete just in front of the Nuttawading male as they come into this final change. So we'll see that vision there of the athletes shouting out to their competitors. A little bit more organised in this particular race here. So Sandringham will take first, Nuttawading, Cranbourne, South Melbourne, Campbell or Malvern, Bacchus Marsh, Berwick and Ballarat in that order. So Sandringham's going to have to start turning those legs over a little bit quicker, because running him down now at the moment is that of Nunawading and Cranbourne, and not too far behind them back Smash, South Melbourne and Campbell and Malvern. So as he comes through now, that distance a little bit more deceiving than we thought it was. So Sandringham start to roll the legs over now. He'll come across the line in an unofficial first place. We do have a yellow on this race. Nunawading in second, Cranbourne. Tight finish there, South Melbourne slightly in front of Bacchus Marsh, Campbell, Malvern, Berwick and Ballarat in that order. So there is a yellow flag on this. Two yellow flags on that one in actual fact. So a great and exciting opportunity for these young competitors here. First chance to run at Lakeside Stadium in some instances if they weren't running in their 4x2 event earlier. So this next event on the track will be our last Little Athletics event in the first block. Then we'll be transitioning over to the Athletics Victoria events for the next hour and a quarter. So great attendance here by the Little Athletes teams. I think we've only possibly had one non-attendee. So one scratching so far, which is great to see in these age groups. So event 31 on the track. This is the second time final of the under 9 mixed 4x200 metres. In lane 1 we have Mornington B, 2 Surf Coast, 3 Mornington, 4 Werribee, 5 Caulfield, 6 Bendigo, 7 Essendon. In lane 8 we have Ringwood.
Set.
So clean start away that by Mornington. Mornington got off to a great start. We've got all the girls except lanes 1 and 2 running in this particular leg. Centre of field running well at the moment is Caulfield. They do come through as our fastest qualifier with a time of 2:18.04, just marginally in front of Bendigo on their outside shoulder. They came in as a 2:20.31. So you'll see here now the changeovers of the competitors here. Caulfield probably going to change first just in front of Mornington. Surf Coast had a great leg there as well in amongst the mix there, and also the second Mornington team in Mornington B. So nice
starters, can you please make your way to the stand
on this bend, and on their inside Mornington A starting to move up on the field. But it's Bendigo at the moment out of lane 6. Caulfield starting to bring it home there in 5, and Mornington in lane 3. Just starting to make a bit of a surge towards the finish here now. So it's Bendigo at the moment. They might just change slightly after morning, and almost equally too. And Surf Coast 2 running a great leg as well. So it's Mornington, Surf Coast and Bendigo, Caulfield, Werribee, Essendon, Ringwood and Mornington B. So the athletes will come up towards this crossover zone here. Surf Coast starting to turn the legs over probably a little bit quicker than Mornington, but Mornington makes a surge now. Caulfield starts to powerhouse at home now as well. So Caulfield have got their 2 male runners here at the finish as they come towards the end. So we've got Mornington and Caulfield almost simultaneously changing. Then Surf Coast, Bendigo, Werribee, Essendon, Ringwood and Mornington B. So as they make their way around the bend at the moment, running very strongly now and still is Caulfield. Bendigo starting to come into the back of the shot right now, as is Werribee. So Caulfield and Mornington, the two would have battled it out at their respective region qualifying round. Caulfield look home now. Mornington holding on for second, and a great race by Bendigo coming in for third. So Caulfield across first. There is a yellow flag on this one here. Mornington, Bendigo, Werribee, Surf Coast, Ringwood, Essendon and Mornington B. So we will be doing a changeover very shortly. So we'll be resuming at 10:30 is our next start. So in about 10 minutes, we'll be moving into the Athletics Victoria events. So I will take a brief break and I'll be back online with Mr. Glenn Turner presenting the Athletics Victoria events.
So we have a request for the following clubs to provide their club helpers for the Athletics Victoria next session. Coria 1 helper, Ballarat Region 1 helper, Diamond Valley 2 helpers please, Sandringham 1, Ringwood 1 and Glen Huntly. If you could make your way to the Cathy Freeman room please. Just a reminder, Coria 1 helper, Ballarat Region 1, Diamond Valley 2, Sandringham 1, Ringwood 1 and Glen Huntly 1.
These presentations for the girls' 4x200 relays for under 10s. In third position, and bronze medalist, time 2:12:39. Congratulations to Cross Hill A. In second position, our silver medalist, posted a time of 2:12:27. Congratulations to Caulfield A. And in first position, our gold medalist and state champions with a time of 2:08:38. Congratulations to Long A. by 200 metres under nines. In third position with a time of 2:21.80. Congratulations to our bronze medalist, ProFeet A. Second position with a time of 2:19.83. Congratulations to our silver medalist, Warrington A. Coming in first, with a time of 2:18.89. Congratulations to our gold medalist and state champions, Sandringham A. Congratulations, girls, your medalists for the 4x200 metre relay and nine.
Mary had a little
Next presentation for the boys 4x200 metres under nines. In third position, our bronze medalist with a time of 2:14.98. Congratulations to Sandringham A. In second position with a time of 2:14.73. Congratulations to our silver medalist, Warrington A. In third position,
Well, very good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the live stream. Big thanks to Kim John taking us through the first session of the morning for the Commonwealth Bank Little Athletics State Relay Championships. Some exciting action in some of the preliminary 4x1s, but very shortly we'll commence our preliminary rounds of the Athletics Victoria Relay Championships. First block of events will be the 4x100 metres on the track. Is the first of two heats of the under 14 girls 4x100 metres. The progression is the top two from each heat will progress automatically, and then the next four fastest time across those two heats will follow. And for live results and all the information in the start list, you can head to athsvic.org.au/results hub. If not, head straight to the AthsVic website and follow the prompts after you see Results Hub. So all age groups across both men and women will be involved in their heats in the 4x1 this morning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track will be the first of the preliminary rounds of the 4x100 metres. First age group is under 14 women. First of two heats. The progression is the first two place getters from each heat. The next fastest times across both heats will proceed to the final. Let's introduce the teams. In lane 2, we welcome Casey Cardinia's C team. In 3, from Ballarat region. In 4, S&B team. In 5, Sandringham. In 6, Box Hill. In 7, Bendigo region. In lane 8, South Barwon. That is the field for heat 1 of 2. So the current champions for this event is Glen Huntley. They won in 50.95 last year. They will be coming up in the next heat in lane 2. Great atmosphere down here at Lakeside. If you do have an opportunity to get down, please come down for the Little Athletics Victoria and the Athletics Victoria State Relay Championships. Our first heat behind their blocks, ready to get underway. So our first heat's underway. First two place getters in each heat will automatically qualify. Sandringham have run very well. It's Cara Giorgio. Going to put them in a strong position down the back straight. Great change. So it's Sandringham. Then on the outside, Box Hill chasing at the moment, but Sandringham flying as well as Box Hill. That's Ariana Di Martino. She'll have hopefully a clear change to Kiara Munasingh. So the first two will automatically qualify for the final later this afternoon on our program, and it is Sandringham and Box Hill. Sandringham has the better position at the moment, but a great performance from Box Hill, challenging. So these two teams will progress to the final. Box Hill will take the heat. Sandringham second. Be close for third between Barwon, Bendigo and also Ballarat. But our first two qualifiers for the under 14 women's final, Sandringham and Box Hill, and we'll have to wait for heat number 2 coming up shortly. So a great hit out between Box Hill and Sandringham. All those changes obviously important. Sandringham had a great change at change number 1. And then Ariana Di Martino from Box Hill absolutely flew down the back straight and kept them in great contention. Good change to Mona Singh. And then Megan Lee for Box Hill brought the team home. And from Sandringham, it's Cara Giorgio to Hiller, to Potanaya and Elliston. So we'll have those times shortly. As I said, head to Results Hub so we can understand what we need to qualify for the final. So the second heater behind their blocks in lane number 2, Glen Huntley A. In 3, Nunawading A. In 4, Geelong Guild A. Lane 5, Essendon A. In lane 6, Casey Gardenia B team. 7, Williamstown A. And in lane 8, Casey Gardenia.
On your marks. Set.
So a second heat underway from the outside. Casey Gardenia will lead them out. That's Ashley Winder. Comes in to Hartley Patterson. Great change. So they are flying down the back straight. Essendon taking chase. Also on the inside, Geelong. Glen Huntley's got a bit of work to do to progress, but Casey's gone very early, but looked like a good change within the box. So they're leading them around the 150 mark. Billy Grayling will pass to Portia Miller, but Casey pretty strong. Glen Huntley's coming in on the inside. They won this event last year, but Casey Gardenia flying with Portia Miller is going to easily take out heat number 2. Also progressing will be Glen Huntley. Elia Vagidis will push them into that automatic qualifying position. And in the meantime, let's head back to Anthony McIntosh for the next presentation.
Coming in second with time 2:03.19. Congratulations to our silver medals, Warrington A. And in first position, with a Victorian best performance on 1:57.34. Congratulations to our gold medalists and state champions, Greenberg A.
So the under 14 age group, the 4x1s concluded 2 heats. A little bit of a technical issue with the results, which will be coming through shortly. Our next event on the track will be the first of 2 heats of the under 16 women. 16 teams across 2 heats, and again the progression is the first 2 place getters in each heat, and then the next 4 best times from both heats will progress to the final a little later this afternoon. So our current champions from last year in the under 16 age group, Casey Gardenia, have got 2 teams. Casey Gardenia B team will progress in heat number 1, and their A team will progress in number 2. But certainly some talented athletes coming or competing in these 2 heats, coming off the back of the Australian All School Championships held here at Lakeside last weekend. Some great performances last night in night 1 of the Athletics Victoria, the ProFeet Athletics Victoria medley and 4x1500 metre relays. Certainly looking forward to a big day of athletics, which started of course with the Commonwealth Bank Little Athletics Victoria State Championships. We have a number of relays this afternoon, and then at 6:30 local Australian Eastern Daylight Saving Time we head to Zatopek 10, the 65th running of the event, including the 50th running of the women's competition. That gets underway at 6:30 with the women's under 20 3,000 metre B race, and then there is a plethora of middle distance, including the Victorian 60 metre state championships. We have the men's and women's 4x400 metre relays, and of course the Ondieki and the Di Castella under 23,000s. And then of course the 2 Zatopek 10,000 metres, which are the Australian Championships, and also these events are selection opportunities for the 2026 Commonwealth Games.
By the way, I'm in charge and I'll be
Next presentation is for the mixed 4x200 metre relays up under 12. In third position for the time, 1:55.81. Congratulations to our silver medalists and bronze medalists in the main. In second position for the time, 1:51.50. Congratulations to our silver medalists, Ross. Crossing the line in first place at the time of 1:51.30. Congratulations to our gold medalists and state champions, Geelong A.
Thanks, Anthony. The next event on the track will be the first of two heats of the women's under-16 4x100 metres. The progression, the first two place getters in each heat, the next four fastest times across both heats will progress to the final. Full fields of 8. Lane 1, Glen Huntley A. Lane 2, Keilor St Bernard's. Lane 3, Nunawading. Lane 4, Casey Cardinia B Team. Lane 5, Essendon. Lane 6, Box Hill. Lane 7, Geelong Guild. And in lane number 8, Doncaster. That's the field for heat 1.
Yeah, we can try and that we're doing this.
Girls, we're a bit delayed because we have a technical problem. No, we've got green now.
Are they green now? Yes, they're green. Start the race, start the race, start the race.
On your marks.
So So the first heat underway. Doncaster will lead them out. Geelong Guild, Indiana O'Neill chasing and doing a great job in this first 100 metres. Also in lane 1, Glenn Huntley progressing through. Let's see the changeovers. Geelong Guild probably the best, chasing them down. Doncaster down the back straight. And you can see Glenn Huntley in lane number 1 progressing right through the field. We're into the second change. Glenn Huntley will change first. On the outside, Geelong Guild running well. Doncaster chasing. But Glenn Huntley, they'll have the best position, and they are going to apply for one of 2 automatic positions into today's final. So on the outside, Geelong Guild, Stella Peters. On the inside for Glenn Huntley, Emma Wilson. But Geelong, solid performance in heat number 1. They'll progress. So will Geelong Guild. Third will be Doncaster. Will have to wait. And that's how the first of 2 heats progressed in the under-16 women's 4x1. So a bit of a technical problem with the start gun, so that was the delay, the first of 2 heats of the under-16 competition. Big program of athletics here today, broken up into 5 sessions, swapping between with our colleagues from Little Athletics Victoria. So back to the under-16 4x1. Last year, Casey Cardinia's team of Alara Cole, Annabelle Denton, Molly Canning and Ariella Sprague took the victory in a time of 49.46.
Coming in second in time 2:08.23. Congratulations to our silver medalist, Sydney. And in first position with a time of 2:08.97. Congratulations to our gold medalist and state champions, Geelong A.
So our second heat of the under-16 women's 4x1 are behind the blocks, another field of 8. Let's introduce the field. In lane number 1, we welcome Knox Athletics Club. In lane 2, Ballarat Region. In lane 3, Diamond Valley. In lane 4, Echuca Mwama. In lane number 5, Casey Cardinia, our current champions in this age group. In lane 6, we welcome Sandringham. In lane number 7, Casey Cardinia C team. And in lane 8, Glenn Huntley B.
On your mark.
So heat 2 underway in this under-16 preliminary. On the outside, Glenn Huntley B team running well. Also Casey Cardinia A setting the pace as expected. The current under-16 champions in the 4x1. Good change from Casey. Glenn Huntley B on the outside running well. Also Echuca Mwama chasing them down. But Casey Cardinia doing a great job coming into the second change. Looking pretty sharp. That's Annabelle Denton who's got the baton for Casey in that long stride as she's putting Casey into a great position for that automatic qualifier for the final later this afternoon. So Felicity Boozer, easy run for Casey Cardinia, putting in a great performance. Diamond Valley moved into second place for that automatic qualifier, but Casey will take it. Diamond Valley second, close for third. Sandringham perhaps. But that final of the under-16 girls 4x100 metres will be held at 2 minutes past 4. So great run from Casey Cardinia. Certainly blew the cobwebs out in this first day of competition. Also some pretty consistent baton changes between Alara Cole, Eden Pike, Annabella Denton and Felicity Boozer. So we do have the results from our under 14 girls competition. The qualifiers for the under 14 4x1 will be Casey Cardinia, Box Hill, Glen Huntley, Sandringham, Essendon, Casey Cardinia B team, Geelong Guild and Williamstown. So our under 16 girls competition, heat number 1, Glen Huntley set the pace in that first heat, 49.88. They progress to the final. Geelong Guild, 50.20 are the two qualifiers at the moment. Just waiting for the results to come through for heat number 2. Next event on the track will be the under 16 boys preliminary in the 4x100. So men's under 16 current champions Keelos and Burnett, who won last year in 45.60. The team of Andre Shippus, Brandon Svedanovsky, Christopher Marat and Lucas Tran. So 12 teams will compete across the 2 heats, and as per the progressions today, the top 2 are the next fastest 4. Now this is an unusual progression for relays. Usually when there are 2 heats you have the top 3 and the next fastest 2. And because this relay competition there are no seedings, in other words no previous times to submit for each club's best performance, it's a lot fairer to only take the top 2 from each heat and then the next fastest 4, so increases the opportunity for all of our clubs to submit their best relay teams without the pressure of a seed time.
And in first position, our gold medalist posted the time 2:13.22. Congratulations to our state champions, Caulfield A.
Our next event on the track will be the preliminary rounds of the men's under 16 4x100. 2 heats, so the progression remains the same. The first 2 in each heat, the next fastest 4 times across 2 heats will proceed to the final later this afternoon. Heat number 1, lane 2, Nunawading. In 3, Knox. In 4, Diamond Valley. In lane 5, Sandringham. In lane 6, Doncaster. And in lane 7, Casey Cardinia. That's the field for heat 1.
On your mark.
So Wayne, heat number 1, Silver from Casey Cardinia will lead them out, and he's flying in the first 80. Chasing him down, Archie Hatwich from Doncaster on his inside. Cato from Sandringham and Diamond Valley's Casares. But down the back straight, and here comes Diamond Valley right on cue. So Cogler from Diamond Valley is pushing the team forward. Good change at change number 2 from Diamond Valley. On the outside, Casey pursuing. This has been a good run from the under 16 team so far. So reasonably good change and a change of hand for Diamond Valley. Xander Botha flying down the main straight will take the automatic qualifying position from Diamond Valley. Casey will move into second. Knox for third. So Casey and Diamond Valley unofficially will proceed automatically. And we'll need to wait, obviously, for heat number 2 coming up shortly. Well, that was a blistering run from the Diamond Valley team of Christos Kazaris, Josh Cogler, Toby Hamilton and Xander Botha. Great opportunity to show what they can deliver for this afternoon's final. Also setting the tone for the second heat to say, well, listen, this is what you need to do to qualify. Get your skates on. So in this second heat, 6 teams are competing. Ballarat Region, Casey, the A team, Chilwell, Diamond Valley B team, Essendon and Casey Cardinia have got their third team, which is their C team. So Casey Cardinia, lots of depth in the under 16 age group. So one to watch based on previous form will be Casey Cardinia in lane number 3. A team of Hassan Novotna, Cyril Wadhina and Kevin De Silva. So De Silva competing at the All Schools. A number of these athletes competed last weekend, so coming off a great preparation and great results. Pretty significant results for our school boys and girls at the Australian All Schools. It was a successful competition across 3 days, and then of course the school challenge was held on the Monday here at Lakeside. Just about ready to introduce heat number 2. Second heater behind their blocks. In lane number 2, we welcome the Ballarat region. In lane 3, Casey Cardinia A team. In 4, Athletics Chilwell. In 5, Diamond Valley B team. In 6, Essendon A team. In lane 7, Casey Cardinia C team. That's the field for heat 2.
On your mark. Set.
So the second heat's underway. Casey will lead them out. Essendon chasing them down. Diamond Valley B team progressing well. Chilwell's next. Casey Cardinia's flown in the first 80. Good change to Novotna, who's flying down the back straight. He's going to put Casey in a strong position coming into change number 2. Essendon A on the outside running well. But it is Casey. So Siri Rahana has the bat and he'll pass to Kevin De Silva. And this has been a very strong performance, very similar to our winners in heat number 1. So De Silva switching back to 80%, maybe 70%. He just knows he's got to finish first. Flying down the outside is Chilwell on the chase. That's Hayden Jeffrey. But these two teams will progress. Good run from Casey Cardinia, leaving a bit of petrol in the tank for this afternoon's final. Well run from Chilwell as well. Hayden Jeffrey wanted to put a bit of pressure on Casey Cardinia, but results will come up shortly for the under 16 boys. 4x1. Wow, that was a great performance from Casey Cardinia. Just waiting for some times to come through. So the under 16 boys done and dusted. Next will be the under 18 men's 4x1. There are 2 heats. So the athletes haven't come out of the quorum as yet, so we've got a bit more time. Quickly run through some of the teams for the under-18 age group. Essendon taking out the title last year in a time of 44.54. So Essendon will go from lane 7 in heat number 2. The first heat we've got Ballarat Region, Glen Huntly, Sandringham, Geelong, Williamstown, Frankston and Box Hill. I'll lead out with Matthew Oberholzer from Ballarat, Omar Theodoro from Glen Huntly, Jagger Hackett from Sandringham, Harrison Price from Geelong, Chris Lukey from Williamstown, Jackson Knowles from Frankston and Johanna Stockholm from Box Hill. So athletes coming out on the track, heading to their positions. And we now have the results of the under-16 4x1. So the following teams will progress to the final this afternoon, and that final will be held at 7 minutes past 4. Diamond Valley, Casey Cardinia, Chilwell, Casey Cardinia B team, Knox, Doncaster, Sandringham and Diamond Valley B team will have progressed in the under-16 boys 4x100 metres. 45.18 for Diamond Valley, the fastest time to qualify. And as we mentioned, for Casey Cardinia, Kevin De Silva switched off at about the 50-metre mark. Still impressive time, 45.85. Victorian record 43.10. Probably a big ask for that to be challenged this afternoon, but you never know. Conditions reasonably perfect here at Lakeside. Overcast, a light breeze. Currently about 28 degrees, a little humid. But if you are intending to come down to Lakeside, just be aware that there are multiple events on in the precinct. There's swimming, rowing. We've got athletics here. And there's certainly a whole lot of other activity around at the golf range. So give yourself a bit of time to find a car parking space, or you'll be like me and parking in Napier Street and a tram ride down here. So you know what I'll be doing in the break, moving the car. But we digress. Just about time for the next event, under 18 4x1s. So some great vision from the team here. The preparation of our athletes setting up their blocks. Our next event on the track will be the preliminaries for the men's under 18 4x100. Victorian club record 42.20 held by Athletics Essendon. 2 heats, so the progression remains the same. The first 2 teams in each heat that finish, and the next 4 best times across both will proceed to the final. In lane number 2, Ballarat Region. In lane 3, Glen Huntly. In lane 4, Sandringham. In lane 5, Geelong Guild. In lane 6, Williamstown. In lane 7, Frankston B team. And lane 8, Box Hill. That is the field for heat number 1 in the starters' hands.
On your mark. Set.
So heat 1 underway, leading them out will be Box Hill, pretty even start, Frankston on the chase, Williamstown third from the left, but Geelong Guild, Harrison Price the best to get going. He'll pass over to Evan Bainbridge down the back straight. Great run from Williamstown, Kieran Galloway putting the pressure on. So the chases between Sandringham and Geelong coming in at change number 2. Great change on the inside from Sandringham, put them in a good position. From Geelong, Geelong will head into the final change. Pretty perfect. Williamstown on the inside. So it's Gomez, Franklin and Crichton. Geelong on the inside. Being pressured now by Williamstown. It doesn't matter. These two teams will progress. Williamstown first, Geelong second. On the outside, Box Hill will have to wait. So Williamstown A and Geelong Guild A guaranteed to proceed to the final. Heat 2 coming up shortly. Well, great run from Geelong. That change from Bainbridge to McPherson, so the second change was pretty slick. And McPherson to Gomes Franklin at the last change put Geelong in a great position. But Williamstown, the power of Matt Crichton down the front straight was just enough to get them line honours in heat number 2. Oh, sorry, heat number 1. What will heat number 2 provide? Full field of 8 in heat number 2. Maybe not. Looks like lane 1 is a scratching. So just confirmed lane 1 is a DNS, so we've only got 7 teams. So for Western Athletics, Ethan Young will lead them out. Goonawar Sarama Singh from Casey, Jackson Latchman from Diamond Valley, Romeo Brissonette from Frankston, Aaron David from Nunawading, Lucas Harris from Essendon and Cooper Hill from Geelong Guild. That's their B team. So just about ready for a start in the second heat. Very shortly we'll have women's open preliminary in the 4x1. So what will heat number 2 give us today? Look, watch out for Casey Cardinia in lane number 3. Essendon, the current title holders in lane 7, also ones to watch. But in relays, anything can happen. 4 people have got to get the baton around. Well, heat number 2 are behind their blocks in the under-18 men's 4x1. In lane 2, we welcome Western Athletics. In 3, Casey Cardinia. In 4, Diamond Valley. In 5, Frankston. In 6, Nunawading. In 7, Essendon. In lane number 8, Geelong Guild B team. That's the field, heat 2.
On your mark. Set.
So heat 2 safely away. Cooper Hill will lead them out from Geelong, but from Nunawading, Aaron David gathered the field up in the first 75. He's going to pass to Cooper Bertram. Great change down the back straight from Nunawading, and also on the outside Geelong Guild B team, but Nunawading. Slick change at change number 2. So Cyrus Ong is going to pass to Andrew Werra Singh. So Nunawading has put the foot down. They've issued the challenge. And as Werra Singh just switches off that automatic, he's got to watch Geelong on the outside, who's going to eclipse him. It's a very dangerous tactic to take to slow up, ladies and gentlemen. And for our little athletics relay runners, just remember, run as hard and as fast as you can to that finish line, because anything can happen. So Geelong Guild B team and Nunawading will progress in that automatic. and the rest of the teams will need to wait until the results are in. It's a very dangerous tactic, in my view, to pull up, because you never know what was going to happen in that case. Athletics Nunawading fairly safe, but Geelong Guild were flying down the outside, and also on the inside was Sandringham from, Western A's and Casey. You've got to be very careful. But anyway, they're through. That's the most important part. That is done and dusted for the under 18 4x100 metre relay. Coming up next, Women's Open. 2 heats of the 4x1, the Championship of Victoria.
Relax, girl. Minute or two yet. Just sorting out something.
Our next event on the track will be the first of 2 heats of the Women's 4x100 metre Championship of Victoria. The club record 44.40 held by Melbourne University. Progression will be the first 2 place getters in each heat, and the next 4 across both heats will proceed to the final. In lane 2, we have Geelong Guild. In lane 3, Sandringham B Team. In 4, Melbourne University. In 5, Collingwood. In 6, Ballarat. And in lane 7, Box Hill. That is the field for heat 1 of 2.
On your marks. Set.
So the Women's Open Championship Victoria preliminaries are underway. Box Hill lead them out with Zarafa. She's run well. Havalika from Collingwood chasing down Ballarat's Marley. Good change down the back straight from Collingwood to Santiglia. She'll pass to Burmeister, but Collingwood putting themselves in a great position in this preliminary round. What's the change like at 2? Pretty good. Collingwood's got the baton. Burmeister flies round. She's got a challenge on the inside from Sandringham B Team. So Collingwood will pass to Sam Geddes to anchor them, and then Sandringham on the inside will be Catherine Wilcox. Bit of a fumble from Collingwood. They're still in contention, but Sandringham B, Catherine Wilcox, look at Sam Geddes flying. Will she take out the line honours? Maybe. Maybe. So Collingwood searching for a good lane in the final. Geddes flew. We'll have to wait for the white flag at changeover number 3 to make sure that that was a legal change. But well done to Sandringham B Team. Collingwood still up for the fight after a little bit of hiccup at change number 3, but heat 2 coming up very shortly. So we do have an announcement for club helpers. We're still after Corio, Ballarat Region, Ringwood, Diamond Valley and Glen Huntly. So if you are due to do duty, could you please head to the Kathy Freeman room? If not, if you're here watching your club today, maybe you could check in and see if you could come and volunteer. Corio, Ballarat Region, Ringwood, Diamond Valley and Glen Huntly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, heat 2 of the women's preliminary rounds of the 4x1 Championship of Victoria are ready to go. Lane 2, we welcome Glen Huntly B. In 3, Frankston A. In lane 4, the current title holders from 2024 Sandringham. In 5, Nunawading. In 6, Glen Huntly. And in lane number 7, Ballarat Region B team. That is the field for heat 2.
On your mark. Set.
So what will heat 2 give us? The current champion Sandringham in this event. Plessinger's flying around the first bend. She's gathered up Nunawading, Glen Huntly and Ballarat. Change over to Jessica Malat, the Victorian champion. So Malat flying down the back straight, doing a great job. She'll pass to Elizabeth Dingledye from Sandringham. Great change at 2 on the outside, Ballarat Region. But it's all Sandringham at the 150 to go mark. The last athlete representing Sandringham will be Nana Adama Owusu Freehi. She's looking great to bring Sandringham home, ladies and gentlemen. The former Victorian champion, Australian representative and international athlete. Sandringham will progress to the final. Slick time around 45.5. Ballarat Region, the B team will be second. Glen Huntly third. But congratulations to Sandringham. Well, what a great run from Sandringham. Plessinger to Malat to Dingledye to Owusu Freehi. They are coming to take the title. Great baton changes and great to see Nana back on the track. She spent a lot of time in commentary across a number of athletic events, and great to see, I'm not going to call her a veteran, but great to see this established young athlete making a comeback in the 4x1s.
Sorry?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track will be the preliminary rounds of the men's 4x100 metres, the Championship of Victoria, 2 heats. So the progression will be the first 2 in each heat, and the next fastest 4 will progress to the final A this afternoon. Heat number 1, in lane 2, Glen Huntly B. In lane 3, Ballarat Region. In 4, the current state champion Sandringham. In lane 6, Corio. And in lane 7, Glen Huntly. That is the field for heat 1 of the men's 4x100.
On your mark. Set.
So our first heat of the Opens Championship is underway. Watch for Sandringham in lane number 4. They've got Corio in the green on the outside to chase. That's Jacob Caesar. He'll pass out to Benjamin Day. Oops. May have had an issue with the baton, but Sandringham's Archer McHugh into his stride, flying down the back straight. He's got Josh Stein-Ross to chase from Glen Huntly, but Jesse McKenna from Sandringham has got the baton. Great bend from McKenna. He's going to pass to Caffarella from Sandringham. It's a preliminary round. What can they do? So Stuart Caffarella's got the baton from Sandringham. Glen Huntly A on the outside. That's Elijah Corey. They'll progress. So Sandringham and Glen Huntly will move into the final later today. Ballarat Region and Glen Huntly B will have to wait. But that's how heat number 1 progressed.
Right, gentlemen, out you go. Heat 2. Glen Huntly C in 2, Ringwood A in 3, Collingwood A in 4, A in 5, Heat 1, please stay. Heat 1, please stay.
So heat number 2 are behind their blocks in the preliminary rounds of the men's open 4x100 metre, the Championship of Victoria. Lane 2, Glen Huntly C. Lane 3, Ringwood 18. In 4, Collingwood. In lane 5, Keelos and Bernards. In lane 6, Geelong. And in lane 7, Nunawading. That's the field for the second heat.
On your marks.
So heat 2 underway. Pretty even start so far. Probably Falconer Borg from Collingwood will lead them out. He will indeed. He'll pass to Jordan Sampson down the back straight. Good change from Collingwood. On the outside, Geelong Guild going with them. That's Talon Smith. So Geelong and Collingwood. Geelong will pass to Harvey Morant. And for Collingwood will be Anthony Louis. So Morant on the outside. Ringwood coming in to the picture with Nicholas Antonino as well. So it could be Ringwood into the chase. Good change from Ringwood. Geelong chasing these two out in front. Collingwood's got a bit of work to do to get the automatic progression, but Ringwood's Jared Glover being challenged by Jamison Cox. It doesn't matter. Those two teams will progress. Ringwood will join Geelong Guild in the final. Collingwood will have to wait for a couple of moments until all the results are in. And the final field of 8 for this men's Open 4x1 Championship of Victoria is determined.
Okay, we've got 4x4s. Keep going again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track will be the final of the women's 4x400 metres in the under 14 age group. Let's introduce all clubs and participants. In lane number 2 will be Williamstown, represented by Charlize Kolinick, Amelia Batur, Jazz Davies and Macy Parks. In lane 3, Ballarat, Ruby Trenorden, Olivia McConkey, Maya Preston, Anna Street. In lane 4 from Bendigo, Jenna Gaskell, Emily Harris, Alice McIntosh and Lucy Jones. In lane 5, Essendon, Maria Cassiope, Harriet Finlay, Hazel McIlroy and Isabella Howley. In lane 7, Casey Cardinia, Yana Ediramuni, Addison Frenken, Sienna Flesner and Delia Dartnell. And in lane 7, the current champions in this event, Glenn Huntley, represented by Hope Henry, Charlie Nelson, Imogen Brownjohn and Frankie Hyde. That is the field and your competitors for the final of the under 14 women's 4x400 metre relay.
On your mark. Set.
Oh no.
Full start lane 5. This is the final warning for all competitors in this event. On your mark.
So safely away this time. Hope Henry from Glen Huntley will lead them out. Next to her in lane 6, Yana Ediramuni from Casey Cardinia, then Maria Cassipi from Essendon in 5, from Bendigo, Jenna Gaskell, from Ballarat, Rubich Thornton, and then from Williamstown, Charlize Collinoak. So out in front, Glen Hunt. Don't be concerned about the stagger. The field will start to pick up and compress as we head into the home straight. But Hope Henry's done a great job on the outside in lane number 7 from Glen Huntley. It's a straight final. Casey Cardinia are next, Essendon as they turn into the home stretch. Glen Huntley have got probably a 1 or 2 metre lead. Still running well for Casey. There's Ediramuni, but Hope Henry is pulling away. She'll pass to Charlie Nelson from Glen Huntley. Athletes remaining their lanes for the first 100 metres before they cut across. So Glen Huntley perhaps from Ballarat region, Williamstown in lane number 2. So that's Miller Batur from Williamstown. She's putting herself and her team in a great position. Nelson from Glen Huntley on her outside. So these two athletes will come across into lane number 1 pretty close together. Glen Huntley might have the sit. Williamstown is next. Then Ballarat region. But the diminutive figure of Charlie Nelson is holding off Addison Frenken from Casey Cardinia, 1 and 2 at the moment. Running well in this second leg. Glen Huntley will turn for home. Slightly in front, waiting for the kick from Casey Cardinia. Great battle for third between Ballarat and Bendigo, but Williamstown in second, Geelong first. So Charlie Nelson will hand over to Imogen Brown-John, and Williamstown will be Jazz Davies. So Glen Huntley will lead them out. Williamstown in second. So our leader's being challenged at the moment. Great first 200 from Imogen Brown-John. Williamstown holding in second place at the moment, but the two Ballarat and Bendigo region in chase. And then Essendon and Casey Cardinia making up the field in this under 14. But our third runner's turned for home. Glen Huntley sneaking in on the inside. Williamstown will move up as well. So Frankie Hyde. Battle at the moment with Casey Cardinia in the mix as well. And Williamstown. So the medals may come from these three. So out in front. Glen Huntley holding off at this stage. Will they be challenged by Casey Cardinia's Delilah Dartnell? Pretty fast first 200 metres from Glen Huntley's Frankie Hyde. Has she gone too early? Glen Huntley, could they be challenged with 200 to go from Casey Cardinia? They'll need some support coming in for this final. Glen Huntley stretching out. 120 metres to go. Frankie Hyde has got the baton. Has she got enough to bring Glen Huntley home? Can Casey Cardinia mount a challenge? But right on cue, the finishing strength of Frankie Hyde from Glen Huntley. I think she's done enough to take out the under 14 4x400 metres. Congratulations to Glen Huntley. A gallant run from Casey Cardinia for the silver medal. Glen Huntley first, Casey second. Williamstown's Macy Parks will bring them home for third, followed by Ballarat region and Essendon and Bendigo for the minor placings. But our state champion, Glen Huntley, Hope Henry, Charlie Nelson, Imogen Brown-John and Frankie Hyde, congratulations, taking out the women's under 14 4x4.
behind the back. Under 14 girls, we need you to try on the fence, please. Girls under the green, yellow tent, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, pleased to welcome back into the commentary Tim Crosby. How's your morning been, Tim, apart from parking?
Yeah, parking was a bit nightmarish, but that's okay. Here now. Beautiful day, and what a crowd, Glenn. This is awesome. This is the culmination of bringing Little Athletics and Athletics Victoria together, and this is what we can expect now.
It's been brilliant. It's been, the crowds got behind it. It was a great session this morning from Littles for their preliminary rounds.
And I suppose the beauty for Littles too, a lot of those under 14s that we've just seen in the 4x4s, they've come out of the Littles system as well. So they've come from these centres and gone through to the clubs, and it's a really great progression. We're going to next see more of the 4x4s, one of your favourite events, and we're proceeding through to the under 14 men. Going to have heats.
So that race coming up shortly. Some great performances in the 4x1s earlier. Going to be a great battle in both the men's and women's Open Championship of Victoria later this afternoon. So looking forward to that.
Loving the footage from our mobile cameras down on the track as well. Some real up close and personal stuff, which is fantastic to see. So not as warm as last night, Glenn. It's just that little bit cooler. I think it's about sitting around 22 degrees at the moment. So conditions fairly good. Wind, looks like it's coming off the lake.
Well, it won't worry the 400-metre runners.
No.
But it's pretty balmy out there too, actually. It's a bit humid. So temperature, I think, is still around 28, 29.
Yeah, so the track will be running fairly fast, I'd say.
Next event on the track will be the first of two preliminaries in the men's under 14 4x400 metres. The top two from each heat, the next fastest four will proceed to the final. Lane 3 we have Ringwood in 4 Doncaster, 5 Old Scotch, 6 Keilor St Bernards, and lane 7 Casey Cardinia.
On your mark.
So our first runners are away. For Ringwood on the inside will be Henry Anderson. For Doncaster, Kobe Hiskins. For Old Scotch, Jaden Milley. For Keilor St Bernards, Cody Levitas. And for Casey Cardinia, Ethan Anish. So down the back straight, Ethan Anish has put in a great first 200. Jaden Miller's got him covered from Old Scotch. So you can see the stagger start to be gobbled up by Old Scotch's Jaden Milley. He will be a clear leader as they come round into the home turn. But Ethan Anish has got some work to do to stay with him. This is only a heat, so the first two will automatically progress and the next fastest four will proceed to the final. So Millie will hand over to John Bravoulis from Old Scotch. Some of these athletes competing last night in the medley relays. For Casey Cardinia, it'll be Cordell Don Paul. For Keilor, Marcus Evedsi. But Old Scotch got a great lead at the moment, getting closer to confirming that automatic progression. For Ringwood it'll be William Della. For Doncaster, Tamid Zidane. So the field spread over about 80 metres at this stage. You can see that Old Scotch has already set out its dominance, Tim, and they'll be ones to watch in the final later today.
Certainly will. They're up by about 40 metres already. So Bravoulis has the baton. Casey Cardinia, the chaser there, Don Paul. Nice move there from the team from Keilor St Bernards, that's Marcus Efedzi. But they're well spread for a 4x4 on the second leg at the moment. So for Old Scotch, we'll see Mike Sim coming out next. He's waiting on the line. Casey Cardinia have Charlie Alice taking the baton. and Hugo Brown for Keelos and Bernards.
Well, the club record 3:47.30 won't be challenged in the heats, but the way Old Scotch is running, they may actually do a great job in the final. So Mike Sim will take the baton for Scotch. Casey will be next, which will be Charlie Ellis. Keilor have moved up, which has been fantastic. They'll pass to Hugo Brown. So Old Scotch, about a 50-metre lead from Casey, Keilor St Bernards, and then for Ringwood is Rion Rana Singh, and for Doncaster will be Edward Smith. But down the back straight, Old Scotch, athletes looking really relaxed. Doesn't have much pressure at the moment, but Casey's starting to encroach on that gap, saying, I can see I'm going to have a really good opportunity of bridging that gap. And then Ringwood moves into third place.
So good running there from Rana Singh. Just getting the little break there on Brown from KSB. But it is heats, Glenn, and I think these top two teams looking fairly good for that spot. So they can probably just switch off a little bit as we go into this final stage. So James Hall's going to take the baton for Old Scotch. A little bit shorter than what James is used to here, the one lapper. So let's see what leg speed young James has got over the 400. He's not going to slow down at all. He is really going for it. For the Casey Cardinia team, it's Hamish Basteo. And now we're seeing Ringwood, good running there from Rana Singh. Jared Sim will take the baton from him, and then from Keilor St Bernards we're going to have Antonio Stamatis. And from Doncaster we've come back in the picture, Sawyer Onley will be on his way.
Oh, Old Scotch. Well, James Hall has continued the dominance from his compatriots. He's got 200 metres to go. Still in touch, Casey Cardinia. These two looking pretty comfortable. Definitely Old Scotch. I think Ringwood might be a bit too far back, but anything can happen in the last 200 metres. But Hamish Basteo is going to turn for home, and Old Scotch are going to progress to the final. So well done to Ethan Anish, Cordell, Don Paul, Charlie Ellis, and to Hamish Basteo. Old Scotch will take out heat number one. Distance will be second.
So 3:54 thereabouts, a very fast time for the Scotch team, but they didn't hold anything back there. And now we see Basteo from Casey Cardinia bringing his team home. Keilor St Bernards and Ringwood have had a good battle all the way through, and I think Keilor St Bernards might just come over the top, and they do, to take the third position just over Ringwood, and Doncaster will round out the first of our preliminary heats of the men's under 14 4x400, taken out by the team from Old Scotch.
And apologies to Old Scotch. Jaden Milley, John Bravillis, Mike Sim and James Hall are the correct athletes. Got a bit excited with Casey Cardinia, but well done to Old Scotch and Casey.
Yeah, in a position there where Old Scotch could have just switched it off, Glenn, but they didn't. They just kept the pressure on, and a very decent time there, sub 4 minutes for the 4x400.
Yeah, it was a good run. See what they can do this afternoon. Big program for some of these youngsters with the medleys last night as well.
Correct.
Boys under the tent, keep going. Just like to squash up. Can't stand there. Boys, keep going up to the tent. Keep up, boys, up to the tent. Just don't worry about order, just get in there. Move up. Thanks.
Oh, but don't bring any more out from the cool room.
I mean, us keep it moving.
Oh, yeah, but don't bring any more out from the cool room.
So they are behind their blocks and they're ready for the second of the two preliminary heats of the under 14 men's 4x400, and we have the team from Essendon in lane 3. That's Lucas Plata, Henry Parker, Max Collins and Patrick Lonergan. In lane 4 from Mentone, Sam Chalice, Eddie Gately, Albie Phipps and Asher Puzza. Lane 5 has the team from Box Hill, Noah Spore, Jake Reid, Felix Burrell and also Oliver Horn. And in 6 from Glen Huntley, Cooper Hill, Christian Burke, Angus Hosking and Callan Duddy.
On your marks. Set.
Good start there. Once again, top 2 teams to go through automatically, and then the next 4 on times. Lucas Plata from Essendon. He's just seen the old Scotch boys put in a very impressive under 14 4x4, breaking that 4-minute mark. So Plata from Essendon, he is away nicely. The outside there, Cooper Hill from Glen Huntley. Glen Huntley actually hold the state record, 3:47.30, set back in 1981. So Plata just taking the foot off the pedal a little bit as he goes around the top bend. Chasing Spore from Box Hill and also Chalice from Mentone. To the outer lane there, Eel from Glen Huntley going nicely. Now Plata just picks it up a little bit coming into the home straight. And Plata will be handing over to Henry Parker. So Parker underway now. Big break over the team from Glen Huntley, Christian Burke on his way. For Mentone now, Eddie Gately. And in the Box Hill colours, we've got Jake Reid. So big break already. Looks like it's going to be a bit of an Essendon versus Old Scotch final. We'll see how the tail end of the Essendon team can come together here. But they've got a big break of about 50 metres already over Glen Huntley. Mentone on the chase. So coming through now, next changeover, Parker to Collins. So we're under the 2-minute mark as they go through the halfway. So similar times now to the team from Old Scotch as Glen Huntley, Burke to Hosking. Very close here between the team from Mentone. So Gately to Phipps, and from Box Hill it's Reid to Burrell. So still about that 50-metre gap now. Essendon to Glen Huntley. Box Hill looking good on this leg and starting to take in that lead from the Glen Huntley team. Chasing strongly there is Phipps from Mentone. Out front though, Max Collins leading the way still, but that gap starting to come in, and 3 teams looking like they might be in the contention here as they come through for the final change. Patrick Lonergan is going to take the baton for the Athletics Essendon team. Box Hill, great run there from Burrell. He's going to be handing over to Oliver Horn, and they do take second position over Glen Huntley. Hosking will be going to Duddy. But Essendon on the way. Now Box Hill, Glen Huntley, Mentone. Asher Buzzer has the baton. So the battle for that auto spot between Glen Huntley and the Box Hill team is really on. Callan Duddy putting it on early though, 300 out and Duddy's gone for it. And the Glen Huntley team I think might be looking for not just going for second place, and also Box Hill might come right into the picture here as we see Lonergan just drifting along down that back straight, and he will be joined by the Glen Huntley and Box Hill teams very shortly. Duddy from Glen Huntley, round the top bend, takes the lead, goes into the auto qualifier. Lonergan has a little look around and thinks, okay, what do I do now? Because he's now got 2 in front of him, and they are the auto qualifiers. So interesting last leg here, and it will be the team from Glen Huntley who will take one of those auto spots. So too will be Box Hill. Essendon, next one through, and then Mentone, courtesy of Asher Buzzer, will have to wait on time. So we'll throw down to Glenn and our presentation.
Our first medal presentation for the day will be for the women's under 14 4x400 metre final. In third place and bronze medalists today in a time of 4:18.51, Williamstown, represented by Charlize Kolyanak, Miller Batua, Yaz Davies and Macy Parks. In second place and silver medalist in a time of 4:15.92, Casey Cardinia, represented by Yana Iramuni, Addison Frinken, Sienna Flesher and Delilah Dartnell. And in first place, our gold medalist today in a time of 4:13.10, Glen Huntley, represented by Hope Henry, Charlie Nelson, Imogen Brownjohn and Frankie Hyde. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists in the women's under 14 4x400 metre final. Well, first medal presentation of the day, good run from our under 14s. Glen Huntley taking out the title this year.
And their men looking quite strong also in the under 14s. But Old Scotch probably might pick for that final a little bit later, but you never know what'll happen in a final.
Absolutely.
As
so
we see.
Big field of 7 in this next event, the under 16 girls 4x4. This is the final. We'll introduce the team because we'll introduce the athletes as well. Our next event on the track will be the final of the women's under 16 4x400 metres. Let's introduce the teams and also the competitors. In lane 2, representing Casey Cardinia, Samarine Shran, Felicity Boozer, Summer Boca and Eden Pike. In lane 3, Box Hill, Alyssa McGrath, Kiara Munasingh, Ava Plant and Nada Francis. In lane 4, Ballarat Region, Ashka Meek, Anna Oberholzer, Matilda Fraser and Shakira Luau. In lane 5, Maya Collis, Lorelei Corrales, Kaylee Beattie and Lily Dreschler. In lane 6, Diamond Valley, Matilda Johnson, Grace Robinson, Anu Conley and Isabella Napolitano. In lane 7, Tegan Papp, Sorel Pakula, Hannah Geck, Sienna Geck. And in lane 8, Casey Cardinia, Cleo Guastella, Sophie Chiss, Evie O'Regan and Mia Spencer. That's the field for the final of the under 16 women's 4x4. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, there's a bit of talent in here. Tilly Johnson, probably not so used to a 400, good 800, 1500 metre runner. She'll be leading off. Watch, I think, for the Ballarat region team as well.
Okay, well.
So in the starters' hands now, time final. It is the final of the under 16 4x400.
On your mark. Set.
So a clean start, good start there in the middle lanes there with Maya Collins and also Johnson going nicely. Ballarat Region's Asher Meek moving beautifully down the back straight. So in the middle lanes there, I would say it's Ballarat Region, Knox and also Diamond Valley as they cross through the opening 200. Ballarat Region already starting to take the stagger a little bit over their Knox rivals, but out in the outer lanes there you have got Matilda Johnson from Diamond Valley moving strongly around the top bend. Johnson will be handing over to Grace Robinson. For the Knox team, Lorelei Corrales will be taking it, and also for Ballarat Region we're going to have Anna Oberholzer. So into the home straight to the outer lanes too, you've got Casey Cardinia. So Cleo Guastella will be handing over to Sophie Kish. It will be the team. It's going to be close on the stagger here, I think, with Knox coming in strongly. And it will be Knox and Diamond Valley virtually changing at the same time. But the benefit of their inner lane there, Glenn, was Ballarat Region.
Yeah, Ballarat, great tactic, running well in the first 100. Being challenged, though, by Lorelei Corrales from Knox. Down the back straight, she's looking very strong. She's going to come across into first place. Ballarat's going to tuck in second. And also the big move from Box Hill.
Yeah, so very good run there. Kiara Munasinghe moving herself into third position. I think has the steam to really pick off a few more in front. So she's got Ballarat Region just ahead of her at the moment. But it will be the Knox team still leading the way. Corrales. She'll be handing over to Kaylee Beattie. But G5 teams in it, Glenn. This is going to be a really good changeover here.
And look, moving out into lane 5 is the team from Casey, but out in front, Knox holding off. Box Hill making a late dive. Ava Plant from Box Hill will take the baton next. Tim, this is going to be a great next leg.
So this is the final. Box Hill leading the way at the moment. Ava Plant has the baton. Chasing her will be Kaylee Beattie. The Ballarat runner now out there, Matilda Fraser. And it is on. They are really shooting around that top bend, but Box Hill now starting to just that little bit of a break. Ava Plant up by about 10 metres, but watch out for Ballarat Region. The long striding Matilda Fraser moving it down the back straight and going into second position and looking at that first spot. So getting exciting out here in the third of our 4 legs.
And she's really taken the task to hand, and it's an interesting tactic. Do you go out hard and chase, or do you wait and pick up the leading athlete as they come into the home turn? Let's wait and see. But the Ballarat athlete, Fraser's done a great job, Tim.
So Nada Francis will be taking the baton for Box Hill and Shakira Luwal for the Ballarat region. It will be on over this last lap. I think Knox just drifting back through as we see that potentially it's the Casey Cadinia team starting to come through as well. But it will be Francis who has the baton. She has about a 2-second break over Luwal. Casey Cadinia through. They're on the podium at the moment. And it is Eden Pike who has the baton for Casey Cadinia. But out front, look at Luwal winding it up early. So Shakira Luwal, Ballarat region, really moving nicely. Nada Francis, has she got the goods to go with Luwal as she moves past?
It's on. How fabulous is this? She's gone out hard early, and this is the tactic. Have you got enough petrol in the tank to bring it home? She's put down the foot. She said, come and chase me if you can. Box Hill have got a bit of work to do, Tim.
They certainly do, because Luwal went hard and went really strong early. Has she got the legs over that final 110 metres? We'll soon find out. Nada Francis still in the picture here. Casey Cadinia, Eden Pike also coming through nicely. Top 3 teams sorted here. It's just going to be the order, but Shakira Luwal looking the goods here, coming into the home straight. So the young lady from the Ballarat region, she'll take this. Great running, but also good competition from the Box Hill team. Luwal will take it just over the 4-minute mark. Box Hill in second position. Then we've got Casey Cadinia onto the podium. Knox will be next through with Lily Dreschler. And then we'll have the team from Athletics Essendon, that's Sienna Geck. Diamond Valley through next with Isabella Napolitano. And then to round out the field with the B team from Casey Cadinia, and that is Mia Spencer.
Exciting relay. I love it when kids just decide, you know what, I'm going to go hard. I'm going to, if I run out of fuel, then yep. Yeah,
well, Shakira comes in with really good form, obviously, but was that too adventurous early on? I think it paid off for her. She chased and went straight past, but then couldn't put a big gap on Francis from the Box Hill team, but had enough and done enough work just to get the win there for the Ballarat girls.
Well done to Ballarat. Also, Ava Plant, the third leg for Box Hill. She also issued a challenge down the back straight as well. And it was that she got the baton, went, I'm absolutely going to have a fantastic crack at this, and she did. So great relay to watch, and wonderful to see such competitiveness and, you know, the willingness for the athletes to change up their tactics.
And I'm no doubt, Glenn, that within a few years we'll see a few of these young ladies making their way through to that wonderful 4x4 open event, which will be obviously staged this evening here in part of the main Zatopek program.
Looking forward to that.
So next up, we're going to have the first of 2 heats of the under-16 4x400 for men. We'll have 9 competing teams, so only 1 to drop from the final, but it's going to be a nice little hit out for these teams before they proceed through to the final later today.
So in the under-16 men's age group, Athletics Nunna Wadding took out the title last year in a time of 3:35.67. Time won't be an issue today. Well, will for the last 4 place getters, but there are 4 automatic spots up for grabs across the 2 heats and then the next 4 fastest times. But as you said, We really only are looking for 8 teams. We've got 9 teams. You do the math. One's going to miss out. Next event on the track will be the first of 2 heats in the under-16 men's 4x4. Lane number 3 is Essendon, 4 Old Scotch, 5 Ballarat Region and 6 will be Nunawading. Lane 7 Sandringham. That's the field. Heat 1.
Done.
On your mark. Set.
So this heat underway. On the outside in 7 for Sandringham is Oliver Cole. On his inside, Lachlan Cumming. Then Archer Spackman for Ballarat, Ted Davison from Old Scotch and Branson Botha from Essendon. But already running well, Lachlan Cumming. Also Ted Davison from Scotch. He's out chasing. It's been a good first 200 from Lachlan Cumming from Nunawading, putting his team in the best position. Then on the inside, Branson Botha has also got them covered. Probably in the middle, Old Scotch, the best at the moment, but still 150 to go in this first leg. Essendon will probably turn first. So Branson Botha will lead them in. Remember the stagger at the finish line. And then it'll be Old Scotch, Nunawading on the outside. So good positioning from Essendon at this stage, giving Alex Constantidis an opportunity to get across into lane number 1.
So Botha, Constantidis. Clear change there. Scotch also going nicely with Edward Barnaby. And to the outer lanes there, it is William Lee. So on the chase now is Old Scotch. Barnaby. Constantidis from Essendon. They're settling down into the inner lanes now as we're seeing Nunawading drifting across. So good running here from Constantidis. Also Barnaby on the chase. So top 2 to go through automatically, and at the moment that will be Essendon and Scotch. Both of their relay programs, Glenn, been very strong throughout the day. So we're seeing another good performance from Scotch. We saw them very dominant in that heats of the under-14 men's, and now they're up there and ever present in the under-16s. But it will be Constantidis from the team from Athletics moving his way through. He'll be changing over to Lenny Gray. And for Scotch, it will be Alexander Rajan. Coming through for the team from Nunawading, Leon Wang will take the baton. Then from Ballarat Region, we'll have Charlie Wright with Hately to right. And also from Sandringham, it'll be Goyal to Meehan.
So Essendon will lead them out in this third leg. Scotch chasing. These two teams have probably done enough at this stage. But the big push coming from Sandringham's Lachlan Meehan. So he's made a big charge in the first 200, slightly off camera, but out in front, Essendon, then Old Scotch. The Sandringham athlete may have hit the wall, but he's done a good job to bridge the gap. He's potentially put himself in contention for that automatic second qualification. But Essendon, Lenny Gray will hand over to Gunneyu Nuhu. Old Scotch will pass to Joshua Lindemann, and Sandringham have moved into third. Lachlan Meehan will pass to Harry McAllister.
So Nuhu off and looking very strong. Batten in the right hand, GT, that's what we want to see. The team from Scotch, Batten in the left hand, I believe, is going around nicely, and that is Lindemann. But out front, Nuhu is up by about 60 metres now. The team from Sandringham on the chase here. Harry McAllister has Batten. As we see, Nunawading with Cooper Lavelle. And then the team from Ballarat Region, Billy Fletcher, out on the track. So top 2 to go through automatically. Now Scotch may be challenged here. Sandringham, courtesy of McAllister, starting to take a little bit of that gap, but out front, who doesn't have to do much. He comes into that home straight, has a little bit of a look around, and he can be nice and steady here and get his team into the automatic spot for the under-16 4x4 final. Scotch looks like they're going to get that auto spot as well. Sandringham, too much of a gap there to bridge in the final stage. But Nuhu will come across 3:44, the winning time there. And then we'll see the team from Scotch with Lindemann crossing the line. around the 3:53 mark, followed by Sandringham, who will have to wait on times, and also the team from Nunawading and Ballarat region. Go.
Next medal presentation will be for the women's under-16 shot put relay. In third place and bronze medalists today, please congratulate Keelos and Bernards. In second place and silver medalist today, Doncaster. And in first place and gold medalist today, Box Hill. Congratulations to our teams in the women's under-16 shot put relay.
Okay, we are approaching our last handful of events for our seniors here for AV. We do ask that our officials for LAV get back to their venues, please. So we're pleased to have all officials and chiefs getting back to their venues for our next block of events. Please head back to the contact text at each box, please, and we'll get ourselves organised. Thank you.
So next up is the second of two preliminary heats of the under-16 4x400. We have in lane 3 the team from Knox, Luke Fisher, Caleb LeGrove, Oscar Dogrosiva, Wilbur Francis. In the lane 4 we have Mentone, Zach Pearson, Hugo Mills, Calvin Sharp and Owen Roach. In 5 Diamond Valley, Miles Boyle, Hudson McGregor, Walter Summers and Samuel Thompson. And in 6 Casey Cadinia, Seth Jailath, Navik Siasina, Seth Costa and Oscar Ellis.
On your mark. Set.
So our second heat underway. Casey Cardenia will lead them out. Seth J. Leith running well in the first 100. Luke Fisher from Knox is probably progressing the best so far. Mentone, Zach Pearson right on his shoulder now. Miles Boyle from Diamond Valley. So those three just about across the track, but out in front, Casey Cardinia. Knox will have probably the race lead if they can sustain coming into the last 100 metres. They've worked hard in the first 250. So Knox will get themselves in a good position. Luke Fisher will hand over to Caleb LeGrove. And right on cue, Knox will lead them out. Casey Cardinia's Seth Jailath finishing off strongly. He'll pass to Navik Siasina. But LeGrove will take the baton for Knox. Casey Cardinia about to change, but Mentone will probably pretty close, Tim, pass to Hugo Mills and then Hudson McGregor for Diamond Valley.
So a strong opening there from Fisher. LeGrove now moving down the back straight. Casey Cadinia looking good as they will do the crossover shortly and drift into the inner lanes. Mentone in next position and Diamond Valley chasing. And look at the move here from Casey Cadinia. So Navik Siasina, every step just getting closer and closer to Caleb LeGrove from Knox. Top two to automatically go through. Diamond Valley now starting to make a little bit of a move. McGregor and Mills from Mentone, but around the top bend, and there might be a change in lead here. He's done a lot of work early, the young man from Casey Cadinia and Navik Siasina. He will be handing over to Seth Costa, while for the team from Knox, who are just starting to move away, Oscar Dograsiva will be taking the baton.
So Knox coming to change over. Right to left, changes over to right. Casey Cardinia will be second. Mentone will be third. Diamond Valley move into lane number 1, but Knox puts a bit of a gap, about 20 metres between themselves and Casey Cardinia. 300 to go in this leg. Looking quite relaxed. In a good stride pattern for Knox. Dog Receiver's done a great job in the first 200. Seth Costa's hanging on about 25-30 metres behind. Then Mentone and Diamond Valley's Walter Summers bridging the gap from 4th to 3rd. But it is about time for those two clubs. But out in front, the Knox athletes put his foot down. He's going to hand over to Wilbur Francis, so Knox will lead them out. Sprint finish for Casey Cardinia as well, but Knox will go into the final change leading this event.
So not leaving anything to chance here, the team from Knox, with Dog Receiver really going strongly over that final 100. Wilbur Francis now has the baton. Casey Cardinia, that is Oscar Ellis, who is starting to work through. Now Mentone are next position with Owen Roach, and chasing them will be Samuel Thompson from the Diamond Valley team. But down the back straight, top two teams, automatic qualification looking fairly steady here, Glenn. I can't see any real changes here. Diamond Valley starting to move through and look at a better lane draw for the final, but out the front it looks like it is Knox still holding off the team from Casey Cardinia, but neither of them will really be pushing it into this home straight, as they still have a 100 metre gap over the team from Diamond Valley. So just running for bragging rights now into the home straight. Francis still leads it. You have Alice deciding he's just going to switch off as well, and it will be these two teams who automatically qualify through to our final. Diamond Valley, good run here. Samuel Thompson putting them safely into 3rd position. They should qualify through, and Mentone are running for time here. Owen Roach giving it everything he has got in the final stages of this 4x400 for the under 16 men.
Just an announcement that the call room is now open. The call room is now open for our next block of events for our athletes. Thank you.
On the track will be the final of the under 18 women's 4x400 metres. Lane number 4, Doncaster, represented by Mia Fernandez, Lucy Kearney, Ellie Dyson and Tavia Levy. Lane number 5, Diamond Valley, represented by Daisy White, Georgia Lestrange, Zoe Ryan, Liv Nichols. Lane number 6, Glenn Huntley, Siripiga Zujaran, Lily Hobbs, Guerreri Wisniewski and Frankie Hart. That's the field for the final of the under 18 women's 4x4.
On your mark.
So 3 teams cleanly away here in this final for the under 18 4x400. The outer lanes there, Siripiga Sujendran from the Glenn Huntley team, off to a very good start. 350.80 is the state record, set in 1990. As we see Sujendran moving nicely through the 200. Chasing now Fernandez from Doncaster and also White from Diamond Valley. Out front though, it is the team from Glenn Huntley. Sujendran will be passing over to Lily Hobbs. And into the home straight they come. Now, starting to come together a little bit. Remember, Sejina has the benefit of the stagger here, and we're seeing the teams from both Doncaster and Diamond Valley working well into the home straight. Diamond Valley now starting to move and starting to take away a little bit of that benefit of the stagger. It's going to be a very even changeover, Glenn, as they come through. But I think it will be Glenn Huntley.
Yeah, they've done a good job, but the changeover is important. Diamond Valley still in touch with Glenn Huntley on the outside. So Georgia Lestrange has the advantage of the inside stagger. She's past Lily Hobbs. Lucy Kearney's run out fast, so she's going to put herself in a good position as they move into lane number 1. So all the hard work will be done by Diamond Valley down the back straight. I think the move will come from Doncaster from 3rd to 2nd. So interesting in the first 200 metres. Diamond Valley's Georgia Lestrange keeping about 2 or 3 metres ahead. Doncaster starting to surge home at the moment. Moves into the outside of lane number 1. So the look on her face of, let's go, I want to put my athlete in, or my colleague into the best position I can. But Diamond Valley still slightly in front. Glenn Huntley coming through the pack. So this is a really even leg, Tim.
How close can you get, Glenn? Halfway through, and all 3 teams locked together. So only 3 teams. They're vying for the medals. They're all going to be on the podium. But what a great competition this is. Diamond Valley still leading, and that is Zoe Ryan. Resnecki Carrera from Glenn Huntley deciding just to sit back a bit, and Ali Dyson from the Doncaster club. Looks like she's just getting a little bit of momentum down that back straight, but what a wonderful competition this is. Diamond Valley, courtesy of Ryan, leading the way, but the other 2 not far behind. And if anything, Doncaster looking to make a bit of a move here as they go into the final 200 of the 3rd leg. So you can see our competitors coming out. It's going to be a really good race over that last leg. If the Glenn Huntley team just needs to stay in touch here, it's going to be one hell of a last and final lap. Now we're seeing Resnecki Carrera deciding she just sat back early and she has gone for it. 100 out. The team from Doncaster going with it, but it will be the Glenn Huntley team, courtesy of Alex Resnecki Carrera. They will change first. So it's Glenn Huntley, Doncaster, and then Diamond Valley, Glenn.
Well, the last mad lap in this 4x4. So Glenn Huntley have got a bit of an edge with Frankie Hart. She's put a bit of distance between herself and Doncaster. She's really attacking this first 150 of this final leg in the Under-18 Championship of Victoria. So can Glenn Huntley hold on? Doncaster still in touch. Diamond Valley got a bit of work to do, but out in front. Glenn Huntley are putting distance between 1st and 2nd. Have they done enough to guarantee themselves the gold medal in this Under-18 final? So Frankie Hart turns for home. She's worked along with Alexa Resnecki Carrera, Lily Hobbs and Surapiga Surgeon Ran, and Glenn Huntley going to come down and take out the gold medal in the Under-18 women's 4x4. Congratulations to them. Gallant effort from Doncaster. Davia Levy, Ellie Dyson, Lucy Kearney and Mian Fernandez will take 2nd. And the team from Diamond Valley, Liv Nichols, Zoe Ryan, Georgia Lestrange and Daisy White will take 3rd. That's how the Under-18 women's 4x4 ended up. Let's head to presentations. Next medal presentation is for the men's Under-16 shot put relay. In 3rd place, please congratulate the team from Casey Cardinia. In 2nd place and silver medalist today, it's the team from Essendon. And in 1st place, and our gold medalist today, Diamond Valley. Congratulations to our medalists in the Under-16 men's shot put relay. Lots going on, Tim.
We're going to move now to the Under-18 4x400. 2 fairly full heats here, so competition will be very, very willing, I'd say, Glenn, for this. Yep. So first of our heats, we will have 7 teams lining up, including 1 B team, and that's from Essendon. But a few of the big players coming out here, with the likes of Ballarat Region, also Geelong Guild, Casey Cardinia. It will once again be the top 2 from each heat and the next 4 fastest times, but I'm expecting a lot of excitement as we go into the final events for this little stage.
You can't take it easy. If you want to be one of the 8 teams in the final, you're going to have to put it all out on the track. The current title holder is a Collingwood, who won this in 3:24.25. But let's get the introduction for heat number 1 underway. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next introduction is for the under 18 4x4 preliminaries. There are 2 heats. The progression is the top 2 from each heat. The next fastest 4 will proceed. In lane 2, we welcome Essendon B. In 3, Box Hill. In 4, Ballarat. In 5, Frankston. In 6, Geelong Guild. In 7, Casey Cardinia. Lane 8, Diamond Valley. That's the field for heat 1.
Looks like
On your mark. Set.
So Ballarat a non-starter in this, so a field of 6 on the inside. Caden Cousy from Essendon. Will Stratford from Box Hill for Frankston. Jackson Knowles for Geelong. Jordan Clark for Casey Cardinia. Gunawar Samara Singh for Diamond Valley. Nicholas Tompkins. Right on cue, Diamond Valley. Great start, Geelong Guilds. Jordan Clark attacking this as well, and also Will Stratford from Box Hill. So pretty consistent first 250 metres in this first leg. Nicholas Tompkins got a lot of hard work to do. He's out there, he can't see anyone on his inside, but he's running a great race in this first leg for Diamond Valley. Jordan Clark from Geelong kicking in. Will Stratford from Box Hill putting themselves in a good position to hand over, but it will be Geelong Guild who will hand over the baton first, followed by Diamond Valley. Box Hill, Frankston coming in with a late charge.
Evan Bainbridge takes the baton for Guild. On the outer lanes there, it's now Charlie Cooper for the team from Diamond Valley. On the inner lanes, a nice finish there for the Box Hill team, and Ario Sakai now has the baton. But in the outer lanes, it looks like Diamond Valley's trying to make a move. Frankston also coming through nicely, and that's Tyrone Nesbitt coming through. But out front, good running here from the team from Geelong Guild. Evan Bainbridge looking strong. So through the first 200 for Bainbridge. Really close effort here for the next, and looking for those auto qualifying times, and it will be, or positions, and it will be the team from Diamond Valley with Charlie Cooper edging into second position. But it's all Geelong Guild at the moment. Bainbridge looking down the home straight, and you'll see the hand up there from Noah Mills, and that will be our next change. Frankston now making a big move into the home straight. Nesbitt to Jet Treep, and it will be a very strong finish here from the Frankston team, but Geelong Guild do the next changeover.
This is great. Heading into Noah Mills. Frankston will give to Jet Trip, and then Diamond Valley will be next, William Quigley. But Geelong Guild have put distance between first and second. Noah Mills getting into his rhythm. Frankston trying to bridge the gap, about 30 metres between first and second, and then 35 from second to third. So they've got to keep this momentum up with 15 teams and only 8 in the final. So Geelong Guild's Noah Mills, 200 out in his leg. Jet Trip running well from Frankston. Box Hills, Jude Crouch. So 120 for Geelong Guild. They'll hand over to Harrison Price. Frankston will hand over to Luke Rollinson. So been a very consistent leg from Geelong Guild, from Noah. He comes in to hand over. Frankston will be next. Then Box Hill being challenged by Diamond Valley and Casey Cardinia. The race is on.
Price has about a 15-metre gap there over the Frankston runner in Rollinson. Good competition for that third and fourth, but they could be challenging through as we see Casey Cardinia's James Denton flying around the top end, being chased beautifully too by Levi Anderson from Box Hill. This is on. Look at Denton moving. Can Casey Cardinia go from third or fourth through to that lead position here and get the auto qualifier? The Frankston runner, Rollinson, moving nicely though. He's not letting Denton go past, as we see the Geelong Guild runner in Harrison Price now being stalked by the teams from Casey Cardinia and also Frankston. 3 into 2 doesn't go, Glenn, but these teams all looking for a spot in that final. Now it is Price from Geelong Guild just starting to kick away. He was reserved down the back straight, just holding his powder dry until that last couple of 100 metres here, but it will be Geelong Guild to take it. Frankston in second position, auto qualified. Denton from Casey Cardinia next. And then we have the team from Box Hill with Levi Anderson. Diamond Valley will be through next, Jack Daly, and from Athletics Essendon we will have Raphael Avery to round out the first of 2 preliminary heats of the men's under 18 4x4, taken out by the team from Geelong Guild. I thought they were going to get swallowed up there, Glenn, but good tactic, I think, from Geelong Guild in that one, just to reserve a bit of energy and then bring it home strong.
It was a great run for them, Tim. They set the pace, Geelong and Frankston.
Now, a great history too from Geelong Guild in that event. They do hold the record of 3:19.20, set in 1990.
Next medal presentation will be for the women's under 18 4x4, the Championship of Victoria. Third place, bronze medalist in a time of 4:29.97, Diamond Valley, represented by Daisy White, Georgia Lestrange, Zoe Ryan and Liv Nichols. Oh, wrong presentation. Apologies, wrong presentation. Have you got this? Presentations for the under 16 women's, the 4x4 championship. Third place, Casey Cardinia in a time of 4:08.66, represented by Samreen Sran, Felicity Boozer, Summer Boca and Eden Pike. In second place, and silver medalist Box Hill in a time of 4:05.44, represented by Alyssa McGrath, Kiara Munasingh, Ava Plant, Nada Francis. And in first place, and gold medalist in a time of 4:04.24, Ballarat Region, represented by Asha Meek, Anna Oberholzer, Matilda Fraser and Shakira Lual.
So next up on the track will be the second of our 2 preliminary heats, the under 18 men's 4x400, 8 starting teams. The B team from Geelong Guild in 1, Essendon, Athletics Essendon in 2, Doncaster 3, Old Scotch in lane 4, in lane 5 with the team from Sandringham, lane 6 Nunawading, and in lane 7 Glen Huntley.
On your mark.
You do.
Stand up, please. On your mark. Set.
So cleanly away, 6 teams, 2 positions will take the auto spots. On the outer lanes there you have Cooper Bertram from Nunawading, William Tan from Sandringham, Lachlan Gumley, Old Scots, Xavier Wang from Doncaster, Jesse Lumby, Essendon, Geelong Guild B team on the inside lane, and that's Guy McPherson. Fairly evenly spread. Lumby from Essendon out nicely though. Hard to tell on the stagger as they come round in the outer lanes. Nunawading with Cooper Bertram is working beautifully around the top bend. Being chased there, William Tan from Sandringham, and into the home straight. It looks like it might be the team from Nunawading could be leading the way. So Nunawading, it's going by stagger. If anything, Essendon is taking the stagger away from some of the teams, but also the B team from Geelong Guild coming through nicely. But first to change will be the team from Nunawading. Bertram to Singh.
Following that, Sandringham on the inside, Geelong B. Then Scotch, and then Essendon have got the jump with a good change. Doncaster rounds it out. But Nunawading, so JVL Singh will lead them out. He'll get the prime spot in lane number 1. Pack is forming between now Scotch and Essendon. So Scotch moving into second, Essendon third. Sandringham So out in front, Jayville Singh has done a great job in the first 250. Hugo Stubbs from Scotch is chasing him down from Essendon. It's Lucas Harris. So 1, 2, 3. Singh puts the foot down. He'll hand over to Aaron David. Old Scotch, Hugo Stubbs will hand over to Jack Minert, and for Essendon will be Sebastian Moore. So heading into the third change, Tim.
Aaron David now has the baton, being chased here by Jack Minot from Scotch. Bit of a gap back then to Essendon. Sebastian Moore, Sandringham on the chase as well. Jagger Haggett. Then we have the B team. Noah Hollis from Geelong Guild, and from Doncaster we have Alfie Onley. But out the front, looks like the team from Scotch are on the chase here. So Nunawading currently leading. Top 2 teams to go through automatically. Seeing a big run there from Sandringham. Looks like Hackett is moving well and trying to chase down the team from Essendon, but out front, Nunawading still leading the way. So Aaron David come through first, but looks like we're going to see Jack Minot go wide here. He's going to go on the inside. They're moving all over the place, and it's going to be quite confusing because you're going to have the Nunawading runner come across. Nice changing there, Glenn.
So Nunawading will get the sit. Scotch will move into second. Alice says it's Oscar Bravoulis. So Andrew Werris Singh will lead them out. He's going to do all the hard work, chasing them down. Sandringham as well, still in touch. That's Archie O'Rourke. Ran a blinder at the Australian All Schools last weekend, sub 48. He's picked up the team and he's put Sandringham in front in the first 200. Who's going to chase O'Rourke down? This is going to be for an automatic selection into the final. O'Rourke takes the foot off the accelerator. Still got 120 to go. Not out of the woods yet. The first 2 will proceed. Challenge to Nunawading. O'Rourke's got them covered. Old Scotch challenging, but O'Rourke in a bit of a canter to the line will put his team into an automatic. Challenge by Scotch at the last minute. Won't get there. Sandringham and Nunawading. Well done to Archie O'Rourke, who cleaned up in the first 200. Essendon will be next across the line, followed by Geelong and Doncaster.
I think he was getting a sore neck there, Glenn, looking round. Got to be a little bit careful with that. He had the ability just to sort of clear out and just cruise it through, but still getting there. Did the job.
Look, it was a good run. I must admit, when I first looked at the start list, it was like O'Rourke, and then I saw him in the first 200 of that and went, that's Archie O'Rourke.
Yep, that beautiful style, and certainly did all the work.
Our next medal presentation will be for the Under-18 Women's 4x4 Championship. In third place and bronze medalist, Diamond Valley, in a time of 4:29.97, represented by Daisy White, Georgia Lestrange, Zoe Ryan and Liv Nichols. In second place and silver medalist today, Doncaster, in a time of 4:20.31, represented by Mia Fernandez, Lucy Kearney, Ellie Dyson and Tavia Levy. And in first place, Glenn Huntley, in a time of 4:11.59, represented by Sujan Ran, Lily Hobbs, Alex Resnicki Carrera and Frankie Hart. Congratulations to our medalists in the women's under-18 4x400 metres.
So that was our last event for the first block of our A-B relays. We are now about to commence our LA big relays for the 4x100 metres. So please make sure that you have all of our officials in place. Thank you.
Test. Testing 1, 2, testing.
Chasing the dream.
What about your dream?
My dream. Turn left. Follow that dream. Which one? Oh, the outlook's poor.
Doubt never did. With Combank, you can.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live stream here for our Little Athletics events as part of the Little Athletics Victoria and Athletics Victoria combined track and field relay championships. We are here at Albert Park. It's quite a sunny afternoon now, so weather's turned around a little bit. And we'll be moving into our block of 4x100 metre events. So we'll be commencing with our mixed 4x100 metre events, and then we'll be moving into single gender events, so boys and girls. So athletes competing today are our under 9s, 10s, 11s and 12s, with our more senior athletes competing tomorrow on Sunday. So we do have our first event on the track after the break, which is event number 44. And that is the mixed under 12s 4x100 metres. So we'll get some vision of that start line in just a second, and we will introduce the athletes to you. So as mentioned before, event 44 is on the track. This is the under 12 mixed 4x100 metres. In lane 1 we have Bendigo, 2 Bunningyong, 3 Yarra Rangers, 4 Berwick, 5 Nuttawading, 6 Geelong, 7 Knox and 8 Werribee.
On your marks. Set.
So clean start away here in this 4x100 metres for the mixed under 12. So racing well at the moment is Nuttawading from lane 5 on their inside Berwick, and also Yarra Rangers running a very strong first leg. Look for the clean changes here. Nuttawading changes clear, as does Berwick. So Nuttawading racing their way down the back straight at the moment, probably still just a margin in front of their fellow competitors on the inside and outside. So looking into coming to that next change, the very prominent green figure is what we're looking for. So the change is a little bit condensed there for Nuttawading, so they're not making full advantage of that change box at the moment, but fortunately enough that their team is racing very quickly though, turning over those legs, which will position themselves well. On the far outside though, Werribee running a great leg at the moment, so it is Werribee that look like they're going to come through here and take out this heat. Chasing them down though are the fellow competitors behind them, but the Werribee athlete running a strong leg here in this under 12 mixed 4x1 time final number 1. Werribee take first, Knox, Nuttawading, Berwick, Geelong, Yarra Rangers, Bendigo and Bunningyong bringing up the field. So on the track we have heat 2 of the under 12 mixed 4x100 metres. In lane 1, Frankston B. In lane 2, Keilor. 3, Williamstown. 4, Knox. 5, Geelong B. 6, Ringwood. 7, Caulfield B. And in lane 8, Essendon.
On your marks. Set. Back to the cones, girls, please.
So a little bit of unsteadiness there.
Lane 2, unsteady. On your marks. Set.
So nice clean start this time. Racing very well at the moment is Knox from lane 4 in the centre of field, and on the far outside possibly Ringwood might be the next best there. So again, look for these clean changes there. Absolutely required for a 4x1, and they must be clean in order to actually advance your space forward, especially if you have someone faster on your inside or outside. So running strong down the back straight at the moment, Williamstown and Knox as well. Between the two of them will change first. Knox changed nice and cleanly there, as well as did Ringwood as well on the far outside. So making their way around into towards his final change. We'll just see if we can get some vision of who's going to be first. It could be even be Essendon, but in the inside it might be Knox. So Knox Ringwood and Essendon at the moment. They're probably your top three as they make their way towards the finish line at the moment. But it is Knox powering home. We do have a white flag on this one, so that's nice, all clear. Unofficial time, it's telling me it's 34.0, but that would be possibly unrealistic across 4 athletes of under 12s to be. So we will probably advise you to jump on to Results Hub. So lavic.resultshub.com.au to view those consolidated results from these events. So just keep in mind as well that the top 8 qualifiers from the regional qualifying round will be presented in this next heat, which is time final number 3. So time finals for the 4x1s consist of 3, 4x2s consist of 2, as do the Swedish or the medley relays as well. Next event on the track is our 3rd time final, the 4x1s. In lane 1 we have Cranbourne, 2 Corio, 3 South Melbourne District, 4 Frankston, 5 Mentone, 6 Geelong, 7 Melton City, and in lane 8 Caulfield.
On your marks. Set. Back to the cones, please. Lane 7, break, first and final warning. Lane 1, break, first and final warning. On your marks. Set.
So clean start away this time in this 3rd time final of the under 12s. Racing strongly at the moment and incredibly strong is Mentone. They are our fastest qualifiers, coming with a seated time of 54.26. Beautiful change there by them as well as they make their way down. Their prominent fluorescent colour stands out. On their outside, Geelong seems to be putting up the challenge at the moment. So great second leg there by the athlete from Geelong. So let's look for the change now. Geelong's clean. Mentone's really muddled that one up. But Geelong comes through nice and strong at the moment. Geelong are in front as they make their way towards this last change. This could cost Mentone possibly. Let's see how they recover from this. So Geelong starting to tire. Mentone going to take the bat in second. So Geelong come through nice and strong at the moment as they make their way down towards the finish. Putting on the hot challenge is Corio and South Melbourne District. So great representation from Western Metro region at the moment, but it is going to be Geelong who are going to come across the line first for this one. Mentone hold on to second. Ooh, third was close between South Melbourne and Corio. May have been just South Melbourne by a tiny smidge there. Unofficial time of 52.52 for Geelong. So great running there by Geelong. So they'll take out the gold medal there. And our next event on the track is our under 11s mixed 4x1. So once again, 3-time finals in this instance. And the first including positions 17 to 24 of their qualifying times from their region qualifying round. So
on your marks. Set.
So from the inside, Yarra Rangers in 1, Ballarat 2, Melton City 3, Geelong 4, Berwick B in 5, Williamstown in 6, Moorabbin in 7, and Doncaster B in 8. So probably pick of the bunch at the minute might be that of Geelong in lane 4. Geelong running a strong leg down the back straight. Great depth in this age group at that centre, and they're running very, very well as they make their way down towards this second change box. So Melton City starting to move up on the group as well. So Melton City will take second at this moment. Doncaster there sitting in third, Moorabbin in the mix, as well as Williamstown, and possibly I think you might find that is Berwick as well. So very even for those minor places at the moment. But Geelong will take the baton, just reaching out there for that pass. Geelong, Melton City running strongly. Doncaster on the outside is currently sitting in third, or just might be a shade in front for second. So Geelong will run down to the line, looking for a quick time to advance their position in the final consolidated results. So Geelong take first, Doncaster over Melton City, Williamstown, Berwick, Mentone Yarra Rangers, and Ballarat. So that's one very, very cool mullet there by Will. So he's groomed that to perfection for this weekend, no doubt. So introducing heat number 2, or time final number 2 on the track. In lane 1, we have Box Hill, 2, Doncaster, 3, Nuttawading, 4, Diamond Valley, 5, Mentone, 6, Albury, 7, Essendon, and in lane 8, Caulfield.
On your mark. Set.
So off to a great start, probably is out of lane 3, Nuttawading, flying away at the moment, almost up on the shoulder of their competitor in from Diamond Valley and Mentone. On the far outside, racing well as Essendon in lane 7. So Essendon take the baton there nice and strongly, but moving up on the inside is Nuttawading from lane 3. Making some ground on their inside is Doncaster. There's quite a group of athletes here in this particular heat that are going to run very strongly. A few muddled changeovers there, but fine momentum to move forward there. Essendon running strong at the moment. Is starting to make a move on the inside is Nuttawading and also Mentone. So coming into this final change, it does look like Essendon just over Nuttawading, but slightly then over Box Hill and Doncaster. So it's very even at the moment now. It's going to be quite the blanket finish for some of the minor places here, but it is Essendon at the moment racing towards the finish now. So Essendon over Caulfield, over Nuttawading, Doncaster, Albury, then possibly the minor places there after Caulfield and Diamond Valley. So great racing there by the competitors in that second time final of the under 11 mixed 4x2. So time final number 3 is on the track. Introducing the field to you now from
On
lane
your
1,
mark.
Whittlesea City, 2, Ringwood, 3, Cranbourne, 4, Keilor, 5, Berwick, 6, Sandringham, 7, Knox, and 8, Corio.
Set. Back to the cones, girls.
So a little bit anxious to get away there, Cranbourne in lane 3.
Lane 3, break. First and final warning. On your marks. Set.
So clean start away this time. Racing well at the moment is Cranbourne. They were our second fastest qualifier from the region qualifying rounds, but Berwick on their
Started,
outside,
rotate.
2 lanes apiece from 5, were the quickest competitors from region. So as we make our way down the back straight, Keilor running a strong leg at the moment, being chased down by both Cranbourne and Berwick on their outside and inside. So probably say Keilor would be the first to change here at this next changeover, and they make a good clean change there as well. So Keilor running very strongly around this bend, starting to move up on the outside. Is that the athlete from, I believe it is Sandringham, running a very strong leg at the moment. So coming around at the moment, Berwick moving strongly through, but Cranbourne take that change very efficiently, and they're going to come through striding very nicely towards the finish line. Is the athlete from Cranbourne here. Cranbourne are going to come across the line. Absolutely speedy finish there by their athlete. Keilor takes second, Berwick in third, Ringwood, Corio, Knox, Whittlesea City and Sandringham in that order. Introducing the next event on the track, which is event 46. This is the under 10
On
mixed
your
4x100 metres. In lane 1, Camperdown, 2, Sandringham, 3, Camberwell Malvern, 4, Diamond Valley, 5, Caulfield B, 6, Mentone, 7, Essendon B, and 8, Mornington.
Stand up. Back to your cones. On your marks. Set.
Nice clean start here for this first time final of the under 10 mixed 4x100 metres. Nice clean changes there. Probably that of Caulfield probably had the pick of the bunch at the moment. So as they make their way down the back straight, Caulfield running very well. Mentone jumping up onto their shoulder as well. We'll just see if we can get some vision drawn out from the remaining competitors. Diamond Valley change well, as does Camberwell Malvern as well. So coming into this third leg at the moment. Diamond Valley probably look pick of the bunch as they come around into the final change. Caulfield also challenging on the outside from lane 5. So that's Caulfield B. They've got a team that's A, so running very, very well in that case. So Caulfield, Diamond Valley, Campbell, Malvern, Mentone, and probably Sandringham you could put into that mix. So the young lady from Sandringham putting it up to the boys right now to give them a really good challenge towards the finish. So it is Caulfield and Mentone taking this one down to the line. Mentone just in front of Caulfield, then Sandringham, Diamond Valley, Campbell, Malvern, Essendon, Mornington and Camperdown. Time final 2 on the track here in the under 10s, mixed 4x100 metres. In lane 1, we have Corio, 2 Yarra Rangers, 3 Cranbourne, 4 Whittlesea City, 5 Doncaster, 6 Kyabram, 7 Berwick, and in lane 8, South Melbourne District.
On your marks. Set.
So great start there by the athletes. Probably in lane 6 running well is from Kyabram. So they've come a long way and they've come in with a really impressive seeded time as well. So keep an eye on Kyabram there. They're in the red and the black, but also racing well at the moment, just changing over that baton. Probably a bit bunched up was Whittlesea City out of lane 4. So Whittlesea City moving far the far right of screen at the moment, coming back into shot just in a sec. Essendon running well. South Melbourne District on the far outside also racing very strongly. So Cranbourne look like they might take that first there, just out of lane 3. So Cranbourne coming around the bend nice and strongly at the moment, being chased down by Yarra Rangers in 2. And on the far outside, Yarra Rangers, South Melbourne District still running strong, but it is going to be Cranbourne. Their outfit is very, very clever. They're actually very smart at running these races, and they have a very top sprinter finishing off the race for them. But it's Corio from the inside, bringing it home at the moment. Challenges put on by Yarra Rangers, and on the far outside, South Melbourne District. Corio might have just snuck that home from South Melbourne District, then Yarra Rangers, and then Cranbourne. So strong racing there. 1 minute 00.84. So on the track we have our third time finals. This is the top 8 competitors from the region qualifying rounds. Introducing the field to you now from lane 1, we have Keilor, 2 Knox, 3 Geelong, 4 Box Hill, 5 Caulfield, 6 Rigwood, 7 Seaford, and in lane 8 we have Essendon.
On your marks. Set.
So nice clean start here for this third and final time final. Strong racing at the moment from Box Hill in the centre of field. So the Box Hill athlete is running very strongly right now. Out on the far outside is Essendon. Also off to a great start, but it is Box Hills, we mentioned before, making a really early effort here. Right down the back straight. On their inside, Geelong, who were the fastest qualified, chasing them down. And also Caulfield just on the far outside of Box Hill. All changes for those three centres were pretty strong there, but Box Hill probably has the upper hand, but a really good bend run here by Geelong. So Geelong powering home right now at the moment. They are the fastest qualified. They're going to chase down this Victorian best performance of 58.31, which has been around for a good while. Now, the young lady we see now running now is a very strong competitor. She's probably the state champion, I do believe, in her age group over a number of disciplines. So she makes her way down towards the finish now. She's going to be watching that clock as eager as she can to get down there at the moment. And I think you might find they're going to probably get close to nabbing that one. Geelong take that one out. Box Hill next, followed by Keilor and Caulfield. Leave that for photo finish for third. But great racing by Geelong there. And yeah, just keep an eye on that one for a Victorian Best Performance watch. Very, very quick. They were much faster than their region qualifying time. So next event on the track is event number 47. This is the under 9 mixed 4x100 metres. This is time final number 1 in lane 1, Chukamawema, 2, Camperdown, 3, Moorabbin, 4, Caulfield B, 5, Sunbury, 6, Essendon, 7, Campbell Malvern, and in lane 8, Sandringham B.
Set.
So a clean start away, racing well at the moment is the athletes from Sunbury there in lane 5. They're actually off to a really great start. Very quick runner there for Sunbury in the blue and white. So second runner wasn't as ready there to receive the baton, but she's making her way down that back straight at the moment. Moorabbin running strongly on the inside, and on the far outside, Essendon and also Sandringham are racing well. So as they make their way towards this second changeover, third runner's going to be ready here in waiting. Essendon, great change there. Also to Moorabbin on the inside. Looks like we might have lost Campbell Malvern there. Had a little bit of a stumble there as he took the baton. We'll see if he can get up and find some momentum to finish this one off. But as they come into this final change, it still is Essendon out in front. Caulfield thereafter, Moorabbin and Sunbury. So great racing here by Essendon at the moment. As they come down towards the finish, Caulfield's putting the foot down now to put on the challenge here. But Essendon running strongly still just at the moment, slightly holding on. Caulfield coming home. Essendon has a look, takes it away from him there. So Caulfield, Essendon, Sunbury, Moorabbin, Chukamawema, Sandringham and Camperdown. So we might have lost Campbell or Malvern there over at that 200 metre mark. Caulfield is spent, but what a gutsy little run he had there. So great running there by Oliver for Caulfield to finish that one off. And a little bit of 6-7 from Bendigo, who hasn't even started the race. So a little bit of confusion. The athletes that have come out onto the start line are very eager to go, and we're just making sure the correct athletes exit the track as opposed to the ones that have just run. So it does look like there is a pending Victorian best performance in that previous age group race for the under 11s. So big congratulations goes out to Geelong. They raced 58.28, and the Victorian best performance prior to that was 58.31, which was set by Springvale in 1995. So the great little outfit that under 11 Geelong team is, and it'll be great to watch them progress further into their senior age groups. Next event on the track is Heat 2 of the under 9 4x100 metres. In lane 1, Mentone, 2 Bendigo, 3 Knox, 4 Whittlesea City, 5 Nuttawading, 6 Williamstown, 7 Yarra Ranges, and in lane 8 we have Werribee.
On your marks. Set.
So nice patient wait there for the athletes here in this second time final of the under 9s 4x100 metres. Off to a fly, Yarra Ranges out in lane 7. Already past Werribee on her outside. And she'll go in. Nice clean change by the girls there. A little bit of a fumble there by Nuttawading, but enough time for Whittlesea City there to get a little bit of a gain there in that instance. So it do look like we've got a group of girls here and a couple of boys only on this leg here. So it does look like the athletes will move back closely into this changeover space now. Whittlesea City running strongly, but on the far outside it still is Yarra Rangers running their own pace right now, as the rest of the field seems to make some ground on them as well. Do see Whittlesea City, Williamstown making a bit of a surge, and also on the inside it's Mentone. So watch out for Mentone in lane 1. Mentone run a strong straight here, being challenged on the outside by Yarra Rangers still, and running through at the moment is Whittlesea City making some ground, but it's going to be Mentone in that fluorescent yellow. Very prominent piece here, and their outfit is insane, looking well. So Mentone will take this one here. Yarra Rangers next, Whittlesea City, Williamstown, Nuttawading, Knox, Yarra Rangers and Werribee. And the third time final is on the track. This is the under 9s, top 8, 4x100 metre race. In lane 1, we have Box Hill, 2 Geelong, 3 Berwick, 4 Caulfield, 5 Sandringham, 6 Mornington, 7 Cranbourne, and in lane 8, Ringwood.
Set.
So a nice even start by the athletes here. Berwick's probably gotten a bit of a flyer at the second as they make their way around this bend. Look for the nice clean changes at the moment. Cranbourne on the far outside in 7s also running well. So Berwick and Cranbourne at the moment the ones to watch. Beautiful change there by Berwick in actual fact. And also racing well is Mornington down the back straight. So strong leg by them as well as Sandringham. He's up on his toes. Really keen to get down there into this next changeover. So Sandringham and Berwick at the moment. So Berwick take first. Sandringham, Cranbourne, Mornington, they're next in the mix. And then we've also got Caulfield running strongly and Geelong making a move from lane 1. But it's Sandringham at the moment as they come towards this final change, looking like they might be there to be first to get that baton. So Sandringham take it first, just marginally in front of Cranbourne on the outside. Geelong starting to chase down, as is Caulfield and Mornington as well. So the girls are setting the tone here for the boys to chase them down. Mentone trying to get down to Cranbourne. Will he make it there? But no one's going to catch Sandringham. They're out in front. Then Mentone, Caulfield, Cranbourne, Geelong, Berwick, Ringwood and Box Hill very close between 7th and 8th. Next event on the track is our multi-class athletes mixed 4x100 metres. So combination of different age groups in this one here. Whilst it's listed as under 13s to 17s, it does include age groups from all ranges from under 9s through to under 17. So you can see our Northern Country competitor just a little bit smaller than the others. So athletes from lane 1, we have Wodonga. In 3, Southern Metro Region. In lane 5, Eastern Metro Region. In lane 7, Northern Country Region. And in lane 8, Western Metro Region.
Set.
So cleared start away for the athletes in the multi-class race here. Running strongly at the moment, the athletes from lane 1 is Wodonga. So got the 4 athletes there coming with a seeded time of 1:21.08. Next on their outside is Southern Metro Region coming with a seeded time of 1:42.89. Next after them in the light blue is Eastern Metro Region with 1:21.55. And in lane 7 and 8, who you can see out on the far left of screen, in lane 8 we have Western Metro Region who come in with a time of 1:09.04, and Northern Country Region who come in with a seeded time of 1:21.93. So it's Western Metro to the left of screen at the moment, closely followed then by, it looks like Eastern Metro Region running strongly there around the bend, as well as our competitors, I believe, from Northern Country Region there on the inside. So they take the baton now. It's Western Metro Region out in front in lane 8. So running very strongly is the athlete there. I believe that might be Kobe Matheson from Corio. So great running by Kobe here to come across the line. He'll take first for Western Metro Region, keeping in mind that this is an unofficial first place depending on what their calculated percentage is based on the classifications of the athletes. So great racing there by Eastern Metro Region. Then by Wodonga, Northern Country Region, and not too far away is one of our fan favourites from Southern Metro Region. Gives the crowd a nice wave there, gives him a little bit more power. He's waving to his friends at the finish line and he knows he's on camera as well. So great shot there. And it's one of those beautiful things that you see. And it's great to have our multi-class athletes here at these championships.
Been that excited to cross the line.
And I think he knows he can see himself on the big screen, so he's not ready to leave just yet. But with a little bit of positive encouragement there, I think he'll leave. So great racing there by the multi-class athletes. Just remember to jump onto Results Hub to view our consolidated results of events and also calculated results from the multi-class athletes as well. So that's lavic.resultshub.com.au. We are now moving into our single gender races now for the 4x1. So we have started these. This is the girls under 12 4x1. And the next event from that, we'll do the boys under 12 4x1. So we'll progressively make our way through the under 12s, 11s, 10s and 9s before we're off to another break. So introducing event number 49, the girls under 12, 4x100 metres. Time final number 1 on the track. In lane 1, Williamstown. 2, Ballarat. 3, South Melbourne District. 4, Werribee. 5, Corio. 6, Bendigo. 7, Shepparton. And in lane 8, Doncaster.
Set.
So nice clean start for the under 12 girls here in this first time final. Racing well at the moment is South Melbourne District out of lane 3. They've got the home ground advantage here and they're making good use to that at the moment as they turn into that first changeover. So very good change by them as well. Making their way down the back straight, they're racing strongly, as is that of, I believe it actually might be Corio. So Corio in the red running very strongly. Nice strong leg by their athlete there. So a little bit of a fumble with a change there, but nice and fluid on the outside by that of possibly Bendigo. So I saw Bendigo do a great change there, but Corio's making some ground here at the moment as they head into this final change. So Bendigo and Corio very close between the two of them as well. Bendigo look back for the bat, and Corio probably get through nice and clearly with this one. So it's Corio coming down to the line very strongly at the moment, being challenged from the inside from their fellow Western Metro region competitors from South Melbourne District, and on the far outside Doncaster. Yarra Rangers will be next, followed by Williamstown, Shepparton, Ballarat and Werribee. So next event on the track is our second time final of the under-12 girls, 4x100 metres. In lane 1, Ringwood, 2, Albury, 3, Geelong C, 4, Coburg, 5, Knox, 6, Frankston, 7, Caulfield and 8, Diamond Valley. So nice clean start. We did speak of this earlier about the depth of Geelong having 3 teams in this. So Geelong C sitting here in the second time final, which means we've probably got 2 in the first. So keep an eye out for that as it comes up. But a great effort by them to field such strong athletes in one age group. So as we mentioned before, Geelong running very strongly down the back straight at the moment. Also Caulfield out in lane 7 will probably be one of their toughest competitors to beat, as is Knox from lane 5. So Knox, nice clean change there by Knox, and Geelong probably had the best of them as well. So Geelong, keep an eye, they're on the stagger. They're in lane 3. They will get the baton first as they come into this final change. So Geelong making really steady ground at the moment. Just in front of Knox, they'll take that baton, or possibly equal to. Caulfield running a strong finish, as well as Ringwood there on the inside. As they come down towards the finish, it is Knox and Geelong going to tow it out this way, and also Caulfield on the far outside making some significant ground here. Is it enough to get across the line? Possibly not just, but maybe to take second. So Knox, Caulfield possibly, and Geelong nice and close for photo finish there, with the remaining competitors bringing up the field in that second time final of the under 12 girls.
On your marks.
So time final number 3 on the track. We'll introduce the athletes to you in just a moment.
Set.
So from the inside, Cranbourne, 2, Moorabbin, lane 3, Geelong, 4, Mentone, 5, Keilor, 6, Essendon, 7, Geelong B and 8, Brighton. So running very strongly at the moment. It's probably the outfit from Essendon at the moment. They are our fastest qualifiers, coming with a seated time of 54.14, just a couple of seconds shy of the Victorian best performance. It's going to be a top race here with some really strong finishes. Mentone running very strongly at the moment as well. So as they make their way around towards the finish line here, It's still Essendon just marginally in front of Mentone. There's not much in it at all. It'll be all down to this final leg here. Essendon coming down towards the finish at the moment. Mentone chasing them down. Geelong, then Keilor, possibly Brighton thereafter. So Essendon going to come across the line. 54, probably 53.67 on the clock here. Not quite enough there for the Victorian best performance, but a strong finish all again, and possibly a quicker time than they ran at their region time. So the athlete there, I do believe, possibly reigning 100-metre champion, Ella Bonacurso from Essendon. So great outfit to have at the final leg of your relay team. Always good to have a state champion run nice anchor leg. So they'll be on the podium very shortly for their gold medal. So congratulations goes out to Essendon in that age group and event. Next event on the track is event number 50. This is the under 12 4x100 metres for boys.
On your marks. Set.
So clean start away from lane 1, Ringwood, 2, Chelsea, 3, Shepparton, 4, Essendon, 5, Corio, 6, Geelong C, 7, Berwick, and 8, Ballarat. So some clean changes there. Probably a good one there by Corio in lane 5 in the red, running very strong back straight at the moment in this second leg of the 4x1. So Corio at the moment look like they'll probably be there to change first, probably very close to Ringwood as well. So it was Corio, then Ringwood, possibly Shepparton, Geelong, and Berwick it might be, Ballarat actually, my apologies. So Ballarat running strongly at the moment there out of lane 7. But it is Corio at the moment. They look like the outfit there to take this one out. The probably closest challenges will be Ringwood from lane 1. So it's Corio taking its way down towards the finish with Ringwood thereafter. Ballarat strong finishing at the moment just in front of Geelong, and also running strongly as well on the inside is Shepparton. So it's Corio, Ringwood, Ballarat, Shepparton, Geelong, Berwick and Chelsea.
Congratulations to our gold medalists and state champions, team from Nullawani, represented by Eddie Turabay, Elise Bennett and Anthony Laurie.
Introducing the next event on the track, which is event number 2, heat number 2 of the under 12 boys 4x100 metres. In lane 1, Bendigo, 2, Sandringham, 3, Craigieburn, 4, Mentone, 5, Collingwood, 6, Cranbourne, 7, Caulfield B, and 8, Mornington.
Set. Lane 6, break, first and final warning. On your marks. Set. Lane 5, break, first and final warning. On your marks. Set.
So this time they're cleanly away. Racing very well at the moment is the athletes probably from 5, which is Collingwood, and 6 in Cranbourne. So Collingwood, nice change there. Cranbourne also racing well down the back straight at the moment. It's probably the athlete from Sandringham. So some good vision there of the athletes making their way down into this second changeover, but third leg of this race. So keep an eye out here. Mornington changed pretty well as well there in that instance, as does Cranbourne. So as they make their way around the bend here, it is Cranbourne probably just marginally in front of Collingwood. It is making their way through, but also running strongly at the moment is a Craigieburn athlete. Great bend by he as he comes around through towards the final stages. So it's Cranbourne and then on the inside Collingwood. So Collingwood just marginally in front of Cranbourne, and then we've got Mentone on the inside and Mornington on the far outside. So it's Collingwood that's going to take this one out over Cranbourne, Mentone, Mornington, Caulfield, Bendigo, Sandringham and Craigieburn. So next event on the track is our third time final of the under 12 boys 4x100 metres. So these are your top 8 qualifiers from the region qualifying round. A couple of ones to watch out for here in lanes 4 and 5. But we'll introduce the field to you now. So a couple of athletes just finalising their block setup. So probably something we'll see a lot more of tomorrow in the older age groups where there are blocks.
Back to your cones, please, boys.
Used for the first competitor. But being a relay event, it's not so common necessarily in these younger age groups. So from lane 1, we have Knox B, 2 Williamstown, 3 Caulfield, 4 Knox, 5 Geelong, mark. 6 Frankston, 7 Diamond Valley, and in lane 8, Geelong B.
Set.
So clean start away in this one here for the third time final of the under 12 boys. So Knox running very strongly at the moment. Their fastest qualifier coming with a seated time of 53.40. Geelong on their outside will be their probably top competitors here to chase them down towards the finish. Racing very well at the moment still is Knox and Geelong also equally. So as they come into this second changeover, the two are going to be almost stride for stride. Can't separate them much at all at the moment, but also Diamond Valley in the outside and Geelong B running a decent outfit there in lane 8. So at the moment, Knox has probably got the slight upper hand on Geelong being on the inside of them. See how this final change goes here, but it is Knox. Now the athlete here from Knox, very, very quick competitor here, being chased down by the athlete from Geelong here, but it does look nice and Welly taken here by Knox. So Knox will come across the line, then Geelong, then Knox B. Great effort there in front of Caulfield. Then we had Frankston, Diamond Valley, Geelong and Caulfield. So great racing there. So the time comes up on screen is 50.96. We might keep an eye on that one as it comes through to Results Hub. Victorian best performance previous to that was set in 2021 by Keilor at 51.68. So we will need for an official time to come through from photo finish for that race. But the unofficial time, as you did see on screen, was 50.96. So we'll keep a watch on that one as the consolidated results finish. And we'll let you know how Knox went in that effort for the Victorian best performance. Next event on the track is the under 11 girls, 4x100 metres. This is event 51. 3-time finals here to present. And it does look like we might have one vacant lane, which we haven't really seen today at all. So Lavington Gindira haven't been able to make it here today. So introducing the field to you now from lane 1, Keilor B, 2, Essendon, 3, Yarra Rangers, 4, South Melbourne District, 5, Ballarat, 6, Doncaster, and in lane 8, Yarra Rangers B.
Set.
So great start here in this first time final of 3 in the under 11 girls. Running well at the moment is South Melbourne District out of lane 4, so they're going to come around into this first changeover, probably first to change, and they will be just marginally in front of Ballarat out of lane 5. So it's South Melbourne District running a strong back straight at the moment. Caulfield, Ballarat running equally as well there. The uniforms are so very close between those two centres. Doncaster also running well. So South Melbourne, Ballarat, a little bit of a fumble with the baton there, and Doncaster not too far behind them. Yarra Rangers running strongly out of lane 3 as well as that stagger moves around, but also the competitors on their inside, Keilor and Essendon, also running a very strong bend. But at South Melbourne District at the moment running well. They're going to come into the straight first, closely followed by Keilor and Essendon with a strong finishing Ballarat there out of lane 5. So South Melbourne District convincing winners here in this first time final. Ballarat will come through second. Yarra Rangers, Keilor, Essendon, Doncaster and Yarra Rangers B. So great racing there by the competitors in that first time final of the under 11 girls. So just moving back to the previous race, did seem that the final time for Knox was 51.41. So they actually have taken that record. So congratulations goes to Knox in the under 12 boys. The previous Victorian best performance was 51.68 and they've got a 51.41. So that is a pending Victorian best performance and that will be ratified, and congratulations goes out to those athletes of that team. Second time final of the under 11 girls is on the track, and it will introduce the field to you now from lane 1, Craigieburn, 2, Whittlesea City, 3, Caulfield, 4, Geelong, 5, Diamond Valley, 6, Sandringham, 7, Bendigo, and in lane 8 we have Bacchus Marsh.
On your marks. Set.
So a quick start there by Whittlesea City out of lane 2. So remembering Craigieburn in 1, Whittlesea City 2, Caulfield 3, Geelong in 4, Diamond Valley in 5, Sandringham in 6, Bendigo in 7 and Bacchus Marsh in 8. So probably changing nice and cleanly there would be that of Geelong out of lane 4. So you can see they've moved up quite convincingly at the moment in front of their competitors on the outside. But also running strongly at the moment is that of Sandringham out in 6. So Geelong take the baton probably not so cleanly as Sandringham have taken it there. So Sandringham running well. Also in the far second outside is Bendigo from lane 7. But moving into this final change here, Geelong has picked up that space now. From that changeover now, they'll take the baton first into this final straight here. So it's Geelong at the moment in front of Caulfield, Diamond Valley thereafter, Whittlesea City running strongly at the moment, and a late dash here by Bendigo on the outside along with Bacchus Marsh in 8. So it'll be Geelong coming across the line in first, Caulfield, Whittlesea City. Very close between Bendigo and Bacchus Marsh there. Diamond Valley, Sandringham and Craigieburn.
Can I please have the Yarra Rangers team manager to be the referee at the combat tent at the finish line, please? Yarra Rangers team manager to the combat tent at the finish line to be the referee, please.
So third and final heat of the under 11 girls, 4x100 metres, is on the track. So these are your top 8 competitors from the region qualifying rounds. So third and final time final on the track here from lanes 1, Echuca, 2, Corio, 3, Nuttawading, 4, Cranbourne. We'll just get the athletes back. We've got some issues, athlete taking a little bit longer to set their blocks up here. So we'll just go back to reintroducing the field here. So lane 1, Echuca Moama, 2, Corio, 3, Nuttawading, 4, Cranbourne, 5, Berwick, 6, Keilor, 7, Doncaster, 8, Mentone. So clean start away this time here. Racing very well at the moment, the athletes. Cranbourne in those very iridescent pink socks there. They come in as our fastest qualifying team with a time of 58.01. Looking to obviously try and break that one today. On their inside, Nuttawading going to be up their top challengers at the moment. They're as they make their way down the back straight. A very clear focus there by the Cranbourne athlete, and also Keilor there in lane 6 running very, very well too. So Cranbourne take the baton probably just after Keilor in that instance, and also running well as Nuttawading too. So they may have taken it just before Cranbourne as well. So as they head around into these final stages here, running very well still is Cranbourne in lane 4, and on their inside as well, Nuttawading running very well too. So Cranbourne coming to the final straight on the outside, Mentone putting down the challenge as well as Nuttawading on the inside. So it is Cranbourne at the moment. Beautiful racing here by their final anchor athlete. She'll come across the line in first, just marginally in front of Mentone, Nuttawading, Keilor, Berwick, Corio, and close between the final two competitors between Echuca Moama and Doncaster. So next event on the track is event 52, the under 11 boys, 4x100 metres. This is the first of 3 timed finals. You have just joined us. Timed finals are basically results of 3 races consolidated into one list of results to award final placings. In lane 1, we have Mornington, 2 Albury, 3 Chelsea, 4 Box Hill, 5 Geelong B, 6 Brighton, 7 Essendon and 8 Cockatoo. So nice clean start away for the athletes here. Cockatoo racing well out in lane 8. Probably the first time I've seen Cockatoo today. I haven't mentioned them previously, I don't believe. Geelong B running well out of lane 5. So Geelong take the baton first in that instance. Cockatoo not too far behind them. And also racing well on the inside now is Albury from lane 2. So Albury running well, chasing down Geelong in the centre of field right now that you can see. Box Hill also running well, so Albury do a great change there as well. They're going to chase Geelong down. It'll be interesting to see how they are after the stagger. They wouldn't have necessarily had a lot of competition out in Northern Country region, so this really brings it up to them to bring their best to this final event. So Geelong take the baton first. Bit of a fumble there for the baton. Albury chasing down at the moment, as is Mornington on the inside. Box Hill and Chelsea as well from lanes 3 and 4. So it's Albury at the moment taking this one home. Albury will come across the line in first. Albury, Mornington, Box Hill, Chelsea, Brighton or Essendon. I won't pick that one myself. We'll wait that for photo finish. And then in 8th place was Cockatoo. So great racing there by the athletes. And a wonderful effort by Geelong.
Under 11, we've got Cranbourne A, Keilor A, Berwick A. This 4x100 under 10s, Geelong A, Box Hill A, Caulfield A. This 4x100 under 9s, Sandringham A, Mornington A, Caulfield A. And the girls 4x100 metre under 12, Essendon A, Mentone A, Geelong A. That seems to become a presentation area.
Next event on the track is time final number 2 of the under 11 boys, 4x100 metres. In lane 1, Mentone, 2 Caulfield, 3 Berwick, 4 Williamstown, 5 Whittlesea City, 6 Yarra Rangers, 7 Essendon and 8 Doncaster. So clean start away, fly by Berwick. They're in out of lane 3. Caulfield running very strongly out of 2 as well. So it's been a great performance here by the Caulfield athletes today in the junior age groups. Racing well at the moment as well as Yarra Rangers out of 6. So they might have been one of the first to change there. Also on the outside, Essendon changed not too far thereafter. So racing well down the back straight at the moment. The athletes making their way down to this second changeover to their third runners. So take your pick, Williamstown, Essendon, possibly Doncaster there on the outside as well. But these bend runners play a crucial game in this particular race here in the 4x1. So as they make their way down towards it, making some move on this particular bend is Whittlesea City out of lane 5. So they're going to put themselves in a good position to take the baton first. Nice and clean change by them. Yarra Rangers on the outside, Essendon on the further outside and Williamstown on the inside. But at the moment, it does look like Whittlesea City just very marginally in front of Essendon. So it's going to be Whittlesea City bringing it up to line just in front of Essendon, then possibly Doncaster, Williamstown between the two. Berwick, Yarra Rangers, Caulfield and Mentone. So third and final time, final for the under 11 boys, 4x100 metres on the track. So top 8 competitors from the region qualifying rounds here, showcased to you here at Lakeside Stadium. So it does look like we have lane 2 vacant, which is Sandringham B. So again, the vacant lanes are very few and far between in this particular weekend. Probably the best I've seen it in a long time here. So great to see families being able to still represent their centres and put forward a team for these events. So from the inside, we have Knox in lane 1, Geelong in lane 3, Sandringham lane 4, Cranbourne lane 5, Keilor lane 6, Corio lane 7, and Diamond Valley lane 8. So great start there by Keilor at the moment. They know they need to really, really get a head start on Cranbourne here. Keilor came through as the second fastest qualifier, and they've got a really good head start on Cranbourne at the moment. Racing well on the inside as well as Geelong and Sandringham as well in lanes 3 and 4. Keilor take the baton first. Probably then I'd say maybe Sandringham might have been next, but it's very close between 2nd through to 5th. So at the moment, Keilor starting to tire a little bit. The teams will start to make a little bit of gain some space on them now. But their last athlete takes the baton now, closely followed by Geelong and also Sandringham. So it's Keilor at the moment, Geelong, Sandringham, Cranbourne making a late dash here towards the final stages of this race. But it is Keilor just in front here. Keilor are going to take it down to the line just in front of Cranbourne, then Geelong, Sandringham, Corio, Diamond Valley and Knox. So unofficial time of 55:43. So great racing there by the athletes. Keep an eye on that time as well. It was a very quick time. Whether it's quick enough for a Victorian best performance, there's obviously always a margin of difference from the photo finish time as opposed to the running clock we see on screen. So your official results can be found on Results Hub. We'll just pop that up on screen for you now. So it's lavic.resultshub.com.au. So that's where you'll find consolidated results for all 3 time finals in these 4x100 metre events. So we are a couple of minutes ahead at the moment, which is good to see. We do have no vacant lanes. We've just got a very tiny competitor standing out there in lane 8. So next event is our under 10s 4x100 metre girls events, and this is the first of 3 timed finals. So introducing the field to you now from lane 1, Colac, 2, Lavington Jindera, 3, Cranbourne, 4, Nuttawading, 5, Kyabram, 6, Werribee, 7, Camberwell Malvern, and in lane 8, Box Hill B. So nice clean start away. Probably the start of my pick would have been that of Cranbourne out of lane 5. So they're in the red centre of field at the moment. Racing well on the outside is Camberwell Malvern out in lane 7. And also starting to wind up on their bend is Lavington Jindera from lane 2. So not the cleanest of change from Lavington, but also Camberwell Malvern on the outside, still racing well and probably first in place at the moment at this stagger as we make our way towards this second changeover. So third athletes ready in waiting now for the baton here. Camberwell Malvern, bit of a stretch there to get the baton there. Cranbourne making some ground on the inside and also Nuttawading as well out of lane 4. So as they make their way around towards these final changes, Camberwell Malvern still out in front at the moment. Cranbourne trying to make some ground there on them. And they may just take the baton just slightly after Camberwell Malvern. So Camberwell Malvern, Cranbourne coming in second at the moment. Werribee running strongly there in lane 6. And on the outside, we've got Box Hill also running well. So it's Camberwell Malvern at the moment. They're going to come up to the line here and take out this first time final. In front of Cranbourne, Box Hill, Werribee, Lavington Jindera, and Kyabram. So time final number 2 is on the track of our under 10 girls, 4x100 metres. In lane 1, we have Shepparton, 2 Mornington, 3 Geelong B, 4 Ringwood, 5 Frankston, 6 Essendon, 7 Seaford, and in lane 8, Yarra Rangers. So clean start away here for the athletes in this second time final of the under 10 girls. Very even start by our competitors at the moment. Not much between them all at all. Probably just slightly in front might be Geelong into this first changeover. So let's see how their changeover goes here. Geelong, nice clean change there for them. And also on the outside, that of Essendon in lane 6 running very well too. So Essendon, you can see there, second rider screen at the moment as they come into this second changeover here at the 200 metre mark. So Geelong change clean. Geelong, also Yarra Rangers in lane 8 are running very strongly at the moment too. Athletes make their way around this top bend here. A great race there by the athlete from Frankston from lane 5 as well. So she might bring her team in to change the baton first, just in front of Geelong out of lane 3. So Frankston, Geelong, Essendon, Yarra Rangers, and making a late dash now is also the athlete from Moorabbin. But it's Frankston at the moment now bringing it home for her team. Essendon closely after, then Ringwood. Yarra Rangers will be 4th with Geelong, Mornington, Shepparton and Seaford. So third time finals on the track. This is our top 8 competitors of the under 10 girls. And without further ado, we'll introduce the field to you. So from lane 1, we have Berwick, 2 Knox, 3 Keilor, 4 Moorabbin, 5 Caulfield, 6 Box Hill, 7 Melton City, and in lane 8 we have Sandringham. Fastest qualifiers come from lane 6 in Box Hill, coming with a seated time of 1:02.86. So clean start away here in this third time final of the under 10 girls. From the inside, Berwick, Knox, Keilor, Moorabbin, Caulfield, Box Hill, Melton City and Sandringham. Keep an eye out, as I mentioned before, for Box Hill, but also on the hot challenge will be that from Moorabbin from lane 4. So nice clean changes there by the athletes there. Moorabbin had a great change as well as did Keilor from lane 3. But it's Caulfield at the moment that's probably showing a fair bit of promise as well, being shouted down by her competitor at the moment now, turning around to take that baton is their third runner. Making their way around the bend at the moment. Moorabbin running very strongly at the moment, as is Caulfield and Box Hill. So the three teams are going to tough this one out as they come around towards the finish here. But it's Caulfield probably marginally in front, just in front of Box Hill as well. So Caulfield take the baton first. Very clean changing by them. Mountain City on the far outside also running a very hot race now at the moment. Box Hill start trying to move through into the field here, but it is still Caulfield at the moment just in front, only marginally. Box Hill going to take it to the line to Melton City, and they're just going to nab them on the line. Sandringham thereafter, and possibly Keilor were close to that as well. So great racing, a great finish there by those final competitors. So under 10 boys, the next event on the track, event 54. First time final in shot now. In lane 1, Diamond Valley B. 2, Werribee. 3, Caulfield B. 4, Nuttawading. 5, Cranbourne. 6, Berwick. 7, Campbell Malvern. And in lane 8, Ballarat. So a nice clean start for the athletes here. Probably pick of the bunch would be that of Caulfield, probably from lane 3, had a good start, as did Cranbourne from 5. On the far outside at the moment, Ballarat running a great race there. Caulfield, beautiful, nice, clean change there as well. So as they make their way down, it's probably Campbell Malvern at the moment that look deceivingly like they're in front at the moment. Bit of error there where the athletes aren't in their correct lanes from 5 and 6, but we'll see how 4 and 5 that is. So Nuttawading and Cranbourne get it all sorted out there. So well done to those young men for making themselves in place for their baton position. So as they make their way round, it is Nuttawading at the moment running very strongly as they come into this final change here. So Nuttawading and Cranbourne got themselves sorted out and have done the same now in this instance here. Campbell Malvern running very strongly out in lane 7, and coming through strongly is that of Werribee in lane 2. Campbell Malvern might have the power here to take this one home, just in front of Nuttawading, and then Caulfield followed by Werribee, Cranbourne. So a huge effort by the boys there in that first time final of the under 10s. Next event on the track is event 54, time final 2 of the under 10 boys. In lane 1, Mentone. 2, Wodonga. 3, Corio. 4, Melton City. 5, Diamond Valley. 6, Kyabram. 7, Seaford. And 8, South Melbourne District. So clean start away for these athletes here in this second time final of the under 10 boys. Making their way down the back straight at the moment. Kyabram from lane 6 running a good race at the moment. Nice clean change by them as well. So well done to those boys from Kyabram, and we thank them for coming down all that way to this event. Mountain City running strongly down in the middle of field, as is Carrera from lane 3. So the two centres from Western Metro, great outfit there at the moment. And also South Melbourne District, add that to the mix from Western Metro. So South Melbourne District running well. Mountain City chasing down the inside. On the further inside is Carrera from lane 3. But as the pack starts to chase South Melbourne District, they're swarming on him at the moment. Mountain City leading the charge, closely followed by Kyabram, then Corio and Diamond Valley. So Corio take a look over to the right. He knows what's on his outside. He has to just race against that competitor from lane 8 who's racing away at the moment in this. So a huge run by South Melbourne District in this second time final. They're going to take it across the line in front of Nunawading, Corio, Doncaster, Kyabram, Mountain City, Wodonga and Mentone. Time final 3 is on the track of the under 10 boys, 4x100 metres. In lane 1, Keilor B, 2, Geelong A, 3, Doncaster A, 4, Caulfield A, 5, Keilor A, 6, Essendon A, 7, Knox A, and in lane 8, Sale A. So clean start away. Keilor off to a flyer at the moment. They'll be chasing down Essendon on their outside, who come in with the second fastest qualifier behind Keilor. So Keilor are quite the unit now. We're looking out for watching some nice clean changes by them. They execute the first nice and fluidly at the moment as they make their way down the back straight, really making some ground on Essendon. They're going to have to chase to keep up with them here. Doncaster, a bit of a wild card in this one here, racing very well at the moment down the back straight. They'll change second here at the moment. So it's Keilor, Doncaster, Sale on the far outside also in the mix now as they make their way round the bend at the moment towards this final change. So racing well still at the moment is Keilor. Moving up on the inside at the moment is Doncaster. We spoke about them just before being a bit of a wild card. They're going to change before Keilor and come into the front straight first. Keilor's going to have to chase down Sale on the far outside, chasing down Geelong in for a bronze medal spot here at the moment. So it's Doncaster at the moment. They're going to come across the line in first. Keilor might just lose second off. Sale there on the far outside. Then we had Caulfield, Geelong, Essendon, Knox and Keilor B. So a nice one there for photo finish for that second and third spot. So just the two under 9 boys and girls races to go. So 6 races to go before the block changeover. So our next event on the track is event 55, the under 9 girls, 4x100 metres. This is time final number 1 in lane 1, Diamond Valley. In 2, Box Hill. 3, Moorabbin. Lane 4, South Melbourne District. Lane 5, Mentone. Lane 6, Geelong B. Lane 7, Pakenham. And in Lane 8, Sandringham C. So a good start there by Mentone out of lane 5. They're racing off very well at the moment. And on their far outside is probably Geelong B out there in lane 6 as well, running a great race. So a little bit of an early start there by the Mentone athlete. Very keen to go there. Got the change nice and cleanly there as well. But South Melbourne District from lane 4 is running very well at the moment, as is Sandringham C out in lane 8. So making their way down the back straight. That stagger is a little bit deceiving now, but you'll probably see Sandringham, then Geelong, South Melbourne, Moorabbin, Box Hill racing very well at the moment. So the chase is on at the moment now. Geelong's probably leading the charge at the second. Mentone closely followed by South Melbourne. And then on the far inside at the moment, Diamond Valley starting to make a move up on the rest of their competitors. So Geelong take it first, Diamond Valley, Box Hill, then Moorabbin. Making their way to this final stage of this race, it's Geelong still just a smidge in front of Diamond Valley at the moment. Diamond Valley having a look over to make sure she runs a little bit faster there at the moment, which she manages to do so. Box Hill making a late charge for second. Will they catch Geelong? Possibly, yes, they might, but we'll just wait for photo finish to see that one. Mentone, Moorabbin, South Melbourne, Sale and Sandringham C bringing up the field in that first time final of the under-9 girls. Time final 2 is on the track of the under-9 girls, 4x100 metres. In lane 1, Berwick, 2, Nuttawading, 3, Moe, 4, Cranbourne, 5, Keilor, 6, Werribee, 7, Ballarat, and in lane 8, Whittlesea City. So clean start away here in this second time final of the under-9 girls. Great start there by Cranbourne and probably Keilor at the moment out in lane 5. So Keilor, little speedster at the moment. She's making her way into this change. Cranbourne have the better of the changes there between the two centres. So Cranbourne make their way down the back straight. They've had some really great relay racing at the moment, and there have been some really surprise packets out of Cranbourne in these junior races. So making their way down into change 2 for the third runner to receive the baton. Cranbourne take it first. Keilor possibly might have fumbled that one a little bit. On the far outside, Ballarat probably made some ground there as well. So as they make their way now towards this final changeover, it is still the Cranbourne outfit at the moment in lane 4 running very strongly. On their far outside is Keilor, on the inside is Keilor. Bit of a fumble with the battens there at the moment, but as they make their way down towards the finish, it's Cranbourne at the moment still striding away at the moment. Moe's made great advantage of that fumble there. They're going to come through and hold in for second. Bit of a recovery there by Keilor for third, and Whittlesea City in fourth. Werribee, Berwick, Nuttawading, and Ballarat. Third time final for the under-9 girls is on the track. This is event 55. Top 8 competitors from the region qualifying round. We'll wait for them to start and we'll introduce the field to you. In lane 1, Essendon, 2, Williamstown, 3, Geelong, 4, Mornington, 5, Sandringham B, 6, Bendigo, 7, Yarra Rangers, and in lane 8, Caulfield. So very even at the moment. Probably Mornington, the fastest qualifiers, off to a great start. Nice clean change by them. They're in the very, very bright orange there in the centre of field at the moment. Sandringham putting a challenge, Sandringham B that is, in lane 5 down to Mornington at the moment. The two would have run against each other at the region qualifying round, so they'll promise to know what their capabilities are against each other. Caulfield on the far outside, bit of a fumble with the baton, but still in contention at the moment as they make their way around this third leg of the race. As they make their way towards the final change here, it's Sandringham at the moment running very strongly. On the inside as well, we've probably got the unit there from Mornington as well. So Sandringham, Mornington, Caulfield. Then we've got Bendigo also running very well at the moment. They did pop up a little bit early in one of the races here, and it's a great race there by the Bendigo athlete. Mornington coming home strong here. Bendigo not going to have a bar of that here, and Bendigo's going to take the gold from Mornington over Sandringham. Then Caulfield, Yarra Rangers, Geelong, Essendon and Williamstown. So great racing there. It could be one for photo there, but I would be very inclined to still stick with my guns there on Bendigo, but we'll wait and see what happens with those final results. I'll put that one to the side just to see how close that finish was and who gets called for first in that particular race. So jump on to Results Hubs, ladies and gentlemen. Result Hub, ladies and gentlemen. So that way we'll give you those consolidated results from that event. So that's lavic.resultshub.com.au. So all you need to do is click into the event. If you have already clicked into it previously, just click on the refresh button or on the search option to the right hand side. That'll allow the races to be added as they are judged. You'll see that there's an in progress last update and with a timestamp on it, and that is updated every 1 to 2 minutes. So just click on that refresh. We have only seeded or resulted the first of the time finals for the under-9 girls, which is time final 1. Time final 2 has just popped up and we're just waiting for 3. Next event on the track, 56. This is the under-9 boys, 4x1, time final 1. In lane 1, Whittlesea City, 2, Ballarat, 3, Wodonga, 4, Sunbury, 5, Geelong, 6, Yarra Rangers, 7, Williamstown and 8, Box Hill. So racing well at the moment down the back straight as they make their way down. Probably running the best is that of Wodonga at the moment. Wodonga running very strongly now as they come down towards this second changeover zone and their third runner. So Wodonga take the baton first, just in front of Box Hill. Lots of turning back by the young men for these batons. You'd like to see them eyes forward here, but not the case at the moment. Whittlesea City running strong on the inside as well as they come into shot. But it's Geelong at the moment, centre of field, making some ground. So Geelong from lane 5 at the moment, just get the baton in front of Sunbury. We did see the athlete from Sunbury run very, very strong earlier today, and Wodonga's made some recovery there from that baton change and moving further forward. Williamstown on the far outside is also running a great leg here, but it is going to be Geelong to take this one first across the line. Geelong making Williamstown making a dash for second, but they'll be coming third after Wodonga, Whittlesea City, Sunbury, Yarra Rangers, Box Hill and Ballarat. There is a yellow flag on that race, so that will be, the results will be pending until that infringement has been decided upon. So another little bit of a 6-7 there by the young under-9 athlete as he dropped his baton into the box there. And we'll just see how that under-9 girls race is going. So just the 2 races to go before we do a switch over to our Athletics Victoria Championship events with Glenn Turner. So we're passing over the microphone very shortly to Glenn to jump into their events, which will be that of the medley events for the under-16 athletes and also the 4x1 100-metre events. So it does look like Bendigo snagged that across the line in that previous age group over Mornington. So 64-60 to Bendigo, Mornington 64-62. So great finish by Bendigo in that previous under-9 girls final. Great finish as well. Next event on the track is our second-time final of the under-9 boys. In lane 1, Collingwood, 2, Corio, 3, Diamond Valley, 4, Chelsea, 5, Mornington B, 6, Ringwood, 7, Knox, and 8, Bendigo. Clean start away in this second time final of the under-9 boys. Racing strongly at the moment is Chelsea out of lane 4. So they're in the all black at the moment as they come away, they make their way around towards this first change. Mornington on their outside and Ringwood not too far out in front of them as well. Nice clean changeover for these boys here as they make their way down towards the second changeover in their third runner. Very strong racing there by the Mornington athlete, and also on the far outside is Knox at the moment as well. So love to see these boys got their eyes forward as well, so they're actually ready for that baton in their fastest stance. Ringwood come through nice and strong out of that, as well as does Diamond Valley out of lane 3. So as they come into this final change, not much is going to differ at the moment, but it does look Diamond Valley might get the baton first. So Diamond Valley slaps it in the hand of his competitor. Ringwood further forward, as well as Chelsea, Knox, and then closely followed by Bendigo and Corio. But at the moment, it is Diamond Valley. Strong finish there by Ringwood. This young man is absolutely gunning it towards the finish now. So Ringwood will take this one out over Diamond Valley, Chelsea, Bendigo, Knox, Corio, Collingwood, and Mornington. And in traditional style for under-9s, we have a yellow flag.
We are about to start the last of our little athletics 4x100 metres. So at the conclusion of this block, we ask that our officials and chiefs take a little break, but resume at around about 3:50. We will put the call out at that time. And also please ask for all AD club helpers and officials to head out to their positions for the medley and 4x100.
So next event on the track is our under-9s 4x100 metres time, final number 3. This is your top 8 competitors from the region qualifying rounds. And we'll introduce the field to you now. In lane 1, Sandringham B. In lane 2, Berwick. In 3, Caulfield. In lane 4, Melton City. Lane 5 is Cranbourne. Lane 6 is Sandringham A. In lane 7, Mornington. And in lane 8, Mentone. So clean start away, great start by Caulfield there. They're going to want to race this one down here. They are the fastest qualifier. They're the team to beat in this event today. Coming with a seated time of 1:03.72, closely followed by Sandringham on from lane 6 as well. So keep an eye out for 3 and 6. In the centre of field as well, Melton City running a great leg at the moment. And Berwick from lane 2 is also running a strong race as they make their way down that back straight, longest leg of the track. Sandringham now might even take the baton first. So Sandringham, Mentone are in the mix there, and Berwick, Mentone might have dropped that one there, but picked it up and recovered that well. Berwick from the inside is running a very strong race, and moving up now is that fastest qualifier, Caulfield, into this final change. So great run by the athlete on the bend there for Caulfield. They will take the baton first in front of Cranbourne, or Sandringham, then Cranbourne. So it's Caulfield, Sandringham, Cranbourne, Melton City, Mornington and Berwick at the moment as they make their way down towards the finish. So it's Caulfield going to take this one across the line. It's going to be close between second, third and fourth. Sandringham might have been there The baton going across the line first won't necessarily get there for you, Cranbourne, but Mornington and also Mountain City in amongst the mix for those minor places. So we'll leave that one up to photo finish. It is the torso that comes across the line first, so we'll have a look at photo finish and see how those final placings go. So congratulations to our competitors that have competed in the 4x100 metre events. Little Athletics Victoria will take a short break now, but we'll hand the mic over to Athletics Victoria and Mr. Glenn Turner for our medley and 4x100 metre events.
Thanks very much to Kim John taking us through the second session of the Littles Athletics Victoria relays. Our first relay will be on at 2:58. It's the men's under 16 medley timed final. You're at 2, and then at 12 minutes past 3 will be the under 16 women. And then at 3:32, one of the feature events on the program, the Women's Open Championship of Victoria, the 4x100 metre final. There were no heats in this event. When entries closed yesterday for confirmation, it went straight to a final. Actually, that's not true. That was the 4x4, my apologies. 4x1, there was a heat earlier this morning. Same with the men's 4x1, which will be on at 3:37. It'll take us right through to about 10 past 4. And then we swap back to our colleagues from Littles for the under 12, under 11, under 10 and under 9 medleys. And then at 5:45, we're back here to complete our 4x4s, and then we head into the Zatopek at 6:30. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on the live stream. All results information, head to athvic.org.au, go to the Results Hub tab, and that will take you to all the live results. Be a bit of a short break. We're back here at 5 to 3 for the start of the next session, the medley relays.
Congratulations is for event number 54, the boys pull 100-metre relay for under 10s. In the third position with a time of 58.66, congratulations to our bronze medal winning team, Kilo A. Coming in second with a time of 58.62, congratulations to our silver medal winning team, Sail A. First time on the day is for our boys from Sail. Well done, fellas. And coming in first with a time of 58.49 seconds. That's a seriously close race. Congratulations to our gold medal winning team and state champions, Doncaster A. Coming in first, the Victorian best performance time of 51.41 seconds. Congratulations to our gold medal winning team and state champions, Knox A. Congratulations for event number 53, the girls 4x100 relay under the 10s. In third position, are you watching Mountain City girls? In third position with a time of 1:02.36. Congratulations to the Mountain City 18. They are your bronze medalists. Momentarily distracted by the word industry. Coming in second with a time of 1:02.28. Congratulations to our silver medalists, Boxville A. And in first position with a time of 1:02.03. Congratulations to our gold medalists and state champions, Caulfield A.
We please have the Keilor Little Athletics team manager, the Keilor Little Athletics team manager, please come up to communications, please. The Keilor Little Athletics team manager up to communications.
Presentations for event number 47, 4x100 relay under 9s. In the third position with a time of 1:03.58. Congratulations to our bronze medal winning team, Caulfield A. Coming in second with a time of 1:03.41. Congratulations to our silver medal winning team, Mornington A. Coming in first at the time of 1:02.39. Congratulations to our gold medal winning team and state champions, Sandringham A.
Yeah, that's taking the charge.
This is just a community announcement. If you have lost your credit card, can you please come up to communications up in the president's room or the CIC. So look in your pocket if you've lost your credit card. If you can please come up to communications or the CIC up in the president's room at the back of the Bob Jane Stadium on the front straight. We have it here waiting for you.
Casey Cutting in B in 4, Diamond Valley A in 5, Box Hill in 6, Casey Cutting in C in 7, and Sandringham A in 8. Next 2. Which runner is he?
Very good afternoon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live stream here at the 2025 ProFeet Athletics Victoria and the Commonwealth Bank Little Athletics Victoria State Relay Championships. My name is Glenn Turner. Joining me, or should I be saying I'm joining him in the commentary box, Tim Crosby. Ready for another interesting session, including the end of the junior medleys and then the men's and women's 4x1 championship.
And I know you're already very excited about the 4x1s, GT. Looking forward to some great calling there. The medleys to kick us off. We always love a good medley too. So the 2-2-4-8 competition or combination there. The under-16s will be kicking off with the men. So time finals, not heats and final, time finals here. So you'll be doing some pencil work there, I believe, to keep track of who's doing what.
Absolutely. 14 teams to follow, 2 heats of 7. At this stage, subject to any scratchings that came out of the call room, but current title holders are Athletics Nunawading, who won this event last year in a time of 3:45.58. Their team of Cooper Lavelle, Max Wright, Oscar Wright and Cyrus Ong took victory over Old Scotch and Doncaster. So only Doncaster and Old Scotch have entered this year to make it, or try to make it, 2 years in a row. Nunawading hasn't entered a team, but in heat number 1, number of A teams: Glen Huntly, Ballarat Region, Diamond Valley, Box Hill and Sandringham. And a lot of our under-16 athletes we've seen already, Tim, in the 4x1 heats and in the heats in final of the 4x4. It's going to be an interesting medley.
Yeah, we're certainly starting to see a few names reappear. Also good to see Casey Gdynia go down as far as the C team in this event, GT. That's fantastic relay program obviously out there at Casey Gdynia, so well done to their coaches and families out there for supplying good teams.
I reckon we're ready to intro, Tim. Heat number 1.
So next up we do have the first of 2-time finals of the under-16 men's sprint medley relay, which is the 2-2-4-8 combination. We have in lane 2 of time final number 1 the team from Glen Huntly A: Zach Hay, Cooper Ill, Callan Duddy and Ariel Friedrich. Team from Ballarat Region: Derek Acolo, Charlie Sullivan, Archer Spackman, Perry Grant. They're in lane 3. Lane 4 has the B team from Casey Gdynia: Anik Asen, Lachlan Retra, Arnav Singh Apada and Cordell Don Paul. In 5 we have the team from Diamond Valley: Josh Kogler, Toby Hamilton, Xander Bota and also Samuel Reeve. In 6 we've got the Box Hill team: Luca Walter, Yurui Kiwi, Eric Plant and Lachlan Baxter. And in 7 we have the C team from Casey Gdynia: Jake Randraji, Agam Singh Pada, Hasamar Singh and Sahaj Singh. And finally in lane 8 the A team from Sandringham: Naruki Kato, Elliot Hunter, Alexander Kennedy and Linus Hunter. How you feeling?
Well, that was certainly a bit of a break from Casey. That's their C team out in lane 7, but we'll leave that for the start referee. Got to be completely still in the set position.
Lane 4, 1 false start. I beg your pardon. Lane 7, false start. You are disqualified.
So unfortunately, a false start for Casey Cardinia's C team.
On your marks. Set.
So this time cleanly away in the first of 2 timed finals on the outside. Naruku Kato from Sandringham flying down the back straight. Good run from Diamond Valley's Josh Kogler as well in the middle. Casey Cardinia's Asan on the inside. So the first change, let's have a look. Oh, might be out of the box, Diamond Valley, but we'll wait and see. Toby Hamilton's picked up the baton in this first heat. On the inside for Ballarat region in lane 3, Charlie Sullivan will chase and put Ballarat in a great position. So they'll come down, hand over to their 400 metre leg.
So very close here. Xander Bota running for Diamond Valley, and also Archer Spackman for the Ballarat region. They will be doing the crossover. The KCB team there, it is Arnav Pada, and also to the outside of him, Eric Plant there for Box Hill. But it is Diamond Valley clearly ahead now of Ballarat region. In the chase now, the Casey Cardinia B team. Then Box Hill, Glenn Huntley on to be in next position. That's Callan Duddy. We saw Callan run a big leg of a previous relay here this morning, and there we're seeing the Sandringham team, Alexander Kennedy now starting to make his moves, but well spread as they come round the final bend, changed into the 800 metre legs. For Diamond Valley, you'll have Samuel Reeve taking the baton. For the team from Ballarat region, it will be Perry Grant. So the lead now about 40 metres, Glenn, as we do the change. Clean change there. So time finals here, remember that, it'll be all about time.
1:39 approximately to hand over for the final runner from Diamond Valley, from Samuel Reeve. From Ballarat region, Perry Grant. Casey Cardinia, it's Cordell Don Paul. So a great lead from Diamond Valley down the back straight. They've got about 55 metres at this early stages, Tim, of the 800.
Now the beauty of this is it is a time final, so there's no strategic championship racing here. They are just going all guns blazing over these 800 metres. It's all about the time. Now you're seeing that Hunter just coming alongside the Casey Cardinia runner there in Don Paul. And now we're seeing a bit of a move from Ariel Friedrich for the Glenn Huntley Club. They're all starting to make their way through, so to the Box Hill runner there, Lachlan Baxter. But at the moment it is Reeve from Diamond Valley. We'll be checking times as they come through. It was about 1:39, I think Glenn said, as they went through. So it's close to a 60-second lap here. So he's running about 2-minute pace. Grant chasing nicely. So Perry Grant running for Ballarat region, the Eureka runner. And he is about 10 seconds adrift here. So nice running here from Friedrich from Glenn Huntley. You've got Hunter and also a Baxter going with him, and then Don Paul from Casey Cardinia. But it's all Diamond Valley at the moment. But he won't be taking it easy at all, Glenn, because this is a time final.
No, that's correct. About 237.5 metres to go for our leader in this race, Samuel Reeve. Ballarat region's Perry Grant. Still about 70 metres between first and second. So this is a big lead from Diamond Valley as they turn for home. 125 to go. So the team of Josh Kogler, Toby Hamilton, Xander Botha and Samuel Reeve anchoring them home with 90 metres to go.
So 3:45 was the winning time last year. I think we might see that broken here. So it's 3:35 on the clock now for Reeve. So great performance here from the team from Diamond Valley. They will take the first of our time finals. Good to see the Diamond Valley Littles well behind them. 3:44 does the dip, a beautiful dip there. So I'll wait for official times there. But around that 3:44, 3:45 time there for Samuel Reeve to anchor his team home beautifully. Perry Grant, he'll be next across the line for Ballarat Region. So they're in about 3:57, and then Friedrich for Glenn Huntley will be just over that 4-minute mark, and they'll come through at about 4:04. Box Hill in next position, then Sandringham and the Casey Cardinia B team.
Let's head down to presentations for Little Athletics Victoria.
Coming in second with time 56.15 seconds. Congratulations to our silver medals. Cranbourne A. And coming in first with time 56.05 seconds.
The red and white line.
State champions.
The red and white line.
Congratulations, boys. Great running.
So moving on now, the second of our time finals.
Well, we've got Doncaster and Old Scotch, who finished second and third last year.
And hopefully if Results Hub does its thing, we might get a fix on the time they need to beat too, Glenn. So very impressive from Diamond Valley. Now there is... looks like a withdrawal in this next heat coming up, and lane 3 is out. So it's the team from Ringwood. So we'll introduce our field now. The second of 2-time finals, the men's under 16 sprint medley relay. In lane 2 we have the team from Athletics Chilwell, Hayden Jeffrey, Sterling Winkler, Luca Torsi and Oliver Shooten Durham. No lane 3. In lane 4, Doncaster, Deja Mendelson, Archie Hatwich, Manchun Choi and Lewis McLennan. In 5, the Athletics Essendon team is Thomas Sevdalis, Branson Bota, Aidan Lowe and Kaniu Nuhu. In lane 6 we have the A team from Casey Cardinia, and that is Sen Silva, Seth Costa, Seth Jailaf and Lachlan Ball. Old Scotch are next to them in 7, Henry Hitchin, Jaden Millie, Edward Barnaby and also Joshua Lindemann. And in lane 8, the B team from Diamond Valley, Jesse Porter, Christos Kazaris, Ashanaki and William Quigley. Once again, time final, so it's all about the finish time.
So Tim, that time to beat 3:44.67 for Diamond Valley, 3:58.03 and 4:04.73.
So good performance there. Good performance from the Diamond Valley team, 3:44.67. That will be the time we'll be watching.
On your marks.
So Heat 2 underway on the outside. Jesse Porter from Diamond Valley will lead them out. Henry Hitchin from Scotch is making progress. Sasson Silver from Casey chasing down. But Doncaster's Deja Mendelsohn flying down the back straight. They finished third last year, so second last year, so Doncaster have got something to prove this year. Interchange number 1 for Doncaster, reasonably good. Scotch, we'll leave that to the judges. And on the outside, Diamond Valley B team. But now Doncaster's Archie Hatwich has got the baton, but Scotch are making a great start to this. Jaden Milley flying down in the back half of this 200 metres. Chasing him down is Christos Casares, but Scotch will probably head in and change over first. Essendon's Branson both are doing a good job. Hatwich from Doncaster and Winkler from Chilwell.
So Scotch and Doncaster, the top 2 teams at the moment. To the outside of them, you do have the Diamond Valley B team. So from Scotch, we've now got Barnaby out on track, but on the inner lanes, we're seeing the team from Chilwell really starting to make a big move there. So this is Luca Torsi, so a great run from Sterling Winkler there, but now the Essendon team is starting to hit their straps. Aidan Lowe, baton in hand over 400 metres. Barnaby chasing in third position. Gap then to the Casey Cadinia team, and that is Seth Jyalaf. But out front, looks like it is Chilwell leading the way at the moment, coming into the home straight for the next changeover over 800 metres. Oliver Shooten-Durham will be leading out for the Chilwell team. For Essendon, we will have Ganiyu Nuhu. And then from Old Scotch, Josh Lindemann.
It's been a good leg from Chilwell. Good baton change too over to Shooten-Durham. Now 1:45 on the clock, so there's 6 seconds behind on that change. So a lot to make up in this last 800 metres, Tim. Essendon nice and comfortable in second. Ganiyu Nuhu. Old Scotch is the one for me. Lindemann closing that gap onto second.
So Lindemann working nicely down the back straight. Nuhu looks like he's not really going up a gear or two yet. We might see that over that second lap as he starts to just eat into that lead of Shooten-Durham from Chilwell. I dare say the Essendon runner will now just edge past, but to me, Ganiyu Nuhu not really going up a gear yet. I think it's, they've got to watch for time though, Glenn, don't they? And I think they were down at the last change, so if they want to get into the medal position, they've really got to put the foot down now, and we're seeing just that from Nuhu.
So 2:39 is the number that they need to surpass. They're not going to. So far they're about 6, 7, 8 seconds behind. So 2:43 with 1 lap to go.
So they're 4 seconds down, but they could be in the medal hunt here, the team from Essendon. Also, I'd say the Old Scotch team might be chasing times based on the results from the first time final. Nuhu in that very laconic style. It's a low cadence, but he's got good reach here, and Nuhu leading the way down the back straight. So a little bit of work to do here from Lindemann. As we said, they're down on the Diamond Valley team based on times at the moment, but still looking at podium positions.
Well, they've really got to pick up that pace with 200 to go. They're at 3:17 and 3:44. They might just be a little bit out of touch. There's still 150 to go, so Essendon in front.
So looking good here for the Diamond Valley team, because they've got to get that last 100 in about 12 seconds. I don't think we'll see that. So Nuhu now starting to just lift a bit. We're seeing the cadence come up, but he will be challenged here by the Old Scotch team. As we said, they could be looking at podium positions here, but it will be Essendon who take time final number 2. Scotch will have to settle for the second position. Diamond Valley B team, so good depth from the Diamond Valley squads as they've won the first one, third in the second time final. Then it'll be Doncaster, Chilwell, and rounding out will be our A team from Casey Cadinia.
Let's head down to Anthony McIntosh at presentations. I think you're right, Tim, that second heat, I think subject to photo finish and the umpires conversing, I think it's Diamond Valley and then...
Yeah, Diamond Valley would definitely be taking that one. It'd be interesting to see where Essendon will then come in onto the podium, but I think they probably will, because Diamond Valley did have a very big break in that first time final.
Well, under 16 men's complete. Next event on the track will be under 16 women's, and again 2 timed finals. 13 teams competing in this one, so pretty similar to the men's competition.
So keep updating Results Hub to get the full results there from our time final for the under-16 men. They will do consolidated results. So next up we do have the under-16 time finals, the women's sprint medley relay, 2248. Time final number 1, we have 7 competing teams. In lane 2, it is the A team from Casey Cardinia, Annabella Denton, Felicity Buzzer, Elara Cole and Bridget Sincotta. In 3, it's the team from Diamond Valley, Danica Coppola, Jamie Ritchie, Anu Conley and Matilda Johnson. In 4 is the B team from Sandringham, Lucinda Fletcher, Serena Lee, Lenny Hartley and Emily Wetzels. Ringwood line up in lane 5, Kaya Asaki, Olivia Muller, Mabel Van Maal and Hayley Wong. In 6, the Bendigo region team, Emily Harris, Abigail King, Jana Gaskell and Lucy Jones. In lane 7, the team from Glen Huntley, Emma Wilson, Lily Hobbs, Surapija Sujendran and Frankie Hart. And in lane 8, the team from Athletics Essendon, Sienna Geck, Hannah Geck, Zara Smith and Orla Hardeman. 7 competing teams, time final 1 of 2, women's under-16 sprint medley relay.
On your mark.
So away in this first of 2 timed finals, Emma Wilson from Glen Huntley chasing down Sienna Geck from Essendon. Geck's leading them down the back straight. Wilson going well. Emily Harris will be next in Bendigo. Saki from Ringwood, Fletcher from Sandringham, Coppola from Diamond Valley and Denton from Casey. But out in front, Essendon will make the first change. Glen Huntley close behind. Then on the inside, Casey Cardinia and Diamond Valley by the look of it. Sorry, Diamond Valley and Sandringham, my apologies. Moving through the field on the inside. But on the outside, Essendon's Hannah Geck. Powering down the home straight, Lily Hobbs for Glen Huntley. Making a move, Jamie Ritchie from Diamond Valley. And on the inside, Felicity Boozer from Casey.
So Diamond Valley leading the way at the moment. Anu Conley now has the baton. But to the inside of them, you've also got Casey Cardinia. So a very good change from Casey Cardinia. So Elara Cole out there for the Casey Cardinia team. The outer lanes and about to cross over Zara Smith for Athletics Essendon. And then chasing will be Sujendran from Glen Huntley. So as they settle, looks like it is the team from Casey Cardinia leading the way. Elara Cole. Essendon in the chase. Now Sujendran from the Glen Huntley team moving into 3rd position. Essendon starting to get a real lift over that final 110 metres coming into the home straight. Casey Cardinia leads courtesy of Cole. Essendon coming in strongly. Good leg from Zara Smith. Now you're seeing the team from Diamond Valley coming home strongly as well, Elara Cole. But it will be the team from Casey Cardinia who do the first change into the 800 metres. So we have Bridget Sincotta and also Orla Hardeman.
Matilda Johnson from Diamond Valley is in 3rd place. She's off after our 2 leaders. Heading down the back straight. Going to be a challenge from Essendon at this stage in the first 200 metres of this 800. They're going out there to control the pace in this time final. So Essendon over Casey.
So Hardiman now taking the lead over Cincotta, but we are seeing the team from Diamond Valley, and that's Tilly Johnson, really coming into the picture here over the first lap. So once again, it's a matter of, is it chasing too early? I think Glenn Huntley in next position there. And that's Frankie Hart. We've seen a bit from Frankie already, some good running from Frankie already today. So too Tilly Johnson. But Hardiman's just stretching it out there a little bit. That a good run into the home straight there from Orla Hardiman. And Tilly Johnson now in the chase.
Well, 3:01, that's the time our second heat have got to look for. A good run so far from Essendon. Hardiman's really in control of this, but working exceptionally hard is Johnson from Diamond Valley. And she is taking the distance between herself and the leader, and she's saying, I'm going to have a really good opportunity of chasing you down. And as just right on cue, Tim, that lead's coming down to about 10 metres.
Yeah, this will be a very close finish, but once again it's a time final, so there will be more action to come in time final number 2, but it's starting to come together out front. Hardiman and Johnson. Hart, I think, probably too much work to do there for Frankie Hart from Glen Huntley, and it will be a battle of 2 out front to take time final number 1. Essendon done so much of the leading. Diamond Valley were up there early, but now courtesy of Tilly Johnson, looks like they're going to move into that lead position. So strength once again from the young lady from Diamond Valley. We saw her out there earlier today. Tilly Johnson's got the Diamond Valley crowd really going here, and they will strike first blood in the time final number 1 here in the sprint medley for the under 16. So Johnson will come across 4:15 unofficially there. Essendon not too far behind. Then Frankie Hart. Once again, a strong run from Frankie for Glen Huntley into 3rd position. 4th will be Casey Cardinia. Then we'll have the team from Bendigo region. Lucy Jones bringing home the baton there. Emily Wetzels for the B team from Sandringham. So one runner still out on track, and that is Harley Wong from Ringwood. Once again, we will wait on official times before we go into time final number 2. And the Ringwood team into the home straight now. Hayley Wong finishing her 800 metres here. Congratulations there to the team from Ringwood. So time final number 1 done.
Finally results in Tim from the under 16 men's. Diamond Valley taking the gold, 3:44.67. Essendon, of course, 3:50.98. And Old Scotch finished 3rd with 3:52.78. So congratulations to our medalists in the under 16 boys medley relay. So still waiting on some times from the under 16 girls heat 1.
Once again, good competition in these under 16 events, Glenn. Big, deep fields, which is great to see, and some great racing. Like the change of lead in that event, I think there's probably 3 or 4 changes in leader, which is always good to see in a relay.
Well, the second heat would have watched heat number 1. They know exactly what they need to do. 4:15.43 or thereabouts. That was the time the finishing clock stopped on with the beams. Hopefully won't be too far away from that.
So just another presentation here for the Little Athletics. Good to see the kids lined up, very well behaved, arm in arm, and up onto the podium there. It's beautiful to see. Now we will introduce our field for time final number 2 shortly.
Congratulations to our gold medalists and state champion, Goldfield A. Give you a round of applause for our under 9 boys, first time they appeared at a state championship event.
Thank you, Anthony. Now we go back onto the track, and it is the second of two-time finals, the under-16 women's sprint medley. We have in lane 2 the 18 from Sandringham, Ada Saritas, Harper Sherwin, Matilda DeYoung and Elizabeth Craig. In lane 3, the team from Ivanhoe, Mabel Taylor, Ashley Palmer, Carla Paris and Sadie Crane. In lane 4, the B team from Casey Cadinia, Samaya Gunasekara, Ruhani Vinayak, Samreen San and Sophie Kish. In lane 5, the 18 from Ballarat region, Asha Meek, Anna Street, Shakira Lawal and Olivia McConkey. In 6, it is the team from Box Hill, Kelsey Loudon, Lucy Carson, Mia Nardali and Madeline Sekias. And in 7, the B team from Glen Huntley, it's Ella Bowen, Mia Jones, Charlie Nelson and Jade Holden.
On your marks.
So time final number 2 underway. Great start from Ella Bowen from Glen Huntley. She's put the foot down and said, catch me. Trying to do that from Box Hill is Kelsey Loudon, being challenged from Asha Meek from Ballarat region in the blue. Then on the inside, Guna Sakara from Casey. In the B team, Mabel Taylor from Ivanhoe. But out in front, Glen Huntley really put themselves in a great position. Bowen will pass to Jones. And then for Ballarat, it'll be Ballarat will be Anna Street. And then on the inside for Casey, it'll be Viniak. And also on the inside to watch, Harper Jergwin from Sandringham, who's flying around the bend. But leading them out, Mia Jones from Glen Huntley, getting ready to pass to Charlie Nelson. She's run a great 200, probably on the inside, the Sandringham athlete. But Casey moving well, so's Ballarat region, so pretty tight heading into this 400.
So Sandringham leading the way, Matilda DeYoung, she is leading now. Shakira Lawal starting to fly in her lane for the Ballarat region. She's already gone past Samreen Strand from Casey Cadinia. So Lawal, as they do the crossover for mine, will take the lead here. On the inner lane there, Matilda DeYoung still battling on nicely. Casey Cadinia still in that third position. And now Glen Huntley doing the chasing courtesy of Charlie Nelson. But out the front, Shakira Lawal, we've already seen her here today ripping up this track at Lakeside. So the young lady from Ballarat moving around the top bend now. She's still up by about 10 metres over our runner in second position there, and it will be Shakira Lawal leading into the home straight and ready for that 800 metre changeover. She'll be swapping over to Olivia McConkey.
But look, the challenge is on from Sandringham, is it, Tim, in second place?
Yep, Sandringham coming through now. Matilda DeYoung very strong. We saw that earlier from her today. They're going to be locked together. So it is Ballarat on the inside, Sandringham to the outside. Elizabeth Craig with the baton for Sandringham and McConkey with the baton for the Ballarat region. Next position, Sophie Kish now on the way for the Casey Cadinia B team.
So rough estimate, 221 required from these athletes to be in gold medal contention.
So 221, fairly big ask. I've seen a fair bit of Craig on the track in recent months. Not so much Olivia McConkey. But that 221 is around the 70-second laps that they'll be required, Glenn, to get through to that gold medal position and steal it away from the team from Diamond Valley. So it looks like Diamond Valley looking to go double wins in the under-16 competitions here over the medley relays.
Well, look, there's still plenty of turf to go. So still 550 metres as the pace starts to pick up. Ballarat leading. Sandy in a nice position, just one back, now makes the move outside into lane number 1, so they'll come down to get the bell with 1 lap to go. 3:01 was the rough time in heat number 1 for the last lap, and this is going to be close, Tim. It'll be out 3:03.
So we'll be close. Craig is deciding to go a little bit early here. That gives McConkey the set. Sekias now for Box Hill coming into next position ahead of Kish, the B team from Casey Cadinia. And then we have Jade Holden for Glen Huntley. And from Ivanhoe, Sadie Crane. But out front, Craig just extending that lead. So no real change as they approach 200 metres to go. The task now for Olivia McConkey is just lift that rate around the top bend as she sees Elizabeth Craig just starting to slip away. Kish safely in, she's now drifted back to 4th position as Sekius from Box Hill moves through into the last 200 metres.
So 4:15.44, Tim, times are in. 4:15.44 is what they need to beat.
4:15.44, it's 3:50. It's going to be close, I think, Glenn, into the home straight now. And Craig just trying to dig deep. McConkey also going along strongly. It's not over yet, so 4:15 is the time. I think this is going to be right on the mark here. Wait for the clock to stop. It's going to be so close. Sandringham might have just stolen it from Diamond Valley. We usually have maybe a couple of 100ths difference between our infield clock. It also puts the team from Ballarat region right in contention as well, and also the team from Box Hill coming through.
So 4:17 was Essendon's time in heat number 1, so I think you're right, Tim.
Yeah, we could see two of our teams coming through there, possibly first and third, coming from time final number 2 as Kish crosses the line for the B team, also Holden for the Glen Huntley team, and Sadie Crane will finish off a very entertaining under-16 sprint medley for the women.
Well, it's going to be one of our closest finishes for the day in the
Certainly
timed
will
finals.
be, and it ain't over till it's over, that's for sure. I didn't think they were going to get it. I thought one lap out. Not sure if Elizabeth Craig had that zip to do a 70 lap over the last one, but she certainly showed me she could.
She was really consistent, which has put Sandringham right in the box there.
Yeah, but also good from McConkey from the Ballarat region too. They had a very deep team.
So coming up in about 3 minutes' time, the first of our Victorian Championships for Open. It's the women's 4x100 metre final. The club record held by Melbourne University. And there's some great names, Tim. They set this in 1992. Stewart, Naylor, Wilson and Dixon.
So good to see Sharon Stewart still on the record books there.
So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, can we please have the medalists from the men's under 16 medley, if you could make your way to the presentation area, please. Men's under 16 medley medalists, if you could make your way to the presentation area located in front of the tunnel in the main grandstand. Combination of community service announcements for athletes and calling.
That is just part of what you do so well, Glenn Turner. All right, so as I say, good to see Sharon Stewart, Sharon Russell, still on a record there, 44.40. Lee Naylor, another member of that team. Sharon recently had one of her country records taken away from her by Najima Jock, who is going so well for the Ballarat region. Let's introduce the field for the final of the women's 4x100 metres Victorian Championship for Opens. In lane 1, we have the team from Sandringham B, Amelia Spenceley, Holly Neuenhuizen, Kundali Powell and Catherine Wilcock. Lane 2 has the team from Box Hill, represented by Sophie Zarafa, Madeline Sekius, Bridie Davison and Emily Holler. In 3, the team from Melbourne University, Rain O'Shuquin, Cassandra Wang Lekatua, Ashkaya Ia and Eleanor Cooney Hunt. Lane 4, it is Geelong Guild, Tanner Hildebrand, Tilly McBain, Jemima Hood and Addison Lewis. In 5, we have the Ballarat region, Chloe Kinlesley, Olivia Parnell, Asha Meek and Michaela Shannon. Lane 6, from Sandringham, Anna Plessinger, Jessica Malat, Elizabeth Dingledye and Nana Owusu Afria. In 7, the team from Collingwood, Rebecca Valika, Kira Santalia, Scarlett Burmeister and Sam Geddes. And in 8, the Ballarat Region A team, and that is Lavinia Mail, Hayley Martin, Holly Dobbin and Grace O'Dwyer.
On your mark.
So this final underway, watch for Sandringham in lane 6. Plessinger's got a great start. She's chasing out Collingwood and Ballarat on the outside. So it's Plessinger to the national 100 metre champion in Malat. Malat flies down the back straight. She's caught Collingwood and Ballarat on the outside. Malat will pass to Dingle Dye. So let's see the change. Collingwood up there with the pace as well. Collingwood running well on the outside. Dingle Dye's doing a great job from Sandringham. So Sandringham will hand the baton to Nana Adama Owusi Afrihi, and the battle's on. Owusi and Geddes. Geddes on the outside from Collingwood. Lake, she's run exceptionally well, and Geddes will take the win for Collingwood. Sandringham second. My pick will be Geelong Guild third. Unofficially 45.81. So a pretty slick time in good conditions. But congratulations to Collingwood taking out the state championship in the women's 4x100 metres.
Great finish by Geddes, wasn't it? Nana looking good, but Sam just had the power in that final 100.
That was an amazing change from Collingwood.
Very slick, weren't they, all the way around, I think. Malat, obviously very quick down the back straight, but the power around the bend from the Collingwood team to put them in contention.
Great run. Sam Geddes brought them home, but Helvelica, Santilia, Burmeister got the baton to Geddes. So congratulations to Collingwood.
So that set the excitement up for our men's open 100. So the women, great competition, great battle there between Collingwood and Sandringham. We'll wait for I think I'd go with you on Geelong Guild potentially, but fast finishing there from Ballarat region. But I think Geelong Guild might have just held them out, Addison Lewis. But we'll wait for Results Hub to update the times as we go down. We'll do a presentation, Mr. Turner.
What's this? What's that?
So next event on the track is the final of the men's 4x100 metre championship of Victoria. In lane 1, we have the team from Glen Huntly. It is Henry Dwyer, Sheldon Curran, Matthew Milius and Chris Byron. Lane 2, it is Athletics Nunawading, Sam Tessone, Zachary Wilmot, William Margaritas and Corey Robinson. Lane 3, it is the team from Collingwood Harriers, Lachlan Falconer-Bogue, Jordan Sampson, Anthony Liu and Amusa Kamara. Lane 4, the team from Ringwood, represented by Brodie Smith, Nicholas Antonino, Hamish Hopkins and Jared Glover. The A team from Glen Huntly line up in lane 5, Luca Rossello, Josh Stain-Ross, Hayden Edwards and Elijah Curry. The A team from Sandringham are in lane 6, Sam Clark, Archer McHugh, Jesse McKenna and Drew Rodriguez Chico. In 7, the team from Geelong Guild, Jamison Cox, Talon Smith, Harvey Morant and Mason Spikers. And in lane 8, the team from Keelos and Bernards, Lucas Leong, Timothy Peterson, Finn Daffy and Roman Moose.
On your mark.
So this final underway, Sandringham in lane 6, got a great start, but Jamison Cox is leading everyone out to the first change. So Cox has flown, he'll hand over to Talon Smith. McHugh chasing, Archer McHugh from Sandringham's got someone to chase, and then Antonio from Ringwood as well. This will come down to baton changes. Morant from Geelong. From Sandringham, it's Jesse McKenna. McKenna will hand over to the 3-time Victorian State 100 champion. Nice baton change. Rodriguez Chico flying down. The veteran will come in and take out the gold medal and the Victorian Championship for the 4x1. Great run from Geelong Guild second. Ringwood will take the bronze. 40.37. Unofficially, great run in great conditions. Congratulations to Sandringham taking out the men's 4x100. Ladies and gentlemen, the next medal presentation will be for the men's under 16 long jump relay. In third place and bronze medalists today with a total distance of 15 metres 19, Doncaster, represented by Talmud Zidane, Max Plant and Archie Hatwich. In second place and silver medalist, Nana Wadding, with a total distance of 16 metres 13, represented by William Uy, Lachlan Cumming, Tristan Faruga. And in first place and gold medalist today with a total distance of 17 metres 64, Essendon, represented by Alexander Carroll, Aidan Lowe and Darcy Parker. Congratulations to our medalists in the men's under 16 long jump relay. Sorry, Ash, we're trying to do a bit of commentary and we can't. Not yet.
Let's enter the field now for the women's under 18 4x100 metre relay championship of Victoria. In lane 1 we have the team from Casey Cardinia, Jessica Barwick, Summer Bokor, Mia Spencer and Molly Canning. In 2, Geelong Guild, Kaylin Walker, Georgia Letson, Maisie Ryan and Amelia Pantano. Glenn Huntley is in lane 3, Alex Resnecki Carrera, Scarlett Billsborough, Bray Bernasconi and Julia Short. In lane 4 it is the team from Williamstown, Sasha Jerson, Lillian McAuliffe, Armani Morio Huho and Georgia Benton. Athletics Essendon in lane 5, Alicia Geck, Leah Vom, Adele Absalom and Alexis Sheed. Collingwood Harriers line up in lane 6, Sophia Christakis, Alice Wilkins, Evangeline Condless and Ilka Wheatley Young. In 7 it is the team from Frankston and that is Michaela Jane Peters, Tanamai Zyram, Emma Haley and Simone Adalja. And in 8, the team from Sandringham, Faith Little, Amy Fitzgerald, Hayley Auden and Charlie Sullivan.
On your mark. Set.
So this field now 7, Sandringham on the outside, Faith Little. And then from Collingwood, Christakis running well as Jersen from Williamstown. She'll take Bit of the stagger off, but out in front, Sandringham, Amy Fitzgerald down the back straight. She's put a great deal of distance between her and her challengers. Williamstown's Lillian McAuliffe being challenged by Scarlett Billsborough, who's doing a great job for Glenn Huntley. But a safe baton change for Sandringham. Hayley Auden will lead them around to Charlie Sullivan. Sandringham probably done enough, but Glenn Huntley making a move into second position at this stage. Williamstown behind them, but it's Sandringham on the outside. Charlie Sullivan flying down this home straight. Glenn Huntley moving to second, being challenged by Williamstown on the outside, but it will be Sandringham will take the gold. Glenn Huntley will be second. Williamstown in lane number 4 will be third, then followed lane number 3 by Glenn Huntley, Box Hill and Essendon.
And we will await the official time on that, because the club record is 47.88, and that's what's showing currently on the infield clock blend. So let's keep refreshing results up here, and let's get behind also our team from Casey Cardinia. So Molly Canning coming through to finish. So great sportsmanship here from Casey Cardinia in this 4x100 metres. So let's go to presentation now, the under-16 boys medley, and receiving the bronze medal, it is the team from Old Scotch. And they are represented by Henry Hitchin, Jaden Milley, Edward Barnaby and Joshua Lindemann. Second position, it is the team from Athletics Essendon, Thomas Sevdalis, Branson Bota, Aidan Lowe and Ganiyu Nuhu. Their winning team, the gold medalists, is let's congratulate the team from Diamond Valley, Josh Kogler, Toby Hamilton, Sander Bota and Samuel Reeve. Let's introduce the field now for the under-18 men's 4x100 metre final. Lane 1, we have the team from Casey Cardinia, which is Gunawara, Samara Singer, Liam Piccolo, Benjamin Crowley, James Denton. Ballarat region in lane 2, Matthew Overholtzer, Jed Spratling, Perry Grant and Oliver Grant. Lane 3 has the team from Sandringham, Jagger Haggett, Archie O'Rourke, William Irving and also William Tan. Geelong Guild line up in lane 4, Harrison Price, Evan Bainbridge, Guy McPherson and Gabrielle Gomez Franklin. 5, we have a team from Athletics Nunawading, Aaron David, Cooper Bertram, Cyrus Ong and Andrew Weerasinger. Lane 6, it is Williamstown, Chris Lukey, Keelan Galloway, Zach Sanderson and Matthew Crichton. The B team from Geelong Guild are in lane 7, Cooper Hill, Noah Hollis, Jordan Clark and Noah Mills. And Diamond Valley line up in lane 8, Jackson Latchman, Elliot Williams, Walter Summers and Charlie Cooper. That's your field in the men's under-18 4x100 metres final.
So we have the open league 4x1.
On your marks. Set.
So this under-18 final underway on the outside. Latchman will lead them out. Geelong Guild next, running well. Aaron David from Nunawading is chewing into that stagger. He's going to put them into a good position down the back straight. Elliot Williams has got the baton from Diamond Valley on the outside. Nunawading, Cooper Bertram making some big moves as he heads into change number 2. Cyrusong will get the baton. Good change for them. Some problem with Diamond Valley on the outside, but we'll come back to that. So it's Nunawading. Hand over to Andrew Werra-Singh. Change looks okay. Sandringham is William Tan. But it's Athletics Nunawading. Werra-Singh flying in the last part. This is much better. Right through the line. 42, 43 on the nose. Unofficially, of course. So Nunawading. Aaron David, Cooper Bertram, Cyrusong and Andrew Werra-Singh.
We are approaching our last few Athletics Victoria events in this block. Can I please ask all the athletics chiefs and officials to head back out to their venues, please? We need all of our athletics chiefs and officials to head back to their venues, please. Can I please have the arena stewards meeting at the cornerback and at the finish line? Thank you.
Down on the centre field, we have the next presentation. It is the Women's Open 4x100 metre final. Receiving the bronze medal in a time of 47.57, it is the team from Geelong Guild, represented by Tanner Hildebrand, Tilly McBain, Jemima Hood and Addison Lewis. Our silver medalists in a time of 46.13, it is the team from Sandringham, Anna Plessinger, Jessica Malat, Elizabeth Dingledye and Nana Adoma Owusu Afria. Let's congratulate our champion team for 2025 in a time of 45.79. It is the team from Collingwood Harriers, represented by Rebecca Velika, Chiara Santalia, Scarlett Burmeister and Sam Geddes. Congratulations to Geelong Guild, Sandringham and Collingwood Harriers and all competing teams in the final of the Women's 4x100 Open. So next event on the track, it is the final of the under 14 women's 4x100 metres. We have in lane 1 the team from Williamstown, Miller Batua, Charlize Collier-Newick, Irene Dimopoulos and Macy Parks. In 2 it is Geelong Guild, Cassidy Lewis, Adriana Stocky, Alan Cox and Gemma Quinn. The B team from Casey Gdynia are in lane 3, Cleo Guastella, Delilah Dartnell, Van Bergenhauer and Jasmine Bence. In the A team from Sandringham are in lane 4, Persia Karageorgiou, Mabel Hillier, Taya Poribanaya and Miller Alliston. The A team from Casey Gdynia are in lane 5, Ashley Winder, Hartley Patterson, Billy Grayling and Portia Miller. In 6, the team from Glen Huntley, Olivia Wilson, Imogen Brown-John, Frankie Hyde and Alia Vagides. And in 7 we have Box Hill, Gemma Marone, Ariana DiMartino, Kiara Munasinger and Megan Lee. And the A team from Athletics Essendon, London Collins, Balrit Clout-Mann, Dakota Detman and Tessa Stevens line up in lane 8.
On your marks. Set.
So this under 14 final underway on the outside. Essendon followed by Box Hill. Glenn Huntley running well. Casey Cardinia chasing down. So into the first change. Wilson will go to Brown John for Glenn Huntley. Maroon to DiMartino for Box Hill. Essendon will have Mann running down the back straight. So far it's Geelong and Box Hill. Casey Cardinia coming into the picture as well. Changes pretty good. Casey Cardinia, then Glenn Huntley for my pick. Essendon moving into third. Box Hill still in the medal contention. So one change to go. Casey Cardinia, Portia Miller. On the outside, Glenn Huntley, Elia Vagides. But a strong run from Casey Cardinia to take out the under 14 4x1. Second will be Glenn Huntley. Box Hill will take the bronze. So congratulations to our medalists in the under 14 women's 4x100. Unofficially 49.15, the previous club record 50.47. So subject to a major error with timing, that's a new state club record.
And heading back down to presentations, and looks like our guest presenters are going to be represented by the Geelong Guild and also the Sandringham Athletic Clubs, because our bronze medalists in a time of 42.06 in the open 4x men is the team from Ringwood. Brodie Smith, Nicholas Antonino, Hamish Hopkins and Jared Glover, being presented by Ashley Anderson from Athletics Victoria. The silver medalists in a time of 41.29, it is the team from Geelong Guild, Jamison Cox, Talon Smith, Harvey Morant and Mason Spikers. And in a very nice touch, our Sandringham men's team will be presented by the silver medal winning women's team in a time of 40.37. Our new champions are the team from Sandringham, represented by Sam Clark, Archer McHugh, Jesse McKenna and Drew Rodriguez Chico.
So we've got a call out for the women's under 16 medley relay team. Medalists in the women's under 16 medley, if you can make your way please to the presentation area. Women's under 16 medley. We'll now introduce the field for the final of the men's under 14 4x100 metre relay championship of Victoria. In lane 2 we have the team from Glenn Huntley, Christian Burke, Callan Duddy, Angus Hosking and Cooper Ill. In 3 from Box Hill, Luca Walter, Jake Reed, Eric Plant and Felix Burrell. Lane 4 has the team from Casey Cardinia, Cordell Don Paul, Ethan Anish, Charlie Ellis and Hamish Basteo. Lane 5 it is Sandringham, Farad Goyle, Edward Brophy, Elliot Hunter and Reed Barton. Lane 6 has the Athletics Essendon team of Flynn Barnard, Lucas Plata, Henry Parker and Patrick Lonergan.
Lane 7, we have from Doncaster, YZ Jiang, Max Plant, Kobe Hiskins and Tamid Zidani. Lane 8, from Ringwood, Jared Sim, Howen Feng, Carson Crisp and Rion Ranasinger. They are your 7 teams in the final of the under-14 men's 4x100.
On your marks. Set.
So this under-14 final underway. Ringwood will lead them out. That's Jared Sim. Essendon doing well from Flynn Barnard. Also Casey Cardinia, Cordell Don Paul. But down the back straight, Ringwood changing. Essendon will be Lucas Platter. Lucas is flying. Also from Casey, Ethan Anish. So they head into the second change. Essendon look like they might just be in front. Too close to call. Good baton change from Essendon. Then on the outside, Ringwood. Casey Cardinias, Charlie Ellis chasing them down as well. May have the sit at the moment. Ellis on the inside for Casey. Will move to Basteo, who's got the baton. On the outside, Essendon's Patrick Lonigan. Lonigan and Basteo, but I think Patrick Lonigan's going to bring it home for Essendon. Lonigan finishing and will take out the gold. Casey Cardinia second. Box Hill will sneak in for third from Felix Burrell. 49.75 unofficially on the clock. It's the men's under 14 4x100 metres.
Just a reminder to all, the ballroom is open. The ballroom is open.
Certainly exciting half an hour with all the 4x1s flying through. We haven't had an opportunity to catch our breath, Tim.
It is just go, 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 GT. A couple of club records being scored in the juniors as well, which is exciting to see. So
Diamond Valley under 14, 49.12. Great. And that's a huge jump from 50.2. So well done to the team in the under 14 women's 4x1.
So
Two more sorry.
Yeah, still a bit of a bank up on the presentations, but we'll just keep rolling through with our 4x1 calls, and we will have the under 16 women up next. So the women's under 16 4x100 metre final next to be underway. And we have, introducing in lane 1, it is the team from Echuca Moama, represented by Sophie Jardine, Georgina Farrell, Hannah Downward and Talia Blight. Lane 4, we have Glenn Huntley, Ella Bowen, Ivy Octel, Samantha Fardell and Emma Wilson. Casey Cadinia are in lane 5. Lara Cole, Eden Pike, Annabella Denton and Felicity Buzzer. Diamond Valley line up in lane 6. Talise Bota, Danica Copala, Chloe Van Verkoven and Jamie Ritchie. In 7, Geelong Guild, Indiana O'Neill, Lucy Van Vliet, Alice Ashby and Stella Peters. And Sandringham round out the field in lane 8. Lucinda Fletcher, Harper Churgwin, Ava Takani and Ada Saritas.
On your marks. Set.
So this under 16 4x1 underway. Sandringham on the outside. Geelong Guild doing a great job. That's Indiana O'Neill. Chasing them down also Diamond Valley and Casey on the inside. First change underway. Sandringham on the outside. Harper Churgwin. Geelong Guild next. Running well in the middle will be Casey Cardinia. That's Eden Pike. So Casey for my pick, then perhaps Geelong Guild. Glenn Huntley is now in the mix. Samantha Fardell running the third leg. So in the middle, Glenn Huntley will turn for home. Emma Wilson being challenged on the outside by Casey. This is Felicity Boozer. The two will go head to head. Glenn Huntley, Casey. Casey will move forward and take the gold. Glenn Huntley is second. Diamond Valley will sneak in for the bronze. But a good run from Casey Cardinia. 49.10, the unofficial time. The club record 48.62, so not that far away, but brilliant effort from our medalists in the under 16 women's 4x1.
Yes, please, yeah.
Can we please have the Athletics Victoria Sandringham under 14 team manager? Please come down to the finish line at the Commonwealth Bank. Marking at the finish line as the Athletics Victoria Sandringham under 14 team manager. Please come down to the finish line.
So back on the infield, we have our next presentation. It is the women's under 18 4x100 metres. Receiving the bronze medal in a time of 50.39 seconds is the team from Williamstown. Sasha Jerson, Lillian Micallef, Armani Morio Huho and Georgia Benton. Receiving the silver medal, it is the team from Glen Huntley in a time of 49.81 seconds. Alex Rezneski Carrara, Scarlett Billsborough, Bray Bernasconi and Julia Short. And with a couple of our senior men out there to do the presentation, it is the under-18 championship going to the team from Sandringham in a new record time of 47.85, represented by Faith Little, Amy Fitzgerald, Hayley Alden and Charlie Sullivan. So congratulations to our new record-breaking team there from Sandringham, taking out the 4x100 under-18s, as I think the girls from Williamstown move faster to get to the presentations than in the relay. So next event, getting behind their blocks, it is the final of the men's under 16 4x100 metres. We will have 8 starting teams, all A teams unless nominated. In lane 1, we have the B team from Diamond Valley, represented by Jessie Porter, Samuel Reeve, Hudson McGregor and Samuel Thompson. Sandringham line up in lane 2, Naruki Kato, Lachlan Meehan, Oliver Cole and Dimitri Chiazzi. In 3, it is the team from Knox, Oscar, Dog Receiver, Wilbur Francis, Caleb LeGrove and Nevin Senaviratni. In 4, the team from Casey Cardinia, Anik Asen, Kevin Navvodya, Sandru Sirawadana and Kevin De Silva. In 5, it is the B team from Casey Cardinia, Sassin Silva, Navik Siasina, Ben Phillips and Nate Hall. Athletics Chilwell are in lane 6, Oliver, Shooten Durham, Luca Torsi, Sterling Winkler and Hayden Jeffrey. In 6, it is the team from Casey Cardinia, Sassin Silva, Navik Siasina, Ben Phillips and Nate Hall. Athletics Chilwell are in lane 6, Oliver, Shooten Durham, Luca Torsi, Sterling Winkler and Hayden Jeffrey. Diamond Valley in lane 7, Christos Kazaris, Josh Kogler, Toby Hamilton and Xander Bota. And in lane 8, the team from Doncaster, Archie Hatwich, Xavier Wang, Manchun Choi and Deja Mendelsohn.
On your marks. Set.
Ooh. So recall in the under 16 men's 4x1.
Lane 1, false start, you are disqualified.
So unfortunately, lane 1 disqualified.
On your marks. Stand up. On your marks. Set.
So 7 teams away in this under 16 final. Watch for Casey Cardinia in the middle. At the moment it's Archie Hatwich from Doncaster leading them out. Kazaris from Diamond Valley doing a great job. Then we've got Silver from Casey, but it's now Kevin Novotny down the middle from Casey is picking up the athletes on the outside. So watch the change, second change. It's Novotny to Cyril Wandara. It's pretty clean from up here. Casey Cardinia, your 8 team, flying around. They're about to hand the baton to Kevin De Silva. So Casey, not a bad change. De Silva turns for home. He's got lots of turf. Off he goes on the outside. Diamond Valley, Xander both are chasing him home. But De Silva and the Casey Cardinia A team, what's the time? 43.69, just a shade outside the club record of 43.10. But Casey Cardinia will take out the under 16 men's 4x100 metres. Diamond Valley unofficially in second, and Chilwell take out the bronze.
So we go into the infield once again. Our next presentation is the men's under 18 4x100 metre final. And receiving the bronze medal from the gold medalist in the under 18 women, it is the team from Sandringham in a time of 44.31 seconds. Jagger Hackett, Archie O'Rourke, William Irving and William Tan. Thank you, ladies. Receiving the silver medals in a time of 44.06, it is the team from Williamstown, Chris Lukey, Keelan Galloway, Zach Sanderson and Matthew Crichton. And our gold medalists and the new Victorian champions in a time of 42.97, it is the team from Athletics Nunawading, Aaron David, Cooper Bertram, Cyrus Ong and Andrew Wirasinger. So congratulations to Sandringham, Williamstown, Nunawading and all competing teams in the final of the men's under 18 4x100 metres.
You've got all that?
So a few more presentations to be underway in the AV portion before we switch back to more action from the Little Athletics Victoria Relay Championships. Still a massive crowd here, which is fantastic to see. We'll be leading through to the Zatopek main program commencing shortly after 6 p.m. Overcast conditions now here at Lakeside Stadium. The breeze, probably a bit of a home straight headwind, I'd say, at the moment, going by the flags, but not too stiff. Air temperature is starting to come down a little bit now as the cloud does descend. Yes.
Just a reminder that I should have all of my Little Athletics Victoria officials, chiefs in place. All of my Little Athletics Victoria chiefs and officials in place, please.
Where this yellow line is.
So back on the infield, our next presentation is the women's under-16 medley. Receiving the bronze medal in a time of 4:16.25. It is the team from Ballarat region, Asha Meek, Anna Street, Shakira Lawal and Olivia McConkey. Our silver medalists are the team from Diamond Valley in a time of 4:15.44. Danica Coppola, Jamie Ritchie, Anu Conley and Matilda Johnson. And our champion team, once again the Sandy team, coming out to do the presentations for each other in a time of 4:15.26. It is the team from Sandringham, represented by Ada Saritas, Harper Churgwin, Matilda DeYoung and Elizabeth Craig. So congratulations once again to the team from Sandringham, also Diamond Valley, Ballarat region and all competing teams in the Under-16 Medley Championship.
Test.
Can I please have all of the arena stewards, all of the Little Athletics Victoria arena stewards to the combat tent at the finish line, please. Can I please have our Box Hill Little Athletics official to box 3, please? That's the Box Hill Little Athletics official to box 3, please. Can I please have Krista Graham from Elwood? If you are in the stadium, can you please head to the communications room? Krista Graham from Elwood. If you are in the stadium, can you please
Testing, testing. On your marks. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. On your marks.
So we'll now do the presentation for the under-16 long jump. In third position and receiving the bronze medal is the team from Athletics Essendon. In second position, receiving the silver medal are the team from Glen Huntley. And our winning team, the champions for 2025 in the under-16 long jump relay, it is the team from Casey Cardinia.
And we are reintroducing the Little Athletics Victoria program for the Commonwealth Bank Relay Championships for Little Athletics Victoria in conjunction with the Athletics Victoria Track and Field Relay Championships. So we will give you some vision of the start line in just a short moment. Our start line for this event does commence over at the 200 metre mark. So this is a medley race, which consists of a 100 metres, a 300 metres, a 200 metres and a 400 metre race. So athletes making their way to the presentations. We might be able to slide in quickly before we start this event.
So next presentation on the infield is the women's under 14 4x100 metre championship, and receiving the bronze medal it is the team from Box Hill: Gemma Marone, Ariana Di Martino, Chiara Munasinger and Megan Lee. Receiving the silver medals are the team from Glen Huntley: Olivia Wilson, Imogen Brown-John, Frankie Hyde and Alia Vigidas. And our winning team is the team from Casey Cardinia, and that's represented by Ashley Winder, Hartley Patterson, Billy Grayling and Portia Miller. So I believe in a new record time.
Introducing event 67 to the track. This is our under 12 girls sprint medley. So it's 1,000 metres covered in this particular medley. So it consists of a 200 metre, a 100 metre, a 100 metre, a 300 metre, a 200 metre and a 400 metre. So athletes are commencing now. We'll just let them start and then I'll introduce the field to you. So this is the first of two time finals. Lane 1, Ballarat, 2, Cranbourne, 3, Geelong B, 4, Bendigo, 5, Albury, 6, Geelong C, 7, Brighton, and in lane 8 is Knox. So moving around to this first changeover. And the athletes progress into those inside lanes now and run this 300 metre leg. So as they make their way through for this 300 metre leg, we'll just get some clearer vision here. We've got Knox out in front, followed by Geelong, Cranbourne, Geelong B and Geelong C also there. Yarra Rangers, and closely followed by Ballarat at the back there. So as they make their way around the first 200 metres of this leg, 100 metres to go here. Knox still leading the way at the moment. Coming with a seated time of 2:51.46. Do expect the team from Geelong to probably start moving up, but Albury's running a strong race at the moment as they progress towards this changeover of the 200 metre competitors. So the athletes very carefully organise themselves. So Albury, Knox, Geelong. Then we've got Brighton, Geelong C, Bendigo and Cranbourne. Not too far behind them is Ballarat. So the athletes make their way round for this 200 metre leg. And it's Knox still in front. As expected before, we did assume that Geelong would make their way towards the front. That's Geelong B. They come with a seated time of 2:48, so he's the quicker of the times, just by probably only about 2 seconds or so over their competitors. So Knox just finding a spot there to get through. Geelong take the bat nice and cleanly. Knox, followed by Brighton, followed by Geelong C, followed by Bendigo, Albury, Cranbourne and Ballarat. So Geelong running strong. Brighton starting to strike a little bit here. Nice long stride there of the Brighton athlete, very composed at the moment. Geelong's running that little bit wider at the moment as they run on the line, almost into lane 2. So you'd hope that athlete would be starting to move her way in, which she starts to do now at the 200-metre mark. Knox not too far behind Albury, Geelong, Bendigo, Cranbourne and Ballarat following it up at the rear. So about 110 metres to run now. Still Geelong out in front. Albury starting to wind it up in the background now at the moment. The Albury athletes run a great leg here of this 400-metre run. Great to see her in a flat 4. She finds a channel through the inside. Geelong's left that nice wide and open for her to come through. Brighton coming up down to the line. They'll take first in this second time final. Nice strong race there. About a 2:43. Albury, then Geelong B. Knox. Geelong C coming across the line. Bendigo, Cranbourne and Ballarat bringing up the rear. That's the first of 2-time finals in the under-12 girls. Medley final.
And back on the infield, we'll do our next presentation. It is the men's under-14 4x100 metres, and in the third position, receiving the bronze medal, is the team from Box Hill in the time of 52.33, represented by Luca Walter, Jake Reid, Eric Plant and Felix Burrell. Receiving the silver medals is the team from Casey Cadinia in the time of 50.51. Cordell Don Paul, Ethan Anish, Charlie Ellis and Hamish Besteo. And our gold medalists and Victorian champions for 2025 in a time of 49.72. It is the team from Athletics Essendon, Flynn Barnard, Lucas Platter, Henry Parker and Patrick Lonergan. Congratulations to the team from Box Hill, Casey Gdynia, Athletics Essendon and all competing teams in the under-14 men's 4x100.
And introducing the next event on the track, which is event 67. This is time final 2 of the under-12 girls medley relay. In lane 1, we have Frankston, 2 Doncaster, 3 Essendon, 4 Keilor, 5 Mentone, 6 Geelong, 7 Moorabbin, and in lane 8, Sandringham.
On your mark.
Fastest qualifier comes out of lane 4, which is Keilor.
Set.
So clean start away here. Great start there by Keilor. They are the favourite in this one here. They come in, it's not much difference between them, not even any wriggle room between themselves and Mentone. 241.27 and 241.82 at their respective region events. So the athletes change battens there. Geelong had a good change. Athletes move very safely into those inside lanes, led by Essendon at the moment. Mentone, Geelong close behind, as well as Keilor, who needs to just realign herself to find a position there. Got the athlete there from Sandringham on the outside, running a strong 300 at the moment. Doncaster, Frankston and Moorabbin there. So it's Geelong, nice lopey stride there. I like the way she's running this here. She's keeping a little bit left in the tank here for this final 100 that she's got to run to pass into the 200-metre leg athlete. Mentone starting to turn it on now, positioning herself into a good spot there. You can see the athletes in waiting now, just finding themselves a position there to get the baton to run their 200-metre leg. So Geelong take first. Then we've got Sandringham, Essendon, Mentone, Keilor, Doncaster, Frankston and Moorabbin in that order. But it is Geelong still leading the way at the moment. Very composed at the moment, the athlete here from Geelong running her 200-metre leg. She's going to come around. She's probably got about a 10-15 metre lead at the moment over Mentone, Essendon. Keilor starting to strike now, and Sandringham not too far behind them as well. Then we've got in the far distance Moorabbin, Doncaster and Frankston. So Geelong take the banner. They've got the pink socks and the ribbon to match. Then we've got Mentone, Essendon, Keilor, Sandringham, Moorabbin, Frankston and Doncaster. So the lead starts to stretch out now by another 20 metres. Well, it's probably out to about 20 metres now. Not much has changed in the positioning behind the Geelong athlete. We've still got Mentone, Essendon and Keilor just sitting there in that position to move. But we've got the athlete there from Moorabbin coming back into the background here. Very, very good competitor here. I've watched her run over distance races over a number of seasons. And she's got A nice slopey distance style here as she starts to peg back the athletes in front of her. She's got back to 4th now. She's heading to 3rd, and now she's moving into 2nd. So it's Geelong at the moment still out in front, being chased down by the pack behind her. Rabin still like the way she's looking here. I think she's going to hold on to this silver medal at the moment, but it's going to be a counter-attack by Keeler and Mentone behind her. So it's Geelong at the moment coming through. Geelong running strongly at the moment. Rabin, absolutely sensational effort by this athlete to get to where she is. Looks like Mentone are going to hold strong for 3rd. Keeler will hold on to 4th. Then Essendon. Frankston, Sandringham and Doncaster. They're your finalists in the under-12 girls sprint medley relay.
And back on the infield, let's do the presentations for the under-16 women's 4x100 metre relay. Our bronze medalists in a time of 49.63. It is the team from Diamond Valley, Talise Bota, Danica Coppola, Chloe Van Werkhoven and Jamie Ritchie. Receiving the silver medals in a time of 49.38 seconds. It is the team from Glen Huntley, Ella Bowen, Ivy Octel, Samantha Fardell and Emma Wilson. And our champions for 2025 in a time of 49.07. It is the team from Casey Cadinia, Alara Cole, Eden Pike, Annabella Denton and Felicity Buzzer. So congratulations to all of our medal winning teams and all competitors in the under-16 women's 4x100 metre relay.
Next event on the track is event 68. This is the under-12 boys sprint medley. We have 8 starters on the track here, and we'll introduce the field to you now. In lane 1, Ballarat, 2, Mentone, 3, Berwick, 4, Geelong C, 5, Essendon, 6, Knox B, 7, Caulfield B, and 8, Wodonga.
Set.
So clean start away. Great start there by the athletes in lane 6, Knox. They're off to a really quick start. We've seen them actually compete really well at the moment over this event, but it is Essendon probably that it will change first. Essendon get the first change. Great start by Ballarat as well there from lane 1, but it's Essendon that's going to lead the charge as they make their way across from that stagger into the inside lanes. Knox thereafter, Ballarat, Wodonga, Caulfield starting to move up on the group as well, and Geelong finding a safe spot there against the rail. Berwick is next with Mentone just bringing up the rear. There's not a lot of distance between the athletes here in this 300 metre leg of the medley relay. So these are the athletes that are positioned from their time from the region events between 9th and 16th. You see the Ballarat athlete, my apologies, is actually starting to make his way up now, really getting on the heels of the Essendon competitors here. So Essendon going to take first just marginally in front of Ballarat. Almost simultaneously there. Then we've got Knox, Caulfield, Geelong, Berwick, Mentone and Wodonga as well. So strong running at the moment by Knox, starting to peg back a position there. Picked up one, he's picked up Geelong, now he's picked up Ballarat. Geelong's going to follow sequence here. It's a very steady pace now for a 300 metre run, and I can hope he can keep it up over the distance here. But we've seen this young man compete a couple of times today, and he's very, very strong. So Knox will pass to the 400 metre leg, then followed by Geelong, Essendon, Caulfield, Mentone, Ballarat, Berwick and Wodonga in that order. So the athletes stay stationary at the moment as they make their way through, but it's Knox leading the charge at the moment. A couple of metres there in front of Geelong, with Essendon not too far behind. Starting to make a move coming into shot now is Ballarat. Caulfield follows suit, but it's Caulfield that's starting to get on. Has he come too early? And Essendon's going to follow him through as well. So it's Caulfield at the moment, looking quite composed in actual fact as he passes that camera over at the 200 metre mark. So it's Caulfield at the moment looking for the time. Remember, just because you're in the first time final doesn't mean that you can schedule yourself up into a better position in the final consolidated results. But it is Caulfield. He's actually run a very great race here. Athletes behind him consist of Knox, Essendon, Caulfield and Geelong, trying to chase him down. but he's absolutely run a brilliant 400-metre leg here, this young man. So he's going to come across the line. There is a yellow flag on this race. So Ballarat will come across the line in first, then Geelong, Essendon, Knox, Caulfield, Mentone and Berwick, with Wodonga not too far away now coming across through the line as well.
And once again down to the infield for the under-16 men's 4x100 metre presentations. And we have in the bronze medal position in a time of 45.57, it is the team from Athletics, Chilwell, Oliver, Shooten Durham, Luca Torsi, Sterling Winkler and Hayden Jeffrey. Being presented by Mary McDonald from the Athletics Chilwell team manager. In the silver medal position in a time of 44.79 seconds, it is the team from Diamond Valley, Christos Kazaris, Josh Kogler, Toby Hamilton and Xander Botar. Being presented by one of our representatives from the Diamond Valley Athletic Club. And as you can see, the girls from Casey Cardinia, they're ready with the medals in hand. They will be presenting to our winning team in a time of 43.67. It is the team from Casey Cardinia, represented by Anik Assen, Kevin Navodia, Desandru Sirawadhana and Kevin Da Silva. So congratulations to the teams from Casey Cardinia, Diamond Valley Athletics Chilwell in the medalists in the men's under-16 4x100.
The next event on the track is event 68. This is the under-12 boys medley final. It's top 8 competitors from the region qualifying rounds. In lane 1, Caulfield C, 2 Gisborne, 3 Knox, 4 Geelong B, 5 Williamstown, 6 Caulfield, 7 Diamond Valley, and in lane 8, Collingwood.
Set.
So a little bit of a jumpy start there, probably from lane 1, I'd suggest. So the athletes will just reset and we'll look for a nice clean start this second time round.
Lane 1, break, first and final warning. On your marks. Set.
So clean start away this time here for the under-12 boys time final number 2. So top 8 competitors for you now. First 100-metre leg is running very strongly at the moment is Diamond Valley out in lane 7. So Diamond Valley and Knox also. Gisborne putting in a decent effort at the start as well as they make their way through those inside lanes. So it's Diamond Valley leading the charge in front of Knox, then Caulfield A, and then might be Caulfield B and Caulfield C. So Caulfield A and C it is. We don't have a B. Then we've got Geelong, Collingwood, Williamstown and Gisborne. So it will be Caulfield B, I believe, or Caulfield A there in front, and then we've got Caulfield C sitting currently in 5th place. So Diamond Valley running out front at the moment. Knox holding on for this final stage of this 300-metre leg. The athletes change here now. Diamond Valley, Knox, Geelong. So they've got 3 out in front at the moment that are going to sit there together. Running strongly at the moment is Knox. Caulfield answering the challenge and Diamond Valley just making a position there on the inside rail to move forward. The athletes are now going to need to find their athletes in waiting down at the finish line space here. Knox very confidently moving into that channel there. They'll clear first at the moment for this final leg. Caulfield, Diamond Valley, Geelong, Collingwood, Caulfield and Williamstown. Not too far behind Williamstown we have Gisborne making their way through. So the lead's opened up a little bit here. Knox takes a little bit of a look over his shoulder here. Caulfield digging deep to get through, but the probably striker out of this is going to be that of Diamond Valley and Geelong at the moment, starting to peg back at the Caulfield athlete there. Geelong has a look over his shoulder to see where Collingwood's positioned. He probably needs to focus on his eyes ahead at the moment just to make sure that he can move up as far as he can into a position closer to the front. So it's Knox at the moment now, running strongly here. They came through as the fastest qualifier with a time of 2:33. Let's see how that chase pack go at getting him back down. He's going to need to get his jets on now here because Geelong and Caulfield are chasing. Diamond Valley trying to hold on right now, but it will be Knox that are going to come across the line in first. Geelong hold on to second, just in front of Caulfield. Diamond Valley thereafter. Collingwood. Strong finish from the back for Gisborne, who are going to come in 6th place. Our second Caulfield team there positioned in 7th, and Williamstown bringing up the field in 8th. Okay, next event on the track is event 69. This is our under 11 girls
On your mark.
sprint medley event. We'll introduce the field to you just once the athletes have started.
Set. Stand up. Back to the cone.
We will introduce the field to you now. So from lane 1, we have Ballarat, 2, Ringwood, 3, South Melbourne District, 4, Echuca Moama, 5, Geelong, 6, Yarra Rangers, 7, Campbell Melbourne, and in lane 8 we have Geelong B.
On your marks. Set. Stand up. Lane 4, unsteady. On your marks. Set.
Clean start away this time. Great start by there from lane 5. That was Geelong. So do come in with the fastest seeded time. So see how they run this leg here and position themselves moving in to the 300 metre leg. So Geelong, bit of a stretch there to get that baton. They'll take it first. Moorabbin, Echuca Moama. And our second Geelong team just running straight in towards that rails position now. So just trying to run as close to 300 metres as they probably can. So we've got Geelong B out in front first. We do have a yellow flag on this race already, so we'll keep a watch out for that at the end. So placing will be unofficial until that has been cleared by referees. So Geelong 1 and 2, Echuca Moama, Campbell Melbourne, Ringwood. Ballarat starting to move up on the shoulder of Ringwood, sitting into 5th place. So good to know the girls from Geelong know who their competitors are. So they've obviously got different colour wristbands on to help identify each other. So some great action shot there of our athletes as they move around into this 200 metre leg of the girls under 11 medley relay. So Geelong has a look over their shoulder. This is our athlete that we've seen a couple of times today already. Very strong competitor. With her teammate closely in second position at the moment. So there's probably about 10 metres between the two. Same distance between Echuca and Moama, who currently sit in third. Then we've got Ballarat, Campbell Melbourne, South Melbourne District, Ringwood and Yarra Rangers. So Geelong still out in front, starting to make a move on her fellow teammate is the athlete from Echuca Moama. So Echuca Moama moves into second place. with South Melbourne on the outside also starting to move up a little bit more into sort of hold a third place, but possibly just threaten second. So 110 metres to go in this second time final here. We've got our Geelong competitor just rounding out now. Not too far to go. South Melbourne starting to stride out. And then we've got a bit of a late charge here. Geelong trying to peg back into that position they held for the earlier stages of the race in second. So it's Geelong coming up to the line. They've led the whole way, this Geelong B or Geelong A team. They'll come across the line in first. South Melbourne will hold on for second. Geelong C in third. Then we've got a Chukamawama, Ringwood, Camberwell Malvern, Ballarat and Yarra Rangers rounding out the field in the under 11 girls medley relay. Next event on the track is the second time final of the under 11 girls medley relay. Nunawading and Bacchus Marsh athletes having their own little conversation there this afternoon. Very, very relaxed at the start of this race, which is good to see. So we'll introduce the field to you now. In lane 1, Berwick. 2, Doncaster. 3, Sandringham. 4, Keilor. 5, Cranbourne. 6, Mentone. 7, Nunawading and 8, Bacchus Marsh.
Set.
So clean start away here. Favourites in this particular race would probably be that from Cranbourne. They come with a seated time of 2:46, which is 4 seconds clear of their next competitors in Keilor, who are coming out of lane 4. But off to a great start as well is Doncaster at the moment out of lane 2. So Doncaster running very strongly at the moment. Cranbourne, Mentone and Nunawading there as well. So Cranbourne is showing that why they're here at the moment. They came through as the fastest competitors. Mentone probably not too far behind. They probably came in as the third fastest. Still got a white flag on this one, so good to see at this moment. Nice clear white flags throughout these races, tying out the last part of this program for the Saturday competition. So Cranbourne out in front. Mentone still holding into second. Sandringham moves into third, but it's going to be a little battle of the positioning now to find their teammates here. Nunawading move across to the right, so Cranbourne take it first. Mentone, Nunawading and Sandringham simultaneously. Keilor, Berwick and Bacchus Marsh, and also Doncaster just prior to Bacchus Marsh. So chasing down at the moment is Mentone. A lot of distance to cover at this stage as well to Cranbourne. Very, very nice style there by the Cranbourne athlete making her way down. She's very quick over this 200 metre length. So she'll pass the baton over to her 400 metre runner. Mentone will take it second. Keilor, Nunawading, Berwick, Sandringham, Bacchus Marsh and Doncaster. So strong and focused racing at the moment by Cranbourne along that back straight. Victorian best performance for this event is 2:43.82, set in 2023 by Berwick. Cranbourne ran a 2:46 at region, so it's not unbreakable at this time. But we'll just see how this last 150 metres pan out for the athlete here. So Cranbourne has a look back. Keilor's starting to dig now. She's really trying to wind up that distance between the two, but she's got a chase back behind her consisting of Mentone, Sandringham and Nuttawading. But it is all about Cranbourne here. She's really turning over those legs nice and quickly now. Keep an eye on that clock. I think she might have that Victorian best performance there. Clock stops at 2:43. Keilor comes second. Mentone, Sandringham, Nuttawading, Berwick, Bacchus Marsh. And not too far away from the line, we'll have our competitors from Doncaster just coming into shot about now. And that rounds out the field. We'll keep a watch of that one for Cranbourne on that Victorian best performance. We'll come back once that's been posted on Results Hub. So next event on the track is event number 70. This is our under 11 boys time final medleys. We have 2 races. The first consisting of your competitors position 9th to 16th coming in to this event. And then your top 8 in the preceding heat.
On your marks. Set.
So clean start away in lane 1, Warrnambool, 2, Albury, 3, Mornington, 4, Knox, 5, Ringwood, 6, Box Hill, 7, Sandringham and 8, Essendon. As we just come back into view now here, it's Mornington running strongly at the moment. Then Ringwood, Box Hill's dropped the baton, Essendon picks up through and then Sandringham comes in and Warrnambool not too far behind. Box Hill making up some distance here. They're going to have to get a wriggle on to get themselves back into a position that is going to put them in medal contention. Essendon leading the way around the bend at the moment. Knox, Sandringham, Ringwood, Mornington, Box Hill and Warrnambool. So Sandringham trying to make a nice, decent run now. Both Essendon and Sandringham are going to move out to that same far left direction from our perspective. Knox have got straight line through the centre there to make their way through. The athletes remain in their start lane position so they know where to go to find their athlete. Positions can change quite frequently, so that's how they're lined up in that changeover zone. So it's Sandringham at the moment running a strong 200 metres at the moment. Essendon not too far behind, followed by Knox. Warrnambool have moved up in the pack quite well at the moment. Then we've got Ringwood, Mornington, Box Hill, and then Albury. So Sandringham take it just in front of Warrnambool, then Knox, Essendon, Ringwood, Mornington, Box Hill, and then Albury just at the lower screen. So Sandringham make their way round. They're going to run a bit of a sole effort out here, and the athlete starts to just run his own race, which is the best way to be at this time. Chase pack starts to form, not too far behind him. So Sandringham looks back. We'll just see if we can get some vision of those athletes not too far behind him. So we've got Sandringham leading the way at the moment. Then comes into shot Knox and Essendon in second and third. We've got Mornington, Ringwood just about to pass Warrnambool. But it is Sandringham who'll take out this first time final. Strong finish now by Knox in front of Essendon. Then Mornington, Ringwood, Warrnambool, Box Hill and Albury. So second heat here of the under 11 boys. medley. This is the top 8 competitors of the region qualifying rounds. So the fastest qualifiers. And they are positioned in their lane assignment with the 4 fastest competitors positioning between lanes 2 and 6. Then we have lanes 7 and 8, and then 1 and 2.
On your mark. Set.
So it looks like a false start there, possibly out of lane 1.
Lane 1, break, first and final warning. On your marks. Set.
So clean start away here. Geelong in lane 1, Chelsea lane 2, Keilor lane 3, Sandringham lane 4, Mentone lane 5, Cranbourne 6, Doncaster 7 and Brighton in lane 8. So Doncaster take it first, just in front of Geelong, probably then by Keilor, Chelsea, Cranbourne, Mentone. Brighton just bringing up the rear at the moment there, but it is Cranbourne that positions himself towards the front. Young man's actually been running very, very well. He's got a very lovely leg stride in his wake at the moment. It's something really, really special that will develop as he becomes an older athlete. Doncaster sit in second, Mentone probably just on their shoulder as well. They might just slide into second, moving into the latter part of this 300-metre leg. Geelong start to move up as well. We'll see how that stagger fares when we look at that from a front-on perspective as well. But Geelong's really starting to edge forward as well as Cranbourne starts to tie into this changeover. So it could even be that Geelong changes first. Then we've got Cranbourne, Mentone, Keilor, Doncaster, Brighton and Chelsea. So racing strongly at the moment is 200-metre leg. We do have Cranbourne still out in front. Geelong chasing down, as is Mentone. So interesting dynamic here for Geelong. The athlete is further forward of the changeover space here, really making their athlete that's run the 200 run the distance. So he just runs on 400 metres, this young man from Geelong. Smart move there. He got out of the trouble to start with. So Cranbourne, Mentone, Geelong, Keilor, Doncaster not too far behind them. So Cranbourne running strongly at the moment. Keilor holds in second, Geelong, then Mentone. So this is the top 8 to a degree. Mentone starting to wind up in this chase pack here, to jump onto the shoulder of Geelong. It's going to push Geelong further forward. Keilor's going to have to respond as well. Otherwise, these medals are up for grabs here in these minor places. Cranbourne look to have gold well and truly in their pocket. They're going to come across the line here. So great racing there by the Cranbourne team. Keilor are going to hold on for second. Geelong will hold on for third. Mentone, then Brighton, Doncaster and Chelsea. So a very even race there for the athletes there. Not much distance between first through to 8th at all. So a super effort by those under 11 boys in that medley relay. So we'll just bounce back. I mentioned before that we had the medley relay for the under 11 girls, and we had a great race there by Cranbourne. So that performance, the Victorian best performance previously was 2:43.82. Now Cranbourne have come through with a 2:43.44. So a huge effort by the under 11 girls. So that'll be a Victorian or a pending Victorian best performance, pending verification and ratification. So a well done effort to those girls, a gold medal and a Victorian best performance to boot. So next event is on the track. This is our under 10 girls, event 71. So this is time final number 1 of 2. We will introduce the field to you. In lane 1 we have Ballarat, 2 Kyabram, 3 South Melbourne District, 4
On your mark.
Rangers, 5 Cranbourne, 6 Moorabbin, 7 Berwick, and in lane 8 Mornington.
Set.
So clean start away here. Nice and even start at the moment for the athletes here in this second time final. Probably my pick at the moment might be that of Yarra Rangers coming out of lane 4. You can see that just past the shoulder of the Cranbourne athlete here. Position themselves well. Yarra Rangers to come in and make their way towards the inside lanes. But it's probably Moorabbin at the moment that look to be racing well. Berwick moving into second with Mornington on their shoulder as well. And the reigning pack just starts to move up. Cranbourne not happy with where they're positioned, so the athlete there from Cranbourne is going to start to move in, probably running that little bit of an extra distance at the moment, so you'd like to see her move into the inside lane next to Berwick. So it's Moorabbin, Moorabbin, Cranbourne, Berwick, Mornington, South Melbourne, Essendon, Yarra Rangers and Ballarat. So as they make their way over to the start of the 200 metre leg, we've got Berry, Cranbourne and Moorabbin really vying for a spot here. Challenge seems to be on at the moment between Moorabbin and Berwick. They seem to be the two that have come out guns a-blazing here for this 200 metre leg. Moorabbin's own primary focus at the moment is that rail at the moment, so she does look for home, wants to know where her competitor is, where she needs to pass his baton to. So she is going to have to move out a little bit wider towards the outside lanes here to meet her athlete, who's currently standing in probably between lanes 3 and 4. So starts to make her way across. You can see her channel her way through to pass that baton there. The very important part is to keep on this right-hand side of that red line, which all the athletes seem to do very well. So it's Moorabbin, South Melbourne, Kyabram, Cranbourne, Berwick, Mornington, Yarra Rangers and Ballarat. So still racing well out in front at the moment is the athlete from Moorabbin. Chase pack is Cranbourne and South Melbourne District. So the leads have shifted a little bit in the minor places. But a controlled position at the moment held by the Moorabbin athlete at the moment. So it's starting to burn now. You can see her really trying to turn those legs over. Competitors behind her don't look too much in threat at this stage, so she does look safe now in taking out this first place in the first time final. So Moorabbin are going to hold on at the moment. So 3 minutes 00.35. Cranbourne takes second, South Melbourne third. Yarra Rangers will come through for fourth. Then Mornington, Berwick, Kyabram and Ballarat. So that time by Moorabbin, if we do look at the seeded times of the second time final, they actually probably move up into sort of second place position if you wanted to combine both or consolidate the races from both the region and state times so far. So at the moment they sit with themselves in a pretty good spot. So we'll see how quick this second time final goes. Now we've got Geelong as our fastest qualifier, who did appear to break or have a pending Victorian best performance from the region qualifying round. So we'll talk about that in just a second, but first of all we'll introduce the field to you here. In lane 1 we have Campbell Malvern, 2 Melton City, 3 Essendon, 4 Sandringham, 5 Geelong, 6 Keilor, 7 Caulfield, and in lane 8 Box Hill. So talking about Geelong just briefly, their fastest qualifying time comes in at 2:53.47. Now, the Victorian best performance prior to that was 2:57.38, set by Cranbourne. And that was set in last season, 2024. So Geelong have broken it once. Let's see if they can better their time again today. And we'll see how Moorabbin go from that first time final if they can put themselves into medal contention.
On your marks. Set.
So a nice clean start for the athletes here. As we mentioned before, Geelong are going to be the favourites in this one here. As long as they don't botch up those changeovers, they're going to come in with a very, very quick time. So well and truly a good 7 seconds ahead of their fellow competitors leading from the region event. So Caulfield put the challenge out now. Geelong want to take control of this one. So Geelong's going to move on to the inside. Then we've got a great strong race at the moment out there by the Box Hill athlete who's running a very good, convincing 300-metre leg. Melton City sitting there on the rail, followed by Essendon, Sandringham, Keilor and Campbell Malvern. So they make their way around. Geelong wants to take the lead over now. The pace isn't quick enough for her, so she's going to really come into this to try and position herself with a good stagger. She's heard the footsteps of Melton City there behind her, so she wants to open up that stride now, which she's doing very well leading into this changeover. So she passes the baton first, Melton City in second, then we've got Keilor, Caulfield, Keilor, then Box Hill. Box Hill starts to move up on the pack here. She wants to chase down Geelong. She's got her in her focus at the moment, but it's a Geelong athlete out in front. Box Hill in second, Melton City, Caulfield, Keilor, Sandringham, Essendon and Campbell Malvern. So coming into this final leg here, it is still Geelong out in front. I think you'll find that's our young friend Winifred from Geelong racing this final leg. Moving into second is Box Hill, then Melton City, Keilor and Caulfield. So it's a clock she's racing against right now out in front, Geelong. You can see her open up that lead at the moment. She's probably stretched it out to almost 40 metres at the moment. So how quickly that lead has developed now. Let's see how she can finish it off now. Pace doesn't change too much at all, but she's starting to hit that lactic acid wall at the moment as she comes around with about 150 metres to go. Hoping the crowd surges are on here at the moment as well. This team really want to try and tie down this Victorian best performance again. So absolutely bringing it home now. She has started to open that up. I'm going to call it 45 metres now. Let's see if she can break it down to 50 now as well. Racing that clock. 2:53 was their region time, and they're going to smash that well and truly once again. So well done to Geelong. They're breaking their Victorian best performance yet again from the region qualifying round. Next across the line will be Box Hill. Then Keilor, Melton City, Caulfield, Moorabbin, Essendon and Sandringham. So well done to Geelong there, an absolutely smashing effort there. And great to see the sportsmanship there from the Box Hill athlete to her Sandringham friend. And as we move to the latter stages of this program here for our Little Athletics Victoria events, we've got event 72 on the track. This is our under 10 boys sprint medley final. So 2-time finals in this one, and then we move into under 9s, and then we are done for Little Athletics programs for the day, and then the Zodapeg event
on your mark
will start. So event 72 here, the under 10 boys, time final 1. I'll introduce the field to you in just a second.
Set.
Clean start away, lane 1, Box Hill, 2, Ballarat, 3, Corio, 4, Doncaster B, 5, Nuttawading, 6, Knox B, 7, South Melbourne District, and in lane 8, Kyabram. So strong right start by Doncaster at the moment. Knox looking back for the baton there a little bit. Box Hill running strongly in the inside, and South Melbourne District, the taller figure there, starting to move into contention, along with Nuttawading, Corio, and Kyabram. So great to see Kyabram feature in a number of these medley relays as well. It's a nice drive for them, and they're doing incredibly well. We've also seen that of Albury compete in a couple of these events too, so really wonderful efforts. We're hoping the Kyabram athletes gets the idea and the concept to move to those inside lanes, just so he's not running 330 metres rather than just the 300. It does make a big difference here. So Doncaster leading the way. South Melbourne District now looking to position themselves for this 200-metre changeover. So we'll just see how he goes, really digging deep there. He's going to have to go, they're really right next to each other, those two boys there, so it's a good position there. So South Melbourne, stronger of the two at this stage of the race. Doncaster going to chase him down at the moment. So good running by South Melbourne. You're probably going to have to see him reposition that baton at the moment. The baton's being held at the higher part of the baton, but I think he's sliding it through in his hand just a little bit now so he can safely pass it on to his competitor. Does shift it in his hand now, moves it over, finds the hand. Doncaster pretty much the same in that instance there. Then we have Ballarat, Corio, Box Hill, Kyabram and Knox. So the distance opens out to about 15 metres here between 1 and 2. Probably just a smidge more, about 18 metres between 2nd and 3rd. And then only a smaller distance between that of 4th, 5th and 6th. So we still move down towards the last 200 metres of this race here. South Melbourne's legs still turning over. Not just as quick as they were a little bit before, but they are still rolling over now at the moment. He doesn't want to look back at this stage, just wants to keep on motioning forward into this last 100 metres of the event. So great racing here, home ground advantage here for South Melbourne District and doing a great job at that. Doncaster holding on for 2nd. Caulfield trying to attack into that 2nd position at the moment, holding on to 3rd. But it's South Melbourne at the moment. They'll come across the line with a time of 2:52.83. Ballarat sneaking through for 2nd in front of Doncaster. Then we have Kyabram, Corio, Box Hill, Nuttawading, And then our competitor from Knox B finishing up. So we're back to the start line now. This is event 72, so the second time final. So top 8 competitors here showcase to you. So the athletes from the inside in lane 1, we have Caulfield. In lane 2, Diamond Valley. 3, Kilo B. 4, Sale. 5, Knox. 6, Doncaster. 7, Kilo A. And in lane 8, Geelong A. So it is Kilo B, the faster of the two. So Kilo B have a quicker time over Kilo A. I'm not sure if that's a very clever tactic that their team managers use, just to, I think, deceive the other competitors in their race. You quite often get used by some of our metro centres in the past. Don't think it makes too much difference at the end of the day. But great effort by Kilo to have 8 athletes in the top final. So racing away at the moment. Good start there by Diamond Valley out of lane 2. Equally good by that of Kilo B out of lane 3. So Kilo B are going to probably make that change first. So they make it nice and clean. Well moved there. Caulfield also changed nicely as well. It's going to be very even into this stagger here. Knox probably take the charge at the moment, but Doncaster's going to have none of that right at the moment. So we've got Geelong there sitting into second place, then Knox. Then a great effort there by Sale. We did see Sale pop up earlier today and pick up a bronze medal in one of their events. So a massive shout out to them and a great effort for that. So Doncaster holding strong right now. Geelong there still sitting in second, but Knox starting to move and wanting to take that position now coming into this 200 metre leg. So Doncaster take the baton first, then Knox, Sale, Geelong. So it will be interesting to see here how Sale goes. I think it was this particular team that might have medalled earlier in the 4x1s, I believe it was. So Doncaster moving well. They're going to position themselves and keep themselves out of the trouble that's starting to organise behind them at the moment. So those minor spots are going to come under threat, but we'll see how that chase pack goes to catch Doncaster. So Doncaster have to reach back for the baton. Then we've got Knox, Geelong, Sale, Kilo B, Kilo C. Then we've got Caulfield and Diamond Valley. So at the moment out in front, Doncaster holding strong. Sale wanting to chase them down. This is going to be another huge effort by Sale today if they can come through and snag another medal. So they picked up, in this age group, a silver medal earlier in the 4x2, in the 4x1, and 8th in the 4x2. The 4x1 they picked up 2nd, and they also picked up 8th. So they've progressively made it further forward throughout the day. Doncaster digging deep to hold on to first. They've led from the start. They don't want to give this up, but Sale probably holding on to a comfortable silver medal. They're 2nd for the day in actual fact. Next coming up will be that of Knox. Then we've got Keilor. So Doncaster take first. Sale will take silver. Knox in 3rd. Keilor. Geelong. Our 2nd Keilor team, Diamond Valley and Caulfield. So 4 events to go for the athletics program for the Saturday. We're back again tomorrow. And what looks like a great scenery shot there for what is about to take place here at Lakeside Stadium tonight. So if you are sticking around and you're at the track here, there's going to be a great night of competition here in senior athletics. with the Zotapec Challenge at Lakeside Stadium. So if you are in the stadium, you can remain. And we encourage little athletics families to become part of this great environment and atmosphere that the Zotapec Challenge presents every year. So it's a great event, and it captivates off a 10-kilometre event at the end of the championship. So
On your marks.
we'll introduce this field to you now. This is event 73, time final number 1 of the under-9 girls.
Set.
In lane 1, Caulfield, 2, Craigieburn, 3, Williamstown, 4, Ballarat, 5, Cranbourne, 6, Box Hill, 7, Knox, and in lane 8, Ringwood. So strong start there by Williamstown out of lane 3, so they've moved up on their competitors on the outside. So Williamstown running well, Box Hill running equally as well, Cranbourne there in the centre of field, and also Ballarat. Going to make their way around. It is going to be Cranbourne. Ballarat's going to jump onto her heels, and Box Hill running a strong leg at the moment as well. So they do need to realise they've got another 200 metres to go at the moment, so it is going to start to tire a little bit. But the Ballarat athlete does seem a little bit more composed here. She's got that bit more of a lopey style of what a distance competitor would like to see. So she does take the lead here from Ballarat, from Box Hill. So it's Ballarat, Box Hill, Cranbourne, Ringwood, Knox, Craigieburn, and Williamstown at the rear there. So a strong run here by the Ballarat runner here. They'll get the baton first, then it'll be Box Hill, Cranbourne, Craigieburn, Ringwood, Williamstown and Knox. So the 200 metre leg making its way around. The sun's out here and shining very much again. A little bit overcast there for a short period before. We look like we're getting storms, but they seem to have split and separated outside Lakeside Stadium, which is an absolute bonus here. Box Hill coming up. So Box Hill will take the baton first. Bit of a reach there for Ballarat. It's a long way out there. Cranbourne in third. Then we've got Craigieburn, Williamstown, Knox and Ringwood. So a nice little run out there by the Box Hill athlete out in front. Doing it all on her own at the moment. As we come back in to widen the shot in just a second, you'll start to see Cranbourne come in to the rear of you. So she has a look over her shoulder at the moment, the Box Hill athlete, just to see how much distance she's got there. She'll probably start to feel pretty tight at this stage of a 400 metre event. Looking for a bit of encouragement there from the crowd. A little bit of a stitch kicks in there as well. So let's see if she can push past that. Cranbourne coming in second at the moment. So great racing here by Box Hill. She's held on to this one. Ballarat finishing strongly in front of Cranbourne. Then Knox, Craigieburn, Williamstown and Ringwood.
We are now the presentation. It's this time for the male open long jump. Our bronze team, Box Hill.
Next event on the track is event 73. This is the second time final of the under-9 girls, so top 8 competitors from the region qualifying rounds. So we'll get this one started, hopefully. We'll get this race underway. From lane 1, we'll introduce the field to you. We've got Essendon, 2, Werribee, 3, Sandringham, 4, Mornington, 5, Bendigo, 6, Yarra Rangers, 7, Geelong and 8, Camberwell Malvern.
On your marks. Set.
So nice clean start away here. Lane 1, Essendon, 2, Werribee, 3, Sandringham, 4, Mornington, 5, Bendigo, 6, Yarra Rangers, 7, Geelong and Campbell Malvern in 8. So Mornington look to be the ones that get the baton first there. Sandringham, great, nice clean change there by Bendigo it was. So the Bees there performing very well. Then we've got Geelong, Yarra Rangers, Essendon, Werribee and Campbell Malvern just making their way through into that inside lane. So it's Sandringham at the moment running strongly here. Campbell and Malvern starting to move up on the pack here, so very interesting tactic here. They come through, it's probably not necessarily one of the quickest qualifiers, but a decent effort all the same here by the competitor here running this 300 metre leg. So could have been a bit of a change of team from the region qualifying rounds. So running strongly at the moment is our favourite Sandringham. They come in with a seated time of 3 minutes 10:15, which does appear to be a Victorian best performance from their region qualifying round. Campbell Malvern in chase at the moment. Then we've got Mornington and Werribee not too far behind them as well. So still running strong at the moment is the athlete here from Sandringham. Really starting to move into the last 100 metres of this race. So she does look a little bit distressed here at the second at the moment. So hoping to just compose herself here just for this last part of the race. So just hold on there. You're doing a great job there in lane 1 or lane 2 at the moment. So just get that baton down to your competitor. That's all you need to do. And she's heard that sound now and she knows that's all she needs to do. So great effort there to overcome that there. Campbell Malvern sit into second. Then we've got Bendigo and Mornington there. So hoping that Sandringham athlete starts to move to the inside lane, which she has done nice and safely. So does have a little bit of a look back behind her shoulder at the moment, but Campbell Malvern in tow, really looking to chase, and they've been looking to strike since the start of this race as well. So let's see what happens here. Sandringham turns on the jets now. This young lady's got some great leg speed at the moment as she moves ahead a little bit more and opens up that lead to probably just about 8 metres or so. There's not a lot in it. It does look a little bit more deceiving there on track. Mornington move into second on the chase to catch up to Sandringham. Sandringham gets wind of that and she's actually not going to have a bar right now. So she has a look back now. She knows that Mornington's about to strike her. So she's going to have to get a wriggle on to hold on to this gold medal. So the legs start to move. Mornington's focus at the moment, though, is to chase her down. Campbell Malvern sit in third at the moment. Mornington still has a little bit there in the tank, I think, and she's going to start to turn it on now. She's going to try and chase it down, but Sandringham's holding strong right now. On the infield, her competitors from under 11 are starting to give her a cheer on, which is really great to see. So it's Sandringham holding on for first here. They're going to look like they break that record once again, hopefully. So we'll wait and see how that goes. Mornington takes silver. Camberwell Malvern third. Then we've got Yarra Rangers, Bendigo, Essendon and Geelong. And not too far behind them are our Werribee competitors. So next event on the track is our final event of the Little Athletics program today. So this is event number 74, the Under 9 Boys Time Final number 1. We'll introduce the athletes to you in just 1 second.
Nice and still. Set.
So clean start away here. Lane 1, Williamstown. 2, Camperdown. 3, Melton City. 4, Knox. 5, Ringwood B. 6, Chelsea. 7, Shepparton. And 8, Mornington B. So a good start there by Shepparton at the moment. They'll take the baton just in front of Chelsea there. Melton City running a great leg, as well as Knox, and on the far outside is Mornington. So Mornington get that really clear channel there. What a clever young man that is. He's actually made it to the round first in an element. He's probably run the shortest distance out of all the competitors. So Melton City running strong. Knox sitting in second. Shepparton moving to third. Ringwood just on the shoulder of Mornington, but we do have a yellow flag there for this race already. Kyabram currently in 6th, with Chelsea in 7th and Williamstown in 8th. So it's Melton City leading the way at the moment. So great racing by Melton City right now. Knox move into second, Williamstown, Ringwood thereafter, but a strong race now by Sandringham to zoom past, with Chelsea, Kyabram and Mornington following suit. So Melton City's still out in front at the moment as they move into the second stage of this 200 metre leg. He's going to need to move into that inside rail just to make that distance nice and safe, especially with his competitor sitting. He's probably actually best to stay where he is right now. He'll change over to his competitor, who's currently sitting in between lane 2 and 3. So that's where he'll go now. Strong racing by Williamstown in this 200 metre leg. They'll take the baton second. Shepparton, Mornington, Kyabram, Chelsea and Knox. So Melton City's still out in front at the moment. They have featured, I think, in this age group a couple of times today. We'll just have a look and see whether it is something that they're used to here in medal chasing here. So no medals today actually for Melton City. So Melton City, this will be their first medal today, or if they do progress further forward into that top 8. So time final number 2, so I don't want to get too excited there for them, but starting to really slow down a little bit now into the depths of this 400 metre race. Shepparton in tow at the moment. Williamstown not too far behind in second and third. So the young athlete from Melton City is really going to dig deep for this last 100 metres. Not too far to go, young man. Just make your way down towards the finish, because you've got an absolute train behind you making their way. He hears the footsteps here. He hears the crowd cheering him on as well, but Williamstown's got a pretty primary focus there to take this one off him. So Williamstown come down towards the line here. Strong late finish there also by Chelsea at the moment. Melton City's got a little bit of power back in him. He's not going to let this one go. Great racing by Melton City. Williamstown, then Chelsea, Shepparton, Mornington, Ringwood, Knox and Kyabram.
Can I please have the Williamstown team manager to the combat tent as they go to zone 3 near the Corey venue? That's the Williamstown team manager.
Last event of the Little Athletics program for Saturday now on the track. So these are our top 8 under 9 boys from the region qualifying rounds. So event number 74 on screen.
We have a fantastic evening of athletics coming up with the Zelipec, so we certainly encourage families and athletes to hang around and watch some fantastic competition tonight.
And our final then is on the track. So just how about have some technical difficulties there. So we'll introduce the field to you now from lane 1. This is the under-9 boys sprint medley final 2.
On your mark.
Lane 1, Diamond Valley. 2, Collingwood. 3, Bendigo. 4, Cranbourne. 5, Mornington. 6, Sandringham. 7, Berwick. And 8, Essendon.
Set.
And in traditional style of our last race, we have a false start.
Lane 2, break, first and final warning.
So a little bit of a keen start there by our Collingwood athlete.
On your marks. Set.
So clean start away. We've got Diamond Valley in 1, Collingwood in 2, Bendigo in 3, Cranbourne in 4, Mornington in 5, Sandringham in 6, Berwick in 7 and Essendon in 8. So racing well at the moment is the athlete there from Cranbourne out of lane 4. But Sandringham come through as our fastest qualifier. Expect them to move a little bit now. But Berwick's making a bit of a hot charge at this one here. They started in lane 7 and they've moved up well. Sandringham ain't going to have a piece of this one here. So they start to move up now. And Mornington on their shoulder as well. So this one's going to be up for grabs from anyone. And Bendigo as well, who were seeded as the second fastest qualifier. So going to see this lead change a number of times, I think, as these young men fight for a position. Now Diamond Valley want to have a piece of it as well, so they start to move up on the pack just behind Mornington. Mornington's found there's a burst of speed right now. He wants to position himself well to get out of the carnage that actually happens here at these changeover boxes. Let's make sure these young men make good work of this changeover here. Mornington clear, Sandringham, Diamond Valley, Cranbourne, Bendigo just in front of Collingwood, then Essendon. Let's hope everyone stays where they are now so Berwick can come through too. So Berwick come through nice and clear. That one was very nice and consistent along all changeovers. So Sandringham hold out in front. Mornington not too far behind. Mornington need to move, so he's sort of positioning himself with a straight line to his competitor in waiting for the baton. Sandringham move to the outside here. They'll change first. Diamond Valley, Mornington, Cranbourne. Then Essendon, Bendigo and Collingwood. So well done to those young men. And Berwick. So Cranbourne out in front right now. Sandringham holding into second. Diamond Valley sits nice and comfortably in third. Still a little bit to run at the moment, I think there is out of Diamond Valley. Now Bendigo's going to need to make a bit of a light charge now if they're going to come back into contention here. They came in with the second fastest time. Cranbourne with the fastest. So Bendigo's starting to make a little bit of a move now, but is the distance going to be too far beyond him to actually get into a medal spot? He's heard me call his name and now he's starting to move forward. Diamond Valley mentioned before looked like he had the composure there to have a little bit more of another gear as he makes his way down towards the finish. Bendigo still might come home. I'm going to bring him home, but Mornington on the far inside is actually going to have a crack at this one as well. So it is Diamond Valley. They're going to take it out first. Sandringham take out second, and Bendigo sneak it home for third, possibly just on the line over Mornington. Then we've got Cranbourne, Essendon, Collingwood, and Berwick. So a great race there by our under-9 competitors and our little athletes that have competed today. So huge effort by everyone. Thanks to officials and parent helpers that have participated in this program. We'll be back tomorrow for event number 2, but now we'll hand over, ready for Zotapec to commence their competition.